Oh, I'm good.
In the beginning, there was the Word.
And the word was
God, and the Word was God. And then raised by the FBI. There will be no words, which means there will be no God.
and then the colonizers took over the world.
The public can see it now as well. I'm on the webinar itself.
Yeah. It is there. Oh, good.
I'm on two devices.
He's just letting you know.
One is a panelist and one is a participant. Yeah.
Give me the word when to start.
We're confirming it's live streaming now.
It's live streaming now. Uhuru! Uhuru! I'm not hearing things. I'm not hearing. It's like the same problem yesterday. I'm gonna try it one more time. Uhuru!
Uhuru!
Like you said, say it so that White House can hear it.
Say it loud.
Say it loud.
Uhuru!
My name is Lisa Davis, and I am the vice chair of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. And we are having our 16th annual conference that I'm so happy to say that we are co-sponsoring it with the Hands Off Uhuru Coalition. And I want to just first of all apologize for some of the technical issues that we were having. Try as hard as we may, sometimes things happen that we cannot foresee, but we always make note of it. And we make sure that we come up with plans so that it won't happen again, or certainly so that it will not become a habit within the Uhuru movement and the coalition. Again, everybody, welcome. We know we got some times ahead of us. I want to extend our heart and our determination to all of the people who are struggling around the world. We know that coming up on November 5th, that there's going to be an election. And the message that will be given to the world will probably not be a good one, as we know that the assaults and the genocide and the attacks and the wars will continue after November 5th, with lives being lost exponentially. And people in the United States, whether they want to accept that responsibility or not, sit at the very epicenter of all the violence that is going on in the world. And we have to be determined as human beings in terms of how we are going to allow that to happen. What role are we going to play in this? And I'm just so profoundly appreciative to belong to the Black is Back Coalition and the Uhuru movement, and also acknowledge the leadership, the profound leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who I consider to be one of the foremost theoreticians and strategicians, of the Black liberation struggle, and just, in the world in general, because it's important to have a narrative that can help you navigate through these horrific times, so that you don't have to be sitting there as a Black person talking about you're going to be voting for the lesser of two evils when the evils are genocide. And you're going to look at that like there ain't nothing wrong with that. We need an operation system and an internal dynamic and a GPS that works for us, because this is not it. So, yes, I just have to say again, welcome everyone, but we know that the times are extremely serious, and we got to get serious too. And all of us together, especially, well, within the Black community for certain. And this is one of the ways that we can do that. You need a different way of relating to the world. You need to be involved in revolutionary struggle. Revolutionary. And one of the struggles you should definitely want to be involved in is the Black is Back Coalition and the Uhuru movement. And with that, I don't want to go on too much longer because I know that we are running behind time and we want to respect everybody's time and the speakers that we have that are going to be participating in the various panel discussions that we have. So without further ado, let's introduce the steering committee of the Black is Back Coalition, because without this steering committee, nothing happens, and we appreciate everything that everyone does. So are we ready, engineers, with the steering committee slideshow? Uhuru.
Uhuru, I don't actually see that linked in the program, but I have the
I'll resolve this 1 second. Well, you know something, let's go on and open up with the African National Fight Song. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Yes, everybody stand.
Africa, we are winning. Shout Uhuru for our freedom. We are Patrice Lumumba's life won't be in vain. We are winning. Keep up the work in Marcus Garvey's name. We are winning. Independent and free is what we will be. We are winning. Africa will bask in our victory. We are winning. Long live the liberation of our African nation. Freedom to organization. Socialist world, our creation. 1 billion strong, yes, we are one. We are winning.
Uhuru, uhuru.
Be free. And on that note, after hearing the African Liberation Fight song, what a powerful way to introduce the leadership of our organization. He is the chairman and the founder of the African People's Socialist Party, and he is the Vanguard, which is the Vanguard organization of the African working class with the science, unity, and discipline to win the liberation of African people. And he is also the chair and one of the co-founders of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. Our chairman has spent his life in the trenches, organizing, speaking, and building the African Revolution as the only solution to the poverty, oppression, and colonial violence faced by Black people on the continent of Africa and inside the US and throughout the world globally. And he stands and fights for all oppressed people, as we know this. Chairman Omali Yeshitela, he is the chairman. He is the founder of the African Liberation Movement and Struggle. And as we know, they tried to take him down as he is one of the Uhuru Three, the reason that they even came after the Uhuru Three. I welcome the chairman. I salute you, Uhuru.
Uhuru, I really want to express appreciation to Comrade Sister Lisa Davis, the vice chair of this coalition. And it is true that she plays such an extraordinary role, not only in this coalition and making meetings like this happen, organizing the buses that came out of New York and New Jersey and Philly, et cetera, along with Comrade Sister Betty Davis, who is just an outstanding stalwart of this struggle. And I cannot overstate my pleasure of being in the same ranks of these comrades, consistently involved in our movement and our struggle. And I think that's generally true of the members of the steering committee of this coalition. And I see among the steering committees, Comrade Betty Davis, and there's Comrade Cam Howard, who the Russians apparently motivated to work for reparations because they put me on trial and they said that the Russians created the reparations movement because we ran somebody for office on a reparations platform. And of course, a member of the steering committee is also Comrade Yejide Oromila, who is here. I think I mentioned Betty Davis, and there are other forces, including the young African who's standing, with us so proudly and prominently, Comrade Emmanuel. So again, I want to express appreciation, and I want to make a self-criticism. because as the leader of the chair of the coalition, I have to assume responsibility for the contradictions that we're looking at, and I have to make a self-criticism because otherwise we're prone to believe that what we have encountered, even in this process, is normal and it's all right, and it's not all right. I make a self-criticism because I had the responsibility of organizing a process where many of the contradictions we're looking at now, we would have discovered them before now. I had the responsibility of making sure that we held meetings and went over the entire process so that we would have made sure the system was set up. We knew how to operate the system. We would have made sure we had the materials necessary to do that. There are so many other contradictions that we've encountered throughout this process, and it's problematic for a number of reasons. Like I said, one thing is we don't want to create a notion in the minds of anybody who's come to this meeting, anybody who's participating in this meeting, whether in person, online, would think that this is normal, this is all right. It's not all right. And I assume responsibility as the leader of this coalition for not having gone through, not having overseen, not having made sure that many of the contradictions that we are looking at now were not here. So I wanted to say that I think it's absolutely necessary for me to say that. And also, I would like to say, and that is responsible in part for the delay that we've had in initiating this meeting. This meeting, we're late. And I wanted to say a few things which will make us a bit later, but I think is really important, because this 16th conference for the Black is Back Coalition is not significant just because it is powerful that for 16 years we have done something that many of us had presumed impossible to do in the past prior to what we've done. There's been this suggestion about the inability of African people, groups, organizations being able to maintain unity over a period of time. That's a contradiction we hear all the time. Can't get together, can't stay together. And of course, the state works all the time to make sure that we can't get together. Some of you are old enough or aware enough to know about how the federal government would do things consciously, send letters, do other kinds of things to make sure Africans could not unite, could not stay united for any period of time. In fact, the last iteration of our struggle against colonialism was marked by this intervention by the FBI. People ended up shooting each other, killing each other through FBI interventions in our lives, in our work, et cetera. So there has been for a while now this notion of in our own movement, of the inability for folk who don't have absolute unity, absolute solidarity in the struggle against colonialism to be able to work together. Well, I think this coalition, the 16th year of our existence, is significant in part because it belies that notion. It challenges that. It destroys the idea of that being possible. So we have 18 organizations that's a part of this coalition, and that is of profound significance. And even though the 18 organizations participate at different levels of consistency and activity, it is remarkable this 18 organizations are still in this single coalition. And the 18 organizations in this coalition are generally speaking, represent organizations that do things in the real world. That is, they actually engage in struggle, actually engage in trying to transform our conditions, and actually engage in advancing some strategic component of the struggle for our freedom. And I have a tremendous amount of appreciation for that. And it has changed. This coalition, since its existence, has changed not only the issue of what's characterized as a peace movement, because we've had so-called peace movements that have represented anything except peace in the war that's being made against African people in this country. We've found it disgusting that we've had a left that could be so concerned about what was happening in El Salvador and what was happening in other places, and they would actually walk over the bodies of African people or the bombing of African people in Philadelphia by the United States government. There's been no peace movement. There's been nothing that's come out of so-called anti-war that recognize that war is consistently being made against African people in this country. It's not just war being made against African people. It's war being made against the Mexican people whose land was stolen. I mean, there's constant that as recently as 1848, a little more than half of Mexico was literally stolen. They call it now California, New Mexico, Texas, Utah, Arizona, all of these and more actually taken at gunpoint. This is what we're looking at. We're looking at a situation where these resources were stolen, and the theft of these resources is what now represents the power and the influence of a government that despises us. And I say despises us not because I want to take us on some subjective mode, because it really doesn't matter whether Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or her in-laws like us or not. The fact is that when I talk about despise us, I'm talking about how that is represented in the world and our material conditions of existence. I'm talking about the humiliation that's imposed on all of us. I'm talking about the starvation, poverty, the murder that happens on a regular basis, so much so that it's a part of a tradition that doesn't get recognized as murder, so much so that we can live in a country, and I was talking to comrades before this meeting began, how people can talk about conveniently genocide being committed against Palestinians and be really upset. And I really appreciate that appreciation of the genocide being committed against African people. They talk about the rise of fascism, and they know fascism is happening, trying to happen because of Donald Trump. But Donald Trump was not even a factor in political life when they began wiping African people out. I mean, they're talking about fascism. They've created a notion that this thing they call the Holocaust is the worst crime that's been committed against humanity. I see people at what they call a Holocaust museum in this country, and it represents the worst crime ever committed against humanity. But the very land we're standing on, the very land that the Holocaust museums are on, is there as a consequence of the murder committed against the indigenous population. And as long as we fall for this notion that the worst crime that's been committed in humanity, against humanity, was the crime that white people committed against each other in Europe that they call the Holocaust, then it's a cover, isn't it? It functions as a cover for the murder of the indigenous people whose land we're on right now. It functions as a cover for the murder of African people that's so normal that nobody characterizes it in a special way. They say that we're approaching fascism. What are you talking about? Fascism? And this is the horror of a loss of freedom. They say we have to be afraid of 2025 is around the corner. That's what Trump's going to do. I don't know if that's going to be worse than anything that's ever happened to us on the Democrat and Republican administrations. It's the colonial powers that we're looking at. I mean, it was the Democratic Party and the Republican Party that got together and killed Patrice Lumumba. It was Eisenhower going out of power and Kennedy coming into power that made that happen. So this whole question of fascism, it too functions as an opportunist position, certainly by most of what calls the white left and much of what calls itself black left. It recognizes, it just obscures the fact that what they call fascism is supposed to be an anomaly. It's a peculiar thing that happened in the history with white people. But what happens to us is not an anomaly. It's not peculiar. That's how we got here, this approach. That's the war that they started on Africa 600 years ago. That's why I'm here now. This was not a voluntary trip. Africa came under attack. And this attack on Africa spread African people throughout the world. That's how we got here, at gunpoint, various other places, etc. And what they refer to as the Holocaust that happened to Jews was something happened on the foundation and the mound of bodies and centuries of murder of African and indigenous people. I will not accept this notion of even fascism. I mean, we can talk about fascism, and I don't like bad things happening to anybody, but I don't like that. I don't like the notion. Let me take that back. There's some bad things that I think should happen to some. But this whole notion, you know, that, and it functions as opportunism because it functions as something that covers up the crime of a social system that came into existence through murder, through wiping us out, and the rest of it. Nobody remembers. Was it 1927 when Jews were Germans? That Germany went into Southwest Africa and nearly that's now characterized as Namibia, and nearly wiped out the Nama and Herero people in that country. When Jews were Germans, this happened. But if the worst crime happened in humanity was what happened to Jews in Europe, then that's obscure. It liquidates everything that's happened to everybody else in the world. I don't like the fact that Jews got killed 20 million, but 27 million Russians were killed in the Second Imperialist World War. And so this whole notion of special people, or how is it characterized that the Jews are the what? Chosen people. If I were a Jew, I'd run like hell from that characterization. Because that's the basis of killing Jews, isn't it? They say Jews ain't like everybody else. I'm saying Jews are people just like every damn body else. They have to take their chances just like everybody else. And if they want to end the oppression of Jews, then they work with the people who are colonized and not kill people, not join in the colonization of people who live in the territory that they're engaged in stealing right now. Right. That's the way we live in peace. You know, that's the thing we're talking about. So the Black is Back Coalition has never succumbed to this notion of peace that the white left has talked about. We've always recognized, when you looked at Vietnam, and they took polls of the people who were for the war in Vietnam and people who were against the war in Vietnam. And when before, it was the African people who were unanimously opposed to that war, and white people were for it. But when you looked at the anti-war movement, it was white. How the hell is that the case? You look at the case even when they're talking about going into the Middle East. Polling showed that African people were opposed to the war, white people were for it. But the mobilization, the anti-war movement, why? Because African people were engaged at that time in Vietnam and now in a war of our own that we couldn't leave. We couldn't leave our post to go and join the white people who did not support the struggle and sometimes were united with the oppression of African people. We couldn't leave our post to go to this other post. So this coalition now rescues us all. We identify the entire contradiction, and we say the foundation of the contradiction is one you've been trying to cover up. It is colonialism. It is the attack that happened on Africa 600 years ago, initiated by Portugal, that created for the first time in human history a world economy. All of us are locked in this world economy. Why should you be surprised that workers are exploited on the platform of the exploitation of the rest of the world? Why the hell should you be surprised that white workers that they call under capitalism do not have the benefit of all their labor when it rests on the foundation of theft of the labor of all the labor of Black people? It's not that we don't get part of the labor that of the resources that we create. We don't get none of it. And this is what we are talking about. We challenge that. This coalition is magnificent. It's one of the reasons why, even when we talk about organizing the Black People's March on the White House, we say the Black People's March on the White House. It's against colonialism. Everybody should join it. But the white left won't join it. In fact, what the white left has done, the last one that we organized, the white left cooperated with the government that doesn't want anybody to hear what we got to say. And so that they went and intervened in the Palestinian question because they had the money, they had the buses, they had the transportation. I understand they had something like $7 million to work with. They went into Palestinian, when the Palestinians wanted to get engaged after what was happening in Gaza, and they said, let's go now. The Palestinians said, the organization said, no, we can't go now. Nope, can't do it. We got to wait. And they said they had to wait to November the 4th, the day that our mobilization was happening. And then they would pit Palestinian liberation against African liberation, which is ridiculous for a number of reasons. If you just look at their history, because it's only recently that the left would even recognize the significance of the Palestinian movement. But Malcolm was there in 1964. And he was killed shortly after he got back because he went there to unite the African movement and the Palestinian resistance. And so shortly after he left Palestine, shortly after he left Gaza, came back to this country, he was assassinated. 1964 that happened. He was killed in 1965. 1967, when the so-called Six-Day War happened and the Palestinian movement came under attack, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee united with Palestine and the Palestinians and the entire white left, white liberals, everybody took all their money, took their resources, and left SNCC organizations stranded in one of the most dangerous places in the world, who we were trying to organize African people against colonial domination. They took their money. Now suddenly, they are now the leaders, proponents of liberation for Palestinians who are being colonized and can't walk. They live right and can't walk across the street and join with Africans. We've asked them for 13 years before. Join with us, participate in the marches that we're doing, the support that we're getting involved in against Black power, against white power, against African colonialism. They refused to do it. And we didn't even hear from them. The last time, we even asked them to be speakers. The last time, we didn't even hear from them until we heard that they had initiated this other mobilization that was happening on the same day, at the same time, and the same place that we were. I'm talking about the group called itself the Party of Socialism and Liberation, that is the founder and organizer of the Answer movement. This happened in the real world, and this is historical. And so we end up now finding ourselves in what appears to be a contention between Palestinians and Africans. It's not true. It's that intervention that we pit one group against the other, but it's harder to do it now because we understand, and Palestinians are beginning to learn too, the connection of this whole struggle between colonized people. That we are talking about a situation where colonialism is the mode of production. And this is one of the things that distinguishes, and I've talked too much on that. I just want to say a couple of other things, and I'll get out your way. I know I'm talking longer than what I should be talking in terms of introducing this, but I think it's important for you to know something about the coalition. And the coalition is a part of the struggle of African people. And it's a response to the war that's being made against African people for a number of years. It's a response to the fact that we have fought in isolation since they killed Malcolm, since they killed King, since they destroyed the Black Panther Party, since they initiated mass arrests of Black people all throughout this country and targeted arrests of people who were involved in trying to free Black people. And so we are in this process of putting it back together. That's what this coalition represents. And so I wanted to say that, and say that the coalition is also a response to what we developed in terms of the African People's Socialist Party, which is a founding member of the coalition, called Tactics and Strategy for Liberation. Because you gotta have some understanding what the hell you're fighting for, and how do you get what it is that you want? How do you get it? Where you look at where you are. Where are you? We're at a place where our whole movement was damn near wiped out. I'm talking about a period when they killed King. We know that. They killed Malcolm. We know that. They killed in 1968 alone. They killed something like 28 members of the Black Panther Party throughout this country. But at the same time, in these 60s, they killed Patrice Lumumba. They overthrew Kwame Nkrumah. They wounded, captured, and assassinated Che Guevara, 1967 on my birthday. And the whole war that was being made against people who were struggling against colonialism. And after that, we weren't talking about colonialism anymore. They had a program themselves. You know something about an aspect, an iteration of the program that's called counterintelligence program. That was designed. It was what the government said, and people like to talk about the FBI and J. Edgar Hoover. These were not some random people who were running around committing offenses against Black people. This was the American government, the same government that attacked us on July 29, 2022, is the government that killed Malcolm X, that killed Martin Luther King, that created what they call a counterinsurgency program that was designed to disrupt, disorganize, destroy what they characterize as Black nationalist hate groups. They took us out of place. They took the revolutionary movement out of place and they replaced it with people who were no longer talking about colonialism, but talking about, boss, can we integrate into this burning house? That's what they did. That was no accident. Malcolm did not slip in the bathtub and crack his skull and die. Martin Luther King was not hit crossing, jaywalking. These were murders of people. The Black Panther Party, a righteous response to the condition of African men, they were anti-colonial movements. And Malcolm what did Malcolm say? He said that not only is America a colonial power, he said it's a hypocritical colonial power. He was comparing America to the other colonial powers around the world. It's a hypocritical colonial power because it pretends to be this democratic entity and it's not. Malcolm was taking the covers off. He was talking. You remember that? Malcolm did not have a gun in his hand when they killed him. He was talking. He was talking about our freedom. King was not only unarmed, he was somebody who was telling all the rest of us not to pick up guns. He was talking. And you know that you're looking at a very fragile system. If they can't even handle a discussion, you can't even handle somebody talking. And that's a statement about just how fragile this system is, a state of desperation the system is in. And so I just think it's important, to make that statement. And finally, that our objective in the African People's Socialist Party in terms of doing this work was repairing, in part, the conditions or the consequences of this war that was made against our struggle against colonialism. We were born at a time where people were fighting against racism. People were going, seeing every kind of contradiction except the colonial contradiction. The racism, I think that white people have a legitimate reason to want to do a self-criticism for the relationship they have with African people forever. That's all right. But what we're about is not making white people like us. We're not saying that just because you don't like us, et cetera, that's what our movement is going to be about. We would be frothing at the mouth lunatics to be running around with that kind of position. Without churches being bombed, our children being killed, et cetera. And so what we're running around is saying, please like us. Now, we said that we have to be free. We have to be free of your capacity to do harm to us. And in the process of doing this, we open the door for anybody who wants to join with us in the liberation of our people, in destroying colonialism. We disagree with those who say that there's something genetically wrong with white people that makes it impossible for white people to take the right side on these questions. We say you can take the right. We deny this whole notion, just like we say about Jews. We say that there's nothing mysterious about Jews or white people. You're people. And that the same laws of social development that applies to the rest of the planet Earth apply to you too. And the fact is that all human beings on the planet Earth are engaged, whether consciously or not, in the process of the production and reproduction of life. That's the driving force in human society, all society. If you don't have life, you got nothing. You don't have culture, you don't have genetics, you got nothing if you don't have life. It's this process of producing and reproducing life that's the driving force. You can agree with that, don't you? And that the fact is that how do you do that? You know, when I was young, a little Marvin Gaye helped. So come on, it's life, but it's necessary, isn't it? And the ability and developing and enhancing capacity to feed, clothe, and house ourselves. That's what we call progress in terms of economic development. We grow our capacity to do this. We don't pick up a rock and go try to find a rabbit to hit it. Now it's more, there's more certainty in our ability because of the ongoing development of this process. That's what it's all about. That's what we're all about. And what we've discovered is that what you have when you have human beings engaged in this process of production and social of life, and they engage sometimes not even knowing each other, places all around the world, it happens collectively because no human being can produce life by himself or herself, can you? Although I know some people try. Loneliness will drive you to that position, I think. But it's a collective process that we are involved in. And so this production of human life, a man named Karl Marx characterized this as a mode of production. This mode of production has particular features to it that helps you define it. Karl Marx talked about the modes of production being first what he called primitive communism. That's when you and I had it. And then he talks about this vertical development of human society when on the primitive communism that as he characterized it, primitive communism, the beginning, the starting communism, it was a time where there was no oppression, no exploitation. Everybody shared everything with each other. That was what he characterized as a primitive mode of production, a primitive communism, the first stage and how he described it. Not that he ever saw that, and he said this was human society, not European society, not African society, etc. Human society, all society. That's what he said, which obviously doesn't make sense for a number of reasons, because it didn't happen evenly and the same all around the world. We had different conditions that influenced how human society represented itself and reproduced itself in the world. If you lived on the Nile, it was easy because the Nile washed in the resources necessary for people to feed and clothe themselves. That's why you had enough time and what helped to develop you. So you had time to develop the human parts of yourself. You learned how to dance, and you learned how to write poetry and all this other kind of stuff because your back was not always against the wall, fighting against nature, trying to survive. You see? And so there were other things, you know, that he talked about in terms of mode of production. But he went to this thing he called capitalism as a mode of production, and he had to explain, how do you get to capitalism? Capitalism is a dog-eat-dog system. It's dog-eat-dog. Capitalism said Lenin said of capitalism that the capitalist will actually, because everything is motivated for profit. And he said that the capitalist will actually sell you the rope to hang him with. That's how vicious this social system is. But we said that something gave birth to capitalism. How the hell do you get to this thing that they refer to as feudalism, where Robin Hood was allegedly running around in the forest and robbing the rich to give to the poor, which means that he was the only one employed. A lot of people, they call them Democratic Party people now. They don't change the conditions of the poor. They just characterize themselves as, we're going to tax the rich. Hell, taxing the rich, just get off our back so that we can feed ourselves, right? So this is the Democratic Party. That's what her name and her in-laws, Kamala, say they are about. But the thing is, we talk about what gave birth to capitalism. And it was what we characterize as a colonial mode of production. That's the thing that put it all in motion. That's what Marx characterized as turning Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of black skins. We talk about turning the indigenous people in this land into the mines, bringing up silver and gold. And comrades tell me I need to quit because there are other people who got to say some stuff too, and we're going to maintain some element of discipline. But I just want to say that that's what we've been about. And this coalition, from our perspective, was to solve, not just trying to move forward, but to solve so many of the problems that were left behind with the murders of Malcolm, the murders of the assault in the Black Panther Party, and so many of us. I mean, when you look at what happened in 1965, when they dropped that bomb in Philadelphia, it was almost like MOVE. What did the MOVE organization call itself? Can anybody remember? What? MOVE what? Family what? Africa. Africa, right there in Philadelphia. And we were still alive. And that's the damn problem. Africa is alive on Osage Avenue. Let's kill it. That was the response of the system. Thank you, comrades. Uhuru.
We thank you so much again, Chairman, for your leadership, your passion, your vision, and we thank everybody connected to us for their leadership, their compassion, their conviction, and their contributions to our movement. I see people in this room. I'm not going to start calling people out by name because I know I'll forget someone. But when he said on a move, I had to look over there and see my sister. I love you all. I love you all. It's on a move now. Now we are ready to do the proper presentation of our powerful steering committee members. Brother Tayero, are you with me? Okay. Well, start out with Brother Chairman Amalia Satella.
Yes, I am with you. I had to switch sites. Go ahead.
Okay, great. And I just have to say, I have to give a shout out to this brother Sayara. He is such a dynamic force. I want you to know, my dear brother, we see you and we appreciate all that you do. And he provides the backbone to so much of what we do in the work, you know, in all the ways that he can. So Brother Chairman Amalia Satella, the chair of the Black is Back Coalition, chair and co-founder. Next. Me, Lisa Davis, vice chair. I'll give a shout out for myself, and I'm also the chair of the healthcare working group. Hint, hint, hint. Join these working groups. Next slide. Sister Ilikia Ngoma, our wonderful, powerful secretary.
Yes.
She does so much work. She's the other one who wrote the African fight song. Uhuru, Sister Ilikia, Uhuru. Yes. Slide. That one right there, Ikenge. She makes it all run. I cannot thank her enough. And I mean what I say, that I'm constantly working with her. Next slide. Brother Cam Howard, Reparations United, Uhuru. Slide. Yes. Brother Daoud Khalik, although I have glasses, I still can't see so. Brother Daoud Khalik, he is the chair of the Reparations Committee. Reparations Working Group. Brother Dr. Maximella Odom, he is with the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. He is the chair, and he's also the chair of the Black Community Control of Police Working Group. And Brother Diop, we see you out there too. He's worked very much with setting that working group up, and we appreciate you. Slide. Sister Belinda Park. Oh. Brother Ajamu Baraka, who is with the Black Alliance for Peace, Uhuru. Slide. Sister Belinda Parker Brown of Louisiana United International, another powerful sister. Yeah. Uhuru. Slide. Sister Betty Taylor, my wing person over, she's why I am the way I am. So you look at her if you got anything to do with me about what I do. She's with the New Abolitionist Movement. Slide. Brother Reverend Edward Pinckney. We can't do nothing without Brother Pinckney. Carl Pinckney, Black Economy Network Community, organization known as BANCO. Slide. It's on. It's on. Brother Jihad Abdul-Moment with the Jericho Movement and also with the Political Prisoners Working Group. Uhuru. Slide. Sister Yejide Owen Miller. She is the president of the African National Women's Organization. Sister Yejide. I know I saw you in here somewhere. Uhuru. Brother Life Malcolm with the Black People's Advancement and Defense Organization. Uhuru. Brother Sayara, you ready to take it over from here?
Next slide, yes.
You got it. Uhuru.
Comrade Zaki Baruti,
Uhuru.
General Universal African Peoples Organization, UAPO. Next slide. The Joko Collective, that's Tasha Yusuf Emotep, Jamila Feemster. Uhuru. Amanda Wallace, Operation Top CPS. Straight up in your face, comrade.
Yeah.
Paul Pumphrey, co-founder of Friends of the Congo. Another powerful comrade in organization. Yes, next slide. Robert Ward Williams, chairman of the Black Panther Party in San Diego. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Next slide. Our comrade, I called him Papa. He taught me so much in the world of broadcast. Taught me so much about his wisdom, about his walk. He was like a father figure in that sense, as he was to all of us. Always involved. Ralph Pointer.
Long live. In memoriam to these brothers and sisters.
Yes. Another comrade, Glenn Ford.
Uhuru.
Black Agenda Report. And this is what I'll tell you, honestly, it was Comrade Glenn Ford that really compelled me to the Black is Back Coalition along with Sister Belinda Parker Brown. But it was him giving the Black Agenda Report that had me glued to my computer screen. It was Glenn Ford.
Uhuru. Long live. Uhuru. And
there's another person.
Yeah, do we have one more?
Isn't that the sister who, not the sister with Belinda Parker Brown,
Right.
Yeah.
Gina, we all know, we'll say it, because y'all know y'all did this. You assassinated this brilliant sister, this doctor, this author, this writer, this law defender, this one who would write and compel cases before the Supreme Court that they also reneged on and lied about, as you do know, in the criminal system called the colonial mode of production. She had become a target, really revered by all of us. So soft-spoken, but very direct. So soft-spoken, but very confident, very knowledgeable. I salute Comrade Zena Logo.
Dr. Zena Crenshaw Logo. Uhuru. And these comrades always live on with us. We are on their shoulders and we just acknowledge and remember them all. And with that, we are going to start now with our powerful panel discussions and presentations. Just a couple of housekeeping rules. First of all, if you are listening on the live stream or on the Zoom, and if you have any questions, please remember to put them in the Q&A section. If you put them in the chat, they're more difficult to follow, but if you put them in the Q&A section, we can follow them better. And certainly if you have any comments online, we have people monitoring that as well. And also, I'm going to be one of the timekeepers. Again, we ask for revolutionary discipline, so look over there toward me sometimes. And so our first panel discussion that we're going to have is pertaining to the trial of the Uhuru 3, Free Speech and the Struggle of African People. I'm the moderator, and our first
May I?
Oh yes, please.
I'm concerned about Leonard Goodman. He's on. And is he on?
He's on.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Oh.
Since, he's not in the house, maybe he should go first.
He should go first? Okay, hold on one
Because
second.
what were you saying?
been communicating with him, so he was aware of the saying.
He was aware of what?
Of the time,
Okay,
we were behind.
so you don't think it's necessary for him to go first? Is that what you're saying?
He said if I could go soon, that would be great.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, yeah.
Hold on 1 second, a moment while I pull up his. Trying to pull up his file, which is on my computer. And of course, now that wants to jam.
I told you about sabotage, didn't I?
No, it's gonna be okay.
Yeah, Colonial Motor Production. This is what we face when we don't own it, control it. As we all know, we have glitches. And sometimes I must admit, intentional glitches. But we're in a war. We're fighting and going forward, and we will persevere. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Just ask for your patience one more time, sorry.
Lisa.
Hmm?
What are you trying to do?
I'm pulling up his file.
He said, I
Just
don't
put
need
some
you,
saying.
bro.
Perhaps Sister Penny, you might like to say a few words about him, because you work closely with him. Thank you.
He doesn't need an intro, but.
We're gonna give him an intro.
An honor to be here today, and it's an honor to introduce our incredible Uhuru 3 attorney, one of the whole team that includes attorneys Addie Griffin, Mutaki Akbar, Angela Rainey, and Tom Inskeep. And I just want to say that it is an incredible pleasure and an honor to be able to have worked and continue to work with Attorney Leonard Goodman, who is what I say is specialist on the First Amendment and the free speech question, and who has been just an absolutely essential part of the incredible defense of the Uhuru 3. So it is my honor to welcome you today. Attorney Leonard Goodman, Uhuru.
Well, thank you, Penny. Thank you, Amali. And it's truly an honor to be before this group. I've been aware of your work for quite a long time, actually through Glenn Ford. And I am a Jewish lawyer that opposes colonialism and war. And I support free speech and dissent, which is the reason why I agreed to take this case. I'm doing it pro bono because I believe how important this case is. And that's what I'm going to talk about is why should we care about this case? As O'Malley just talked to you all about, we have an economy based on war, based on endless war. And these are wars that are always based on lies because they don't serve the people. And the people want peace. They want healthcare. They want jobs. They don't want war. So we have to lie to the people. The wars serve the donors. They serve the war profiteers. They serve the weapons manufacturers. They serve the people that want puppet governments in other lands so that they can exploit their resources. To get people to support new wars, we have to lie. So I want to take you back for a moment to February 24th, 2022. That was the morning when Russia invaded Ukraine. And then at 1:43 p.m. Eastern time, President Biden held a press conference and he said, and I'm quoting, he said, the Russian military has begun a brutal assault on the people of Ukraine without provocation, without justification, without necessity. This was a lie. And the mainstream lapdog press didn't call him out on it. In fact, if you read the New York Times, every single article had to repeat Biden's words that this was an unprovoked attack. Everyone knew it wasn't unprovoked, but who was willing to speak out and tell the truth? And who had a following and who had their own newspaper, O'Malley and the Uhuru group was willing to come out and tell the truth. And I'm quoting from O'Malley for a few days later after the invasion. O'Malley said, no, this war was provoked. It was provoked by NATO expansion 800 miles toward the border of Russia. He said it was provoked in 2014 when the CIA helped initiate a coup in Ukraine and replace a democratically elected president who was too friendly with Russia and replace him with a NATO-friendly president, a puppet. I think what he called a puppet of the EU and NATO. And it was provoked thereafter by arming this is Umali's words. Making Ukraine a country armed to the teeth by the white colonizers, a place that Russia could not retreat anymore. And the fact that the West and NATO used Ukraine as a dagger pointed right at the heart of Russia. Now, these words were beyond the pale, according to the administration. And several months after making these speeches in his newspaper, in rallies, they were invaded by FBI SWAT teams. And after that, indicted federally. This is the first case, the first federal case of which I'm aware, in which an activist group has been prosecuted federally for making political speech in dissent, anti-war speech in dissent. So that's what this case is about. That's why we should care about it. The government found a way to charge them, as they always do. You know, there's I think it's a famous Greek philosopher that said, the more corrupt the society, the more its laws. Well, if that's the truth, if you look at the federal code, it's thousands and thousands of pages. Well, they found a statute that they could dust off. It's a statute that was intended to target secret spies, people that act on behalf of foreign governments. It's never been applied to a political group that's making speeches. Well, it was used by the federal government to say, well, you are speaking on behalf of Russia when you make those statements. Now, it was conceded at the trial, and we showed that O'Malley and the Uhuru group have been making the same statements for 30 years against colonialism, against coups, against the CIA involvement in coups, from beginning in Iran in 1953. They criticized that one. They've criticized every single CIA-led coup. It doesn't matter. It was conceded by all of the agents, the FBI agents who testified at trial, that yes, they're speaking from their heart. They're not for sale. They're not influenced. They're not being directed by Russia, but it didn't matter. The government understood we were going to win the charge of being an agent of Russia. So they focused their sights on a conspiracy charge that nobody understood. The federal government loves to charge conspiracy. The jurors don't understand them. The instruction was incredibly confusing. The prosecutor lied to the jurors during closing argument and said, all we need to prove is that there's a partnership with a Russian. So basically what they've done in this case is they've criminalized an activist group making friends and finding supporters in a foreign land that the United States disapproves of, and that was Russia. So it's a very dangerous case. We must overturn this conviction. First, we have to get probation for our clients, and then we have to overturn this wrongful conviction for a conspiracy that the jury clearly did not understand. And thank you again for letting me speak to this group, which I've long admired.
Uhuru. Thank you, Attorney Goodman. Thank you so much for explaining that. Uhuru. Oh, how it works.
Our next presenter is Jesse Neville. No, Penny. Our next presenter is Penny Hess. Penny Hess is the chairperson of the African People's Solidarity Committee, an organization of white people organizing in solidarity with the movement for the liberation of Africa and African people. The APSC works under the leadership of the Uhuru movement led by the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Penny Hess has been a member of the African People's African People's Solidarity since its founding in 1976. She is a tireless organizer who speaks throughout the US and Europe in an effort to educate people that white society everywhere owes its affluence and democracy to the enslavement and colonization of African and oppressed peoples. Hess believes that the only way for white people to understand the current crises of imperialism is to unite in solidarity with the struggles for national liberation being waged by African and other oppressed peoples, and also She is one of the Uhuru three that the government attempted to come after and criminalize, but they cannot do that. They fail, Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru, Uhuru, everybody. Thank you, Lisa, for that powerful introduction. I want to thank again Attorney Leonard Goodman, and to just assert that he does represent us pro bono, which is an incredible contribution and donation. We appreciate tremendously. It just, it's a profound thing because you can very much, feel so warm and close to your attorneys who are so amazing. So thank you for those words. And I just want to say Black is back. African people are winning. And I salute my Chairman Omali Yeshitela. I salute the African People's Socialist Party, the Black is back. And I salute all of the leadership of the party who is here, the National Central Committee, Secretary General Mwezi, I know President of the African National Women's Organization, Yejide, and that I have the honor of being the chair of the African People's Solidarity Committee, the organization of white people under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party and the African Revolution. And that our mandate, our job is to go into the white community and say and win the same things Chairman Omali Yeshitela is fighting for, and saying, and the analysis and the understanding that we can grasp as our own to other white people. And this is what we have done for almost 50 years, because APSC was formed in 1976, only 4 years after the African People's Socialist Party was formed. And I want to say something personal in a way that the world that I want to live in, and I know many other white people feel the same way, is the world led by the African working class, by the victory of Africa and African people and indigenous people, and an end to this vicious system that is built on nothing, as has been said, but death, destruction, rape, pillage, the degradation of whole peoples for the benefit of a few. And that we recognize that reparations, as the chairman, as Chairman Omali Yeshitela has put it out, is not a favor. It is not a one-time payout. It is the return of 600 years of stolen labor of African people themselves stolen, that created the greatest wealth that the system has ever had. Europe was poor, as the chairman said. Europe was poor. It lived in caves when Africa had great civilizations, and Europe built itself by assaulting Africa, kidnapping African human beings for hundreds of years, creating the world economy now known as capitalism, or what the chairman has called the colonial mode of production. And that, and that African people have led the fight for the liberation of all people on the planet Earth. African people have undergone lynching, which is mass murder by regular white people against the African population. I just want to say, Chairman, I don't even know if I had a chance to talk to you about this, but Jesse and I went to the lynching museum, and I just want to say white people have to go there because it is very well done. Yes, exactly. And yeah, we have to see. This was the pastime of white people, and it is really well done. It is really powerful to see. And it's in Montgomery, Alabama. Yes, yes, it's well. And I want to salute the chairman for carrying on his shoulders the responsibility that he took upon himself to complete the African Revolution of the 1960s. That was crushed by a vicious counterinsurgency, which is a war against the people who rise up and fight for their liberation, which was a vicious war that assassinated the leaders of the Black Power movement, the African liberation movement. We know Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and the attack and the raids and the arrest and conviction of Chairman Omali Yeshitela is a reminder by this state of what they do to African people who stand up and fight for power and liberation, not against racism. And I want to salute the fact that the chairman has fought for. Somebody was saying yesterday, I think, that you popularized the word Uhuru, which means freedom, and put that out everywhere. And the chairman has popularized and won the understanding that we are not fighting racism, we are fighting colonialism, and that African people fight colonialism, Palestinian people fight colonialism, and white people can fight colonialism too, and must, because we're not going to have a socialism that's led by white people, the colonizers. The chairman let us know that this system is parasitic, this thing that he calls the colonial mode of production, because they want to tell you and us, and we believe it half the time, that colonialism was a phase, it was a bad era. I think Biden or somebody called it the blight on America's soul, blah, blah, blah. It is the essence of what this system and what the United States is, what America is. The chairman said there wouldn't be an America without the genocide of the indigenous people and the genocidal, just attack on African people that goes through not only the enslavement, the period of enslavement when the entire genius and lives and freedom of African people has been stolen. But since then, and everything from Jim Crow to convict leasing, which is called worse than slavery, everything, we were just in Birmingham for the National Lawyers Guild. That is where, in the hills of Birmingham, where hundreds, if not thousands, of so-called convict leased African people, their bodies are in the hills of Birmingham today because they were forced into convict leasing by the US Steel Corporation. This is colonialism. This is colonialism. And I want to say too that we, as the African People's Solidarity Committee, under the leadership of the chairman, we say victory to Palestine. And chairman, yes, we will not walk over the bodies of African indigenous people here to get to Palestine, because everything that the US backed Israel, illegitimate settler state of Israel, is doing to the people of Palestine, it has done here. It has done here 1,000 times over. And it said that Hitler read the books about what the US did to African and indigenous people to know what to do to the Jews.
Yeah.
But as the chairman has said, there wasn't a word for genocide until white people killed other white people in Europe. After hundreds of years of taking it for granted that indigenous people would be slaughtered. And I'm saying white people participated. It's not like some little, group of the government cavalry. That was a volunteer cavalry.
Yeah.
White people fought for the right to do everything possible, from horrible, horrible crimes against humanity, like cutting out the vaginas of indigenous women and using them as saddle horns or wearing them as caps on their heads. This is an example or the lynching of African people, the mass torture and murder in which white people would cut babies, because many African women were also tortured and murdered in the same way, and cutting out babies. And I mean, this is what we did. We say, or the US government says, that the white culture, the white civilization is the greatest civilization on the planet Earth. We put it forward. We're reasonable. Why are you so upset? Can't we just all get along now? We've decided to like you now. So no, we can't. There is a price to pay. We can be on the forward side of history, but we have to fight for reparations. We have to stand in genuine solidarity. That's not like being an ally. It's saying this is how we are progressive. This is how we move forward. And yesterday, I just want to say a couple of things. I unite with the whole question that the struggle is against colonialism. And as the chairman has said, fascism is when white people get a taste of some of the conditions that they have inflicted on African and colonized people as colonialism. So when things get, a few of the rights get taken away that white people enjoy on the backs of others, then that is what fascism is. That's what white people talk about. And I also want to say that yesterday, which was just such a great march, I really saluted. It was beautiful, it was powerful. I salute the bus with all of the people from New York who came, and it was very, very powerful. But somebody came up to me, from the white left, and said that they were very upset because there was another group that was going to be speaking that was from a different part of the political spectrum. Now, when the chairman created Hands Off Uhuru, he created consciously to enable every organization across the political spectrum to be under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. That's principle of unity number 1 of Hands Off Uhuru. So anybody can be there. And there's all kinds of organizations that, maybe we wouldn't have known. Maybe they would have been at different kinds of rallies, but they are principled. They follow the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, and they have a right to be there under this. And no white person is going to come in to be the ultra left and try to tell Chairman O'Malley should tell an African people who their friends are going to be, because that's what the chairman is fighting for in the state, against the state. So so we salute Hands Off Uhuru, and we unite with, as the African People Solidarity Committee, the whole struggle and the campaign that the chairman is creating to repeal the 951, the Foreign Agent Registration Acts, and the 371, which are the conspiracy laws, which are used to convict people when they don't have anything else to go on. So we know that we are on the winning side. It has been an incredible nearly 50 years under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. The new world is being created every single day. We will be free. Leonard Peltier will be free. I had a picture of the party. This is the African People's Socialist Party, and Biko Lumumba, who's the father of Jainaba, who was here yesterday speaking in San Francisco in about 1982 or 83 at a rally for Leonard Peltier. Yes, so the struggle continues. When African people are free, indigenous people are free, there won't be a US-backed Israel. There will be freedom, there will be liberation, there will be justice, there will be reparations. There will be the ability of all people to live together, no one at the expense of anybody else, which is the basis of all war. And it will mean peace, a period of peace, and the incredible genius, flowering of the genius of African people that has been stolen also for hundreds of years, and the ability of a new period in the world. And we must get there. Even the environment, this is the only way. There's no way that there can be the colonial mode of production and a healthy environment. Of course not. How can we can't walk over the people to get to the environment. The earth is one thing, and there will be this understanding and this leadership. And I look forward and want to fight for that day, for the world as defined by the African People's Socialist Party, African people, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Uhuru, Black is back. We are winning.
Uhuru, Uhuru.
Next presenter is Comrade Jesse Neville. Yes, Jesse Neville. He is the national chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, the mass organization of the African People Solidarity Committee. Jesse met the Uhuru movement when he attended a workshop led by the African People Solidarity Committee chairwoman Penny Hess in Sarasota, and he joined USN a few months later at an event in St. Petersburg, where he saw Chairman Omali Yeshitela speak about the historic struggle to free Africa and African people. Since then, he has organized under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party to win unity through reparations from the white community, whether as an on-the-ground organizer or as a mayoral candidate. And he also is one of the Uhuru Three. Uhuru!
Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrade.
Hands off Uhuru. Uhuru, thank you to Black is Back Vice Chair Lisa Davis. And it's also just a great honor to be here at the 16th annual Black is Back Coalition annual conference. And I want to join, first of all, I just want to salute the presentations that we've heard up to this point, including the brilliant overview by Chairman Omali Yeshitela, that powerful presentation by Chairwoman Penny Hess, and also our amazing attorney, Leonard Goodman. And I am honored to be speaking on this panel, both as a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee, of which Chairwoman Penny just talked about so eloquently, and the chair of our mass organization, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, that carry out APSC's work to go into the white community and build white solidarity with Black power. Win white people to stand in solidarity with the African community and the struggle for reparations. And I'm also honored to be one of the Uhuru Three. I'm proud to be one of the Uhuru Three, with Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Chairwoman Penny Hess, the two people who recruited me to join the Uhuru movement and my leadership. So I'm very excited to be here. Just want to salute the Black is Back Coalition again, and also want to salute everybody. The Black is Back Coalition had a strong showing in the courthouse in September. I just want to acknowledge that. I want to salute Lisa Davis, Comrade Betty Davis, Pam Africa, Belinda Parker Brown, Cam Howard, Reverend Pinkney, Jihad Abdul Mumit, Efia Nwangaza, Zaki Barudi. They were all there in the court. The jury looked out and saw the Black is Back Coalition in the courthouse in September. And I just got in this morning. Yesterday, I was at the LA Black People's March, which was really powerful. And I want to also salute President Matzamela and Secretary General Mwezi Odom, and Unión del Barrio, the Mexican Liberation Movement, who was there, the movement to free Leonard Peltier, who was there. And there was someone yesterday who said that that in the 1960s, the US government worked to destroy the Black Revolution, but Chairman Omali Yeshitela was the light in that darkness, that he was the torchbearer that kept the revolution alive, that fought to rebuild, to rebirth the African Revolution. And that is why they are coming after Chairman Omali Yeshitela today, because that's what he has been for more than 60 years. So I just deeply salute the leadership of the chairman and the party, and also Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshitela. And finally, I want to also salute, well, two more things. I want to salute our lawyers, Leonard Goodman, who just spoke, and he's incredible, and just for all the reasons, his brilliance and his stance doing this case pro bono. And I liked what he said, a Jewish lawyer who opposes colonialism. That's not bad. That's not bad. That should catch on. I like that. And the other lawyers who are also incredible, Mutaki Akbar, Addie Griffin, Tom Inskeep, and Angela Rainey. We can't overstate the role played by Angela. Right. And finally, I want to salute my comrade and wife, Amanda Carlozzi, who is here. Amanda was there on July 29th. She was actually not my wife at that point. Little known story, I proposed to her on that day. And part of why is because she was so courageous, so strong, so amazing that it was like, you know what? This is the one. So, yeah. There's nobody I'd rather be raided by the FBI with. So, Uhuru, Amanda.
I chose Brown.
Yes, Uhuru.
So, oh my God, I gotta go with this.
Ralph Pointer Presente. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah. Uhuru.
right on, you did the right thing.
I agree. Thank you.
Yeah.
He the right to visit him.
So,
Indeed. Not one day in prison. Uhuru. So Chairwoman Penny mentioned we just got back from the National Lawyers Guild convention in Birmingham, and that was great. It was great to be there. And one of the things that we wanted to do there was to bring some education that we have gotten, incredible education that we have gotten from the ultimate revolutionary law professor, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who's been guiding us a baptism in fire, as they say, through the past, especially the past 2 years, but the past 50 years, 60 years that the chairman has been doing this and taking this on. And some of the things that we wanted to help all of the participants of that convention understand is that this trial that just happened, the trial of the Uhuru 3 that we're talking about, was a political trial based on political charges using political laws. And those political laws are colonial law. It's colonial law that we're looking at. Law, as the chairman says, created by the colonial ruling class. And when Leonard Goodman filed the motion for dismissal on these charges based on the violation of the First Amendment, the government's response was that it wasn't a violation of the First Amendment because the 18 USC 951, the foreign agents charge, they said, is content neutral. It's a content neutral law. It has nothing to do with what you're saying, they argued. It's about the fact that someone else, the Russians, told you to say it. But the fact of the matter is, as the chairman has clarified, all of the laws, all of the so-called content neutral laws have, under colonial law, have been used to target and attempt to silence African people exercising their right to freedom of speech. The same goes for the conspiracy law. The conspiracy law is probably the most obvious colonial law that's been used to attack any instance where two or more African people come together to talk and even think about getting free. But every other law has also been used for that same purpose, whether it's resisting arrest, blocking traffic, incitement to riot, or the Joe Waller law, as they used to call it in Florida, disturbing the peace, etc. All of these laws are used under colonialism and enforced by the colonial state to try to silence African people from having the right to speak and the right to organize. Because, like the chairman says, the laws are created by the colonizers and enforced by the state to preserve order, law and order, to preserve the order, the social order of a status quo built on slavery, genocide, the type of heinous violence that Chairwoman Penny has just described. So that's the basis for the law. And the chairman has demystified the law, disrobed it, if you will, in reference to the judges that come in their robes. Not too bad, not too bad. And, because it really presents itself as this godlike thing, the law. And it presents itself as omnipotent and invincible. They even they call the federal government the conviction machine because they have this notorious 98% conviction rate. and you can't beat the feds. And it's just this invincible monster. But the chairman says, how do you fight an invincible monster? Make it fight itself. So the weapon, the thing that the monster created while African people were still enslaved was the First Amendment right to freedom of speech. So the chairman picked up that sword and handed it right back to them and made them fight themselves with it by taking on the anti-colonial free speech movement. So that's the strategy and the genius of the chairman that the lawyers executed so brilliantly in that court. And so I wanted to just share a few of my personal favorite moments from the trial of the Uhuru 3. So, and some of them involve Leonard Goodman, who was just on with us a second ago. But again, the laws that were used against us, as the chairman says, they're explicitly political laws. All laws are ultimately political. These are explicitly political laws. They're not laws to stop, murder or child sex trafficking or something like that. They're laws to stop political activity that the U.S. government doesn't like by saying that it's being sponsored by a foreign government. The Foreign Agent Law 951 came out of the 1917 Espionage Act, an anti-spying law that was created at a time when the Garvey movement was on the rise and anti-colonial struggle was sweeping the world. That's the charge that they used against the chairman and the Uhuru 3, the 951 law, acting as an agent of a foreign government without notifying the Attorney General. And I know later on we're going to be talking about repealing this law and the Foreign Agent Registration Act. Those two laws are almost identical in terms of what they are supposed to impose a penalty for. Both of those laws say that if you're convicted, if you're charged under it, it's because you failed to register with the Attorney General before acting as a foreign agent. But there is a difference between 951 and Foreign Agent Registration Act. W.E.B. Du Bois was charged under the Foreign Agent Registration Act in the early 1950s, accused of being a Russian agent. Under the Foreign Agent Registration Act, they have to send you a letter to tell you that they want you to register as a foreign agent. So Du Bois got that letter and was like, what the hell is this? And threw it in the garbage. And then they charged him and put him on trial. 951, there is no such obligation for the government to send you a letter. They can notify you that they think you should register by banging down your door at 5 a.m. and zip tying your hands behind your back like they did to the chairman and handcuffing you like they did to Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella, using drones, using flashbang grenades, using assault rifles. That's how they let you know under 951 that they think you should have registered as a foreign agent. And 951 has a 10-year prison sentence. Foreign Agent Registration Act has a 5-year prison sentence. So they used 951 to go after Chairman Omali Shatella and the Uhuru movement. And I'll skip over some of this. Maybe we can get into later when we talk about the foreign agents laws. The other law they used was the conspiracy law, which is, it's been talked about already. Some groups refer to it as the prosecutor's darling or the prosecutor's dream, because they don't have to prove anything. They can have no evidence whatsoever. They don't even have, they claim the main thing they have to prove is that there was an agreement between 2 or more persons to commit an unlawful act, but they don't have to provide evidence of that agreement. They just have to convince a jury that based on what you saw, you can infer that such an agreement took place in their heads at some point. It's a thought crime. And in this case, it's a preposterous thought crime. Chairman Omali, they're not mind readers, but Chairman Omali Shatella's mind would not even think, oh, I want to be a Russian agent someday. For 7 years, he was thinking about being a Russian agent. It's absurd. It's absurd. And it's clearly a cover for the real purpose of the attack, which is to attack African people, to attack the struggle of African people to be free. That's what it's about. It doesn't make any sense legally. It's completely, when you tell people, in the courtroom, when they announced the verdict, part of the silence was confusion because it doesn't make any sense. They said, conspiracy to act as agents of Russia without notifying the Attorney General. Guilty. Acting as agents of Russia without notifying the Attorney General. Not guilty. What happened? It makes no sense unless you understand it politically. So, okay, so just to close, I know I only have a few minutes. So some moments from the trial, from the front lines of the month-long trial that ended up only being a week. September 3rd, and then the verdict came on September 12th. The government presented 14 witnesses. 14 witnesses. None of them were, as the chairman has said, none of them were people. None of them were actual people. No one got the $10 million that they offered as a reward to come in and testify against the chairman. No one. They couldn't find anybody. Even our co-defendant didn't end up working with them. So instead, they had 12 FBI agents, most of whom, acted like they didn't know much about the case beyond the pictures they took of Chairwoman Penny's bookshelf, showing the 3 copies of Amalia Shatella Speaks, or the chairman's bookshelf, showing his books about the Russian Revolution, and holding up an upside-down Russian flag. I mean, this is what they presented as evidence. One guy said he met the FSB officer. How did you know he was an FSB officer? Well, he gave me a baseball cap with an FSB emblem on it. So this is the kind of evidence their FBI agents were presenting. And then, out of 13 terabytes of data, 4 emails out of context, repeated on a loop. I could feel the crowd behind me every time can you pull up that email, please? And I could feel people going, oh, this one again. Okay. So, and then they had 2 professors, just total charlatans that had nothing. I think it backfired for the government using them because they didn't know anything about the case either. And they ended up, they were questioned, how much are you making being here today? Is it 1,000? Oh, I don't know. I have to check my books. I'm not really sure. Is it 5,000? I got to check. 10,000? Well, I have to check with my accountant and see. Obviously, they knew they were lying. They were paid to be there. Everybody was paid to be there. And on the other hand, the case fell apart so spectacularly under cross-examination, and our lawyers were able to introduce evidence without calling a witness. They were able to show 50 years of history. And also the evidence that the government showed was good for us. They showed private conversations. What is the chairman talking about privately? His unconditional unity with the Mexican people, having the right to their land. His belief that African people are their own liberators. That's what was revealed in all of the internal emails. There was no discrepancy between the public message and the private message. Then our attorneys introduced Uhuru. Then our attorneys introduced 50 years of Burning Spear newspapers, pamphlets, pictures of the marches against genocide going back to 1979, videos of the chairman in Russia talking to a member of the anti-globalization movement about why he was there and what he hoped to accomplish. And as a consequence, we called 0 witnesses. We called no witnesses because the chairman got to testify through that evidence without the government having an opportunity to try to undo it through cross-examination. So it was very brilliant. And in my last 2 minutes, I'll just share with you 2 moments that I really enjoyed. Some of you probably remember this. So on September 5th, 2 days into the trial, they had an FBI agent who was actually Russian, interestingly enough, Anna Myers, as I think Addie called her, who had reviewed communications supposedly between Alexander Ionov from the anti-globalization movement of Russia and several other Russians that the government claimed without any proof were employees of the Russian government. And our lawyers tried to keep that evidence out because it was complete hearsay. That was the evidence where they claimed that the Russians created the idea for reparations in 2015. So then Leonard Goodman stood up, and because this woman was from the counterintelligence department of the FBI. So her job was to investigate threats to national security. So she was testifying in her capacity as a counterintelligence officer investigating threats to national security. So Leonard Goodman asked her, you said the scope of your work is counterintelligence to investigate threats to national security. Is that correct? As a counterintelligence agent, yes, correct. Is holding a rally and demanding reparations for police abuse or years of forced labor for Black people, is that damaging to the national security of the United States? No. Is protesting police killings, is that damaging to the national security of the United States? No. What about protesting war? No. Is protesting US foreign policy in foreign countries, is that damaging the national security of the United States? No. What about protesting US support for Ukraine? Does that damage national security? No. And then my favorite part, nothing further. Thank you. So finally, so this was something, I think the first time I read this, I attributed it to Addie, but based on the way it sounds, I actually think it was Mutaki. So the lead agent, okay, the lead investigator, I'll close with this. The lead investigator was a woman named Kelly Bowen, who she was the star witness. She was up there for a whole day with a giant binder and a PowerPoint presentation going through all the evidence. And she was supposed to be like, you know, the be all end all, because the other agents could say, oh, that wasn't my purview, but her purview was the whole thing. So the cross-examination also took a whole day with her. And she started off very confident.
Yeah.
She seemed very well trained. She was very slippery with how she got around the cross-examination, but it wore off. And she started to wither. I think Amanda said she saw a couple teardrops coming down her face at some point.
Yeah.
And she was the one who was grilled by all of our attorneys, including Mutaki, on the bogus allegations that the chairman and the Uhuru 3 had participated in a plot with Russia to interfere in the St. Petersburg, Florida mayor's race and city council elections in 2017 and 2019. So Mutaki, I believe, says, so he had his WhatsApp, he said in his WhatsApp that he contributed $450 to the campaign of Jesse Neville, or was it Akile? The FBI agent says, I think it was discussing Akile's campaign. All right, and you found that to be absolutely not true either. We did not find evidence of that contribution. All right, that's why it's Mutaki, yeah. And you went through the finance records, the contribution records? Yes. And in those contribution records, there was nothing to match up with that? Yes. No other evidence that there was any kind of interference with the elections at all? No. All right. You mentioned a statement that was written about the Department of Justice that Alexander Ionov brought up in July 2022? Yes, that's correct. You're familiar with the statement? Yes, there was a Department of Justice press release. You're familiar with that statement. It was a press release about the indictment of Ionov. In that press release, they said that election interference had taken place. I don't have the press release memorized, the FBI agent said, but that was probably in there. All right, why would that be included if there's no evidence of election interference at all? I don't know, was her answer. All right. You're the lead investigator, aren't you? I don't write the DOJ press releases, she said. I'm sure they consulted with you about it, didn't they? I don't think I reviewed a draft of it. This is their star witness. You were involved in the indictment being drafted, correct? As FBI agents, we don't draft the indictment, which is not what he asked. But you consulted about it. We provided evidence, yes. And there's also included in the indictment no evidence of that either. It was in the indictment, right? And there's no evidence of election interference. There's evidence that they're talking about the election, she says. There's no evidence of election interference, he says. That's correct, she said. So in her closing argument, Addie Griffin told the jury that they found no evidence of any criminal conspiracy involving the chairman, but what they did find was evidence of a criminal conspiracy between Kelly Bowen and the federal prosecutor's office to lie to the public, the people of this country, about election interference in order to sow discord and create panic. So with that, I'll just skip ahead here and say December 16th will be the next great victory. I look forward to reading the Tampa Bay Times coverage of that day, which I expect will be similar to what they wrote about on the day of the verdict, that the chairman came out of the courthouse, lifted his fist up, and said relentless as a crowd of supporters shouted out in a jubilant cry of Uhuru.
Uhuru, Uhuru.
I just want to say a few things about the trial. I appreciate Comrade Leonard Goodman, who, as he stated, and we've appreciated so much, took on this case pro bono. And he is the one who wrote the motion calling for dismissal of the charges once they were, and he used as the basis of the dismissal a history of what the African People's Socialist Party has always stood for, what we stand, et cetera, et cetera. That was introduced immediately into the court process. And I thought that was important and powerful, because the first time we've seen since the 1960s, the development of what we can characterize as the real movement lawyers. The other thing I wanted to appreciate was Goodman's statement that he is a Jewish lawyer who is opposed to colonialism.
Yeah.
And while many people didn't recognize it, and there was no effort to expose this reality, we had a Jewish lawyer. We had one of the Uhuru three, a Jewish guy, raised in a Jewish family. One of the lawyers also was a Muslim lawyer. So we had, I don't know, Penny may be what Obama characterized Black people as being, himself as being, a mutt. I don't know where she was associated with whatever. But, we had Penny Hess, just a white woman, not just a white woman, but a very courageous and heroic white woman, a Jewish lawyer, white man, and also a Jewish co-defender, and a Muslim lawyer defending us. That's who we are. That's what this movement is. And I think it's important to say that because we are not race nationalists. Our objective in pursuing this is not to prove the superiority or anything of Black people versus white people or anything like that. We want to build a different kind of society where the race is a colonial invention anyway. Even the notion of race did not exist before the emergence of colonialism. It was born out of that entire process. But we protest this notion and the ability of some white people to distinguish themselves by characterizing a special feature of oppression that somehow would place them above other people and their suffering as greater than other suffering. I mean, how do you measure suffering? And the fact is that if we started that, if you read Hosea Jaffe, he's an extraordinary historian. You should look for this book called A History of Africa. He says that 100 and how do you say 100 and a half? 100, but 1.5. No, something like 100 million Africans were killed during this whole slave process. And he goes to 200 million, and he quotes, and not he says that, but Walter Rodney, an esteemed historian, says more than 100 million African people were killed in the slave process. This is what we're talking about. So how do you measure that and tell us the greatest crime against humanity was something that white people committed against themselves? White people committed a genocide before there was a word called genocide. There was no word for genocide. The word for genocide was created in order to create a special place in history for people who would become oppressors ultimately. I hope I made that point. There was no term. When 100 or 200 million African people were murdered, they weren't calling it genocide. There was no such thing. And the fact that you cannot find indigenous people clearly identified walking the streets of Washington, D.C., that's a profound statement if you want to talk about murder and mayhem and brutality. And in a place where white people call themselves Jews, walk freely up and down the streets, but you can't find an indigenous person. So, when you talk about murder, et cetera, how do you measure that? How do you do that except you want to use what happened to you as a cover for what has happened to the rest of the world? And it's a protector. It's something that that is used to obscure the murder that even gave birth to the social system that we are talking about. That's the thing that makes it a problem. It's not because we don't like Jews or something like that. I don't feel good even having to make that statement. Because when nobody has to talk about not liking Black people, you understand? No, I don't even feel comfortable making that statement, but I will make that statement. It's not that. It's the fact is that if you don't get to the origin of the contradiction, you can't fix it. You understand? And here's the thing. And people say, well, how do you know who's telling the truth? I wasn't there, et cetera, et cetera. Here's the thing. The oppressed cannot afford to lie about this stuff because we can't be free unless we get to the truth. It's the oppressor that must obscure the truth, must hide the truth in order to maintain a system of oppression. I'm not saying that some charlatans in our mix who don't lie about our situation. I'm not even going to mention people like charlatan Al or other folk, who have a profession in doing that. There's some Black people. I can mention lawyers who every time the police kills an African people, a person in a very obvious kind of way, and they know they're going to hit the lottery, right? And they rush to the scene. But you don't see them when the oppression is happening on a regular basis. So I just wanted to say that. And another thing that I think is really important is that this issue of free speech is something that is confused because there is often an assumption that of free speech, because people can hear about the NAACP. They can read about the NAACP, generally speaking. They can even, generally speaking, hear about another Democratic Party entity, like Black Lives Matter. They can hear about that, et cetera. But the question of African people who are struggling for liberation, that's the question. And so people don't hear that. They haven't heard for 3 generations, there has been no discussion about the colonial domination of African people. Only thing they can hear about is Black people protest because white people don't like us. Some kind of thing about racism. So when they hear us talking about colonialism, it's jarring on their ears to hear this. Because the fact is that the colonizer is the subject of history, and the colonized are objects of history. And what that means in part is the colonizer is unused to hearing an opinion about himself that he does not create or approves of. And then you got colonized people. And this is serious because one reason white people haven't had the ability to hear our opinions is because they kill us for us. They kill us for us. They put us in prison for just having a disagreement with them. And so when they finally hear an opinion that's not the NAACP's opinion, it's not their opinion of us or their opinion of themselves, because the oppressed, generally speaking, has a different opinion of you than you have of yourself. And this is what is the real problem. We see situations where they think they know something because they can hear from these chosen leaders to make these statements. And the chosen leaders are the ones who say what they want to hear. They rock them to sleep, as Malcolm used to say. These chosen leaders just rock them to sleep. This is exactly what they want to hear. And they're always shocked and surprised when what those chosen leaders said and the eruptions in our communities that come about as a consequence of our relationship to this society. So they're always shocked. They're always surprised. I want to say that this was an incredible trial, and this conviction on the question of conspiracy, and I hate being put in a place where we have to act like there's something legitimate about the trial itself.
Yeah.
We got to act like, well, the law says such and such a thing. Which law? You understand? You have to act like there's something legitimate about this process that we just went through. US 18C 951. What? Shucks. You understand? We have to act like there's something legitimate. We have to act like they ain't been killing Black people. They put Nat Turner on trial. And in 1831, they took him to trial. Mm-hmm. They put him on trial because he said, strike at night and spare no one. And he organized all kinds of African people, and they struck out to free themselves from enslavement. And they killed some white people, and would have killed more if they had been, much more effective, et cetera. If some of the Africans hadn't been so terrorized by the process, they put him on trial. And then they found him guilty. Surprise, surprise. But here's the problem. Here's the contradiction that reveals what it is we're looking at. If Nat Turner had been found not guilty at the trial, would he have been free? Would he have been free? If Nat Turner had been found not guilty at the trial, would he have been free? He still would have been property. He still would have been owned. He still would have been enslaved. And so this was just a formality that they went through. And it gives legitimacy to their concept of democracy because they put him on trial before they killed him. They put us on trial. We have a slogan, they used to kill us legally, something like that. No, they used to hang us from a tree. Now they lynch us legally. Yes. That used to be a slogan that we had. And that's the reality. That's the relationship that we have here. I want to say that a concern they had, I appreciate Scott Ritter on yesterday, who made the statement. Scott Ritter's a Marine. He was one of their weapons inspectors when they were getting ready to invade Iraq, looking for so-called weapons of mass destruction. And that's the first time I read anything about this guy. I know who he was. It was just a weapons inspector that kept saying, there are no weapons of mass destruction here, despite everything everybody else was saying, despite what Colin Powell and the rest of them were saying. He said, there's no weapons of mass destruction. I appreciated what he said. He said something to the effect that a fear they have is I can learn from Chairman O'Malley. And that I'm a white guy. I'm not like you, I'm a white guy. And if I can learn from him, he can speak to me, then he can speak to other people like me. And that's the damn problem that they're confronted with. And there's some people who were upset because I did an interview with Tucker Carlson. Yes, I did an interview with Tucker Carlson. I spoke to Tucker Carlson to at least 3 million white people. The white left doesn't have a relationship with white people. I want to talk to white people. I believe if the white people could hear me talk about colonialism, and they can hear that they don't have to have this relationship with colonialism, I believe at least if they don't like me, agree with me, they don't have to feel like they have to attack me and kill me. Yes. You know what I'm saying? That's what has to happen. So we had that jury that came there on September 3rd. And even though they eliminated the African people who would be on that jury, I can talk to these white people. These white people saw us. They saw what we had to. They didn't hear us say a damn thing about racism. They didn't hear us say nothing about how we don't like white people or anything to that effect. We went straight to the heart. We talked about colonialism. My lawyer stood up and said, Chairman O'Malley Shatella is a revolutionary. He cannot be bought. We didn't hide from the revolution. We said he's a revolutionary. Was that true? We had Mutaki Akbar, who was one of the lawyers in his opening statements. He started off, Uhuru. To imprison me for saying. He said, I'm saying this is Swahili for freedom. Freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of assembly. You're going to be hearing that throughout this trial. This is the kind of stuff that happened in this trial. So this jury heard all of that. This was the evidence that was being brought to them by us. And then, of course, the prosecutor brought evidence. They showed us, perhaps this was ours, when we did this winter encampment, where we traveled something like 5 or 6 states throughout this country with Muriel Fanon and the United Nations. And Cam was there in Chicago when we came through in Chicago. And we were testifying. We brought people to testify before the United Nations for the crimes that's being committed against African people here. They showed that. And so this is our history. We exposed it. We revealed our history. And that jury people we didn't know. We had never met these people before. And despite the fact they had kicked off the only one African juror, and refused the request by one of our lawyers to let the other alternative Africans sit on the jury, since they had replaced us, especially based on the kind of case this was. Despite that, the jury refused to go along with the United States government's assumption or assault on us that says we were working for the Russians. Now, this was important because what they were doing with that is delegitimizing any complaint that Black people have about our treatment in this country. So what they did was cleanse themselves of the murder and mayhem that this government and the population here commit against African people. There's nothing wrong with America. There's nothing wrong with the treatment of Black people. There's nothing wrong with gentrification. There's nothing wrong with police murder. There's nothing wrong with bombing houses in Philadelphia. There's nothing wrong with any of that. Something wrong with these guys here for complaining. So the criticism of our treatment becomes the crime. Because what it does is exposes this relationship at a critical time of a declining empire. So I just think it's really important to say that. I don't hide from it who I am. I don't hide for what we stand for. Black people must be free. Can't even be questionable. We have to be free, just like any other people, and we have to, if we're not free, then we have to be engaged permanently, consistently for the right to be free, the ability to be free. If you don't do that, if you surrender your dignity, your humanity to slavery, you don't do that voluntarily. You don't do that. Some people, they said that they attacked us and it took them 9 months to indict us. In that 9-month period, I think that they wanted us to roll over and say, okay, we'll come in and make a plea deal or run, do something else. At times in my history, I to do something else. You understand? Such a thing as a First Amendment. They said that. I didn't write that shit. We didn't write it. We didn't write it. We wrote it. And damn it, we're going to shove it. You wrote it. And so when you attack us for talking, you're undermining yourself.
Yeah.
You understand? You lose your own legitimacy, not only with the peoples around the world, with yourself. The system itself rots. It rots. It rots. Because in order for an oppressor to last, a social system to exist, the oppressor has to believe that the rule is just and permanent. And everything that we do helps it to understand that it's not just. They say to hell with what the law is, let's go ahead and put them in prison anyway. They feel like the rule is not permanent because the masses of oppressed people are rising up everywhere and it's shaking this thing to its foundation. But that's to be expected. If you build your house on a fault line, people in California know what the hell I'm talking about. You know, if you build your house on a fault line of colonial oppression, you have to expect to get the consequences of the kind of earthquake that you have constructed your house on. Every time an African moves, see Leonard Peltier, how in the hell can anybody talk to us about genocide? How can you talk to us about genocide? How can you? I live in a country where in my hometown, right next to the city hall, there's a huge edifice that's called the Holocaust Museum. And the Holocaust Museum doesn't have anything to do with the people against whom genocide was committed in this country, in St. Petersburg. They got a little plaque that they finally had to put up for James Evans. His name John or James Evans? John Evans, who they lynched right there in St. Petersburg. A little tiny plaque. They got a huge edifice, Holocaust Museum, on land that they have access to because they murdered the damn population here. But what the hell? The fact is that every now and then the Holocaust Museum will sponsor an event about the oppression of Black people. Remember that when they did that? You remember and Gwendolyn Reese talking about we used to have a SNCC office here? This is the kind of stuff we live in. We don't tolerate that. So since we don't play that game, we take the covers off. Everything we do is designed to win our freedom. And this doesn't say anything about being perfect human beings. We have the same issues you do. Everybody has, but what we can say is that there is no dignity in being a compliant slave. There's no dignity in that. There's no dignity in that. There's no dignity in that. And that there are some things worse than death. Truly there are. And I don't, I must believe in life. This month, I think, was my 83rd birthday. And I go to the gym. Every time I get a chance, I try to eat well and do all those other things. I believe in life. But I also believe that there are some things that's worse than death. And I refuse to allow them to have me crawling. And so that this is the example I set for African people. They arrested me in 1966, December, for tearing down a mural this is in the seat of government in St. Petersburg. This is where the government is headquartered. They had a picture up there. Nobody put them on trial. You understand? They had a picture up there where African people are characterized with big pink lips over most of our faces, with elongated arms and limbs and stuff like that. That's normal. And we told them to take it down. We tore it down. They put me in prison. They sentenced me to 5 years in prison for tearing that down. And the fact is that when I was on trial, the lawyers, the government approached the lawyers and the lawyer said they want you to get on the stand and they want to ask you, if you had a chance, would you do it again? Yeah. And if I said no, you understand, I could walk or certainly wouldn't have to go to prison. How in the hell could I do that? Because if I did it, it's a statement to all those African people who are out there that they look at them cower. You understand? This is what they want them to do. This is what they did when they attacked the Black Panther Party in Philadelphia in 1972, I think it was, and had the media out there and had them undressed and took pictures of them in their drawers and what have you. This is a humiliation. This is what we do to your leaders. You can't do that voluntarily. You can't do that. I can't do it in a damn way. So we're going to be free. Right. I just want everybody to remember. We remember Nat Turner. Do you remember the name of the judge who prosecuted him? We still remember Marcus Garvey. Do you remember the name of the judge who prosecuted him? Understand? We remember the Panther 21. It might be hard to forget some of these people because we made such a fuss about them, like we made about the judge who prosecuted Mumia, and had made a promise that he was going, yeah. But the point that I'm making is that the Garveys, the Nat Turners, the rest of them, they live with us. And they do live with us. And they will be there forever. I just want to say that, and thank you so much. And the thing that's problematic, a very serious problem in terms of this trial, is this conviction on conspiracy, because it doesn't require us to do anything. You see, you don't have to do anything. They say you thought about doing it. They say you're not guilty of doing this. This is literally what happened in the trial. They said you're not guilty of acting as a Russian agent, but you're guilty of conspiring to do what you didn't do. That's an extraordinary kind of conviction. Yeah, yeah. And so there's a man, and you've heard me say this before, named George Orwell. He wrote a book called 1984. I read that book every now and then, and in the book, one of the characters make the statement, who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. So they're in power now. So there was no enslavement of African people. There was no genocide committed against us. There was no terror committed against indigenous people here, etc. They control the present, so they control the past. And they think that they will be able to control the future. But their control of the present is on a shaky foundation. And that's why they would attack us. And I want to thank you. And also, we have to stay solid in our unity with the Palestinian people. We have to also be concerned about moving forward. This is a huge discussion that's happening now, more and more, even here from so-called Black leftists, who want to make what we are confronted with now as some kind of fight against fascism. And that bothers the hell out of me, because fascism is a concept that was necessary to create, to define something that was happening to white people. Because there is no scientific kind of definition you can come up with fascism. I'm telling everybody, go look it up. You can find 5 or 6 definitions, what it could mean, what it means. They had Mussolini created fascism in 1915. 1916, 1915, England created Nigeria. So this whole notion of fascism acts as a cover for colonialism, because what they call fascism is when features that Africans and other colonized people are dealing with every day begins to creep into the society of the colonizers. That's fascism, a special thing. Was no fascism when they killed George Floyd, was no fascism associated with all these African people in prison, was no fascism with the gentrification we face every day in our lives, was no fascist who bombed that house in Philadelphia. Was no fascism. Fascism is that time when it appears that the contradiction that the rest of us are confronted with, it begins to permeate or penetrate into the society of white people. This thing is so serious that much of the white left refused to support the Black Panther Party in a serious way. They didn't. And the only way the Panthers were able to get that support, 1972, when they held a conference, national conference against fascism. And when they held a conference against fascism, I think some 5,000 people showed up. Majority of them were white. The Communist Party, USA, who was led by a man named Gus Hall, who had defined the Black Liberation Army as an organization of bandits before then. You see what I'm talking about? So, all the people come out, they come to fight against fascism because it seems to involve problems for white people. But the thing is, why do you have to be affected by it? We weren't affected when they were killing people in Nicaragua, and we say and the Nicaraguans wanted to get, we say, support the Nicaraguans. We weren't being killed in Palestine. We said we support the Palestinian struggle. Why do white people have to say, we can't support you unless you support us? Especially when everything you got comes as a consequence of what's been taken from us. I've talked too long. This question, though, of conspiracy is really important. We have to beat them. I'm hoping that everybody here can be in Tampa, Florida. Let's make them have to get another big courtroom, and let's have to get more overflow spaces, et cetera. And we're going to do that. And Sister Pam said she's going to be on the 15th. That's good, because we're going to have a rally. We're going to have a rally on the 15th, which is Sunday. And then Monday, we're going over to the courthouse. Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much, comrades. Uhuru.
A question and answer session, 10 minutes. And somebody please help time me. And also, as I'm not in the Zoom room, if there are questions online in the Zoom room, could somebody please monitor that? Do we have any questions? I saw Sister Pam Africa first and then Brother Diop. How do we want to do this? Do you have a microphone they could? You come up, right, come up to the mic.
Come on.
Come down.
So Pam, I believe you got that stick to hurt somebody.
Yes, you have.
You know, it serves a dual purpose, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It serves a dual purpose. Okay, I have a question. I go into the prisons all the time. I feel so good about being here today, being in the courtroom, and the brothers and sisters inside the prisons.
Yes.
I can go to some people and I can make them feel it. But what I felt in here today, I think that each person who spoke, information should be translated and it should go into the prison.
Right on.
It should go into the prison. It should go into the prison. We know how it make us feel. I want them brothers and sisters to feel that way. Feel that Black pride.
Yes.
Feel that solidarity movement. You know, it gotta be. We have got to let them know, because these are people inside that can organize, that do organize. We need to give them the weapon.
Yes.
Yes. That was my statement. That was my thing. I was. They gotta know, they gotta feel
Right on.
Yes.
the reality, the realness.
Right on.
Brother Diop, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to say that with regards to getting to the prison inmates, and I'm just going to make this statement real quick. The Burning Spear newspaper has been going out to the prisons, to the inmates for decades. There has been lately how could I say, a stopping of the inmates getting the newspaper, stopping of getting information. Now, I'm going to go on with my question. Chairman and others on the panel, you did mention the way forward. I've looked at the fact that unless we stand up and speak forwardly and truthfully and honestly about our condition, and still have the possibility of winning, because we'll win only when we tell the truth. Hello? So what further do we need to do? That's why I'm grateful for the Black is Back coalition of 18 organizations. This is the power that we need, and your leadership as well. What do we do going forth outside of packing the courthouse on the 16th of December, and outside and beyond that, that would draw forces and compel forces to work as a collective? Uhuru.
Uhuru, I'm glad you said outside of that, because I think the coalition itself is a powerful manifestation of what it is we should do. We brought all of these different organizations together. We've brought coherence to our struggle, and people have been able to spread the message of anti-colonialism to all quarters. And I think that's really important. Two, of course, we want to be at the courthouse in Tampa. But three, part of what we're doing, and we'll probably talk about that later on today, create a whole movement crossing the political spectrum to get rid of these foreign agent registration law, that act. We don't just lay down and say we don't like it anymore. Let's build a whole movement. There are all kinds of people affected by that. Let's build a whole movement that we can across the political spectrum. I don't care what else you believe in. If anybody we can get, from Nazis to ultra leftists who don't call themselves Nazis, to put all, we need a whole massive movement to fight for the ability of people to connect and do stuff and not have to worry about being this foreign registration act and what have you. I mean, one of the things that was mentioned by somebody here was that I think it was Comrade Jesse. He talked about how the only ones we know for sure that worked with a foreign government based on their statements was the United States FBI. The FBI, based on the testimony they brought forward, had a secret meeting, and I say it's secret because nobody else knew about it, with the Russian intelligence. Even while that same Russian intelligence and the guy who they met with was supposed to have been in charge of the guy who we were supposed to be working for, they had meetings with this guy. And this is what happened. So I just think that's, that's worth mentioning. So that Foreign Registration Act thing's got to go. Comrade Cam can talk about how this folk that we knew in Chicago, Prince Asiel, I think, may have been the brother who, because he lobbied for Zimbabwe to end the sanctions the United States has imposed on Zimbabwe, they put him in prison for working for a foreign government without registration, etc. So that's a horrible thing. We got to get rid of that law, but they don't put APAC. This is the this entity that represents Israeli interests throughout this country that puts millions of dollars. They are just the ones who put somebody in power in St. Louis, Missouri. They put in every place. Yeah, this is the kind of, they don't register as foreign agents or anything like that. So we have to build a whole movement to expose and assault that. And then I want to say also, so that's part of what we'll talk about before this is over. And also, we're in the process of building an anti-colonial kind of a free speech, not just a free speech, but a human rights organization of colonized people everywhere for human rights. We're in the same organization, located in various places around the country and some places out of the country to be connected together. And this is something that's on the right now that we are working to create. We're not retreating, you know. Our objective, we have to use this place now because, you know, some of you may be old enough to remember there was a time in this country when I was growing up, they used to brag about how free speech was such. They needed free speech. Free speech is wonderful. They call it market of ideas, et cetera, et cetera. But now you can't say anything. They talk about how people going on social media and becoming radicalized, like there's a disease there called radicalism once you go on social media. So they don't want anybody to have any kind of discussion. You can't tolerate that. You can't live like that. We can't. So anyway, that's the kind of movement we're trying to build, Comrade Sayero. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrade. Thank you so much, Chairman.
I know, Sister Belinda, I see you have your hand up. Brother Diop had a question next, and then Sister Belinda, you, okay?
Comrade. Yeah, I just want to first of all express my unity with everything that's been said. Yeah. And I have a question because it seems to be, you know, it seems clear that the prosecution of the state didn't even take its own argument seriously. You know, it's some really glaring contradictions in its arguments and charges during the court proceedings. So, and it seems clear that it's just an attempt to, because people are going to read the headline, if there's any, about, you know, this indictment of Black liberation leadership, and in doing so, the credibility is an attempt to attack the credibility of the African liberation movement and its leadership. That seems very clear. And one of my questions was in terms of like, because this all seems to have been coming down, you know, close to the election. And so one of my questions is, do you think there's a relationship in terms of the propaganda campaign, you know, what their political objective in terms of the state's indictment and trial so close to the election, what relationship that had to this entire process? The other question I had is around, well, you know, this conspiracy question, because you do have, you know, this, even with the Diddy thing, which, you know, we have criticisms of the way in which Diddy portrays himself through his music, and you know, I heard and I unite, you know what I mean, in terms of the need to raise up revolutionary leadership and principles and values through our music and culture. I unite with that. But it seems at the same time that the feds and the state, and through the prosecution of Diddy, is attempting to win a certain kind of, again, you know, support from even an African base with its activities, which don't just include this attack on Diddy, which even a sector of the Black community can say, yeah, Diddy foul, you know, and you know, but that's not all the feds is doing, because even at the same time, they're trying to lock up the leadership of the African Liberation Movement, you know, the movement of, you know, international socialism. So the Diddy thing is not all they do, but it seems that we cannot ignore the fact that all of this is happening at the same time. And lastly, on this conspiracy thing and this entire, you know, this counterinsurgent attempt to undermine, you know, organizational activity, independent organizational activity amongst especially Africans who got influence. You had Young Thug, you know what I mean, who, you know, facing, you know, Life can speak more about the RICO thing or whatever, but, you know, essentially these charges that have everything to do with association, and cats who have got out of the situation, like Young Thug's co-defendant, Gunner, he was able to get out of it by simply signing, you know, a statement the feds wrote or the state wrote. Actually, it wasn't even the feds, it was the police, you know, saying that I don't have nothing to do with YSL, young slime, you know what I mean? And in doing that, he got out of many of the charges, you know what I mean, and left Young Thug isolated. But you know, and we have other, you know, but the point is that the political motivation to attack any manifestation of independent, you know, economic and social and, you know, activity through these charges seems to be really an important aspect of this as well. And the last thing I want to raise is just in terms of the free speech thing. You got struggles like in the city of Philadelphia where workers is getting fired for trying to organize unions and other types of organizations to defend their rights as workers on the job and whatnot. And, you know, there's campaigns on the ground right now that are designed to defend the right for the workers to organize in defense of their economic rights, you know, at jobs and whatnot. So in terms of how it relates to the free speech question, you know, the whole attack on the right to organize and assemble on a political level amongst workers in that particular situation, perhaps we should consider that to be part of this free speech struggle as well.
I have to say, the Sister Belinda has her hand up. I just want to get that question, and then because we're at time, we have to be very disciplined because a lot of people, you know, have to go and all that kind of stuff. So, Sister Belinda, would you please ask your question, and then, Brother Chairman, you can go on and answer. We'll move from there. Uhuru.
Uhuru, I put my question in the chat to Sister Lisa. My question is that the raids that happen, can they also discourage us from moving forward?
Okay, Brother Chairman, if you can answer that, and then we'll be at time.
Uhuru, thank you so much. I want to say that's part of the reason the raids happen. It's because they want to discourage anybody from moving forward. They want to shut you up. They want to set an example. I was looking at a picture. You know, I don't understand social media that much, but something came up on I guess Facebook, and you know, it's a picture we've seen too often. We've seen it, Black people, you know, with somebody who they had enslaved, and they've got this mask, the iron mask they put over their faces so they can't talk, they can't eat, they can't do anything. That's traditional, you know, kind of stuff. And so they don't want us to be able to talk. And you have been in New York, in particular, where they have, I think, is it Harlem, where they have this parade every year? What's it called? No, there's a parade that's mostly Africans, particularly associated with the Caribbean. Brooklyn, that's in Brooklyn, yeah. Well, okay, Caribbean Day. You notice how as soon as it gets dark, or start to get dark, they bring in the horses and everything else to make the Africans get out of there. They cannot tolerate discussions by you, by us. What the hell do we have to talk about? I mean, that's a literal truth. And you get us together, we talk about our conditions. You know, man, you know, no, I ain't got no damn job. You know what they did. You know, this stuff is in our life all the time. So a discussion by African people who are colonized is always a criticism of the relationship that we have with the system. And so that's not tolerated. And so, and you look at the situation coming at Dia raised, said a lot of stuff, but certainly this issue of elections as it's coming down now is a factor. There are a lot of converging kind of contradictions that they are trying to deal with right now. I mean, part of it is the fact that they have to have a Kamala Harris running now because Joe Biden was such an obvious example of a dying colonialism. And so they want to rescue it, not just, and they rescue him with an African woman, the most dynamic force like in the African communities. Get her up there, etc. Dress her up differently and what have you, and make her hip or something like that. They don't talk too much about her in-laws, but that's another story. And so, you know, the elections had a lot to do with it. You've got how they're moving right now. The elections have a lot to do with, I mean, we initiated in the coalition, 15 years or more ago, an electoral school where we teach African people how to participate in elections and not to be dependent on the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is in a state of shambles. It has been for a while. And it has relied on what? African people, 20%, 25% of the base of the Democratic Party is Africans. They're not members of the Uhuru movement, the African People's Socialist Party. They're members of the Democratic Party. And so when we begin to criticize that relationship and expose it, an organization that has never had to promise anything to Black people. And so the Republicans don't promise anything and the Democrats don't promise anything either, but they said, if you don't elect me, what you're going to get is Trump, or you'll get some white person who's worse than I am. And this is the kind of thing that you get trapped with, that there's no alternative. Why is there no alternative? Because they won't let us talk. There was an alternative in the 1960s when you had the Democrat and Republican Party, but there was nobody saying, oh God, the Democrats not going to get elected, because they tried to elect Eldridge Cleaver. They voted for Huey P. Newton. They voted for all kinds of us who represented ourselves as an alternative. And I'm mentioning those people because they're pretty well known, but there were other forces that were out there, not necessarily a single organization, but there are a lot of forces that were saying we're an alternative to this system. But what they want to do is make there's no alternative except the Democratic Party. And increasingly, Trump is saying, I'm an alternative, and some Africans are moving in that direction too. As long as those appear to be the only alternative, that's what's going to happen, and that puts it in a safe place. Because the electoral process itself is a function of the colonial state. What is an election except a nonviolent contest between different sectors of the white ruling class, colonial power, for control of the state? When they gave us the right to vote, I was a part of that struggle. 1965, the Voting Rights Act was passed. But what else was happening during that same time frame? In 1965, they killed Malcolm X. In 1968, they killed Martin Luther King. In 1969, major assaults coming against the Black Panther Party. Here are instances where we had our own programs. And so when they do this, then they give you a right to vote, but you ain't got nothing to vote for except the Democratic Party. Then they say Black people are so apathetic. You know, we fought and died for the right to vote, and then we don't even go and vote for these thugs who now are acting like they represent us. They made sure that there was no program. Malcolm said the ballot or the bullet. And this was a really powerful statement that he was making, because he was talking about this contest within the electoral process and the relationship that Black people had to that. And the point that I'm making is you had all of these forces there. So by the time they give you the right to vote, they've knocked the props out from under you, so you ain't got nothing to vote for except the Democratic Party. And evidence shows us every time that voting for the Democratic Party doesn't make any changes, any progress for our people, and people don't go to vote. And now you got this very narrow group of people in this country who participate, in our community, participate in the election. Go and see what happens at the Democratic Party. Go to the what do you call these entities in your communities? Not just the neighborhood associations, which are extensions of the political parties, but they have these other entities that, you know, that's part of the Democratic Party. Committees, these different committees, you know, et cetera. Look, it's just a handful of people. and then their children, and then their parents and their granddaddies, all of them are part of this damn thing. The majority of the people got nothing to do with it, and they don't want the people to vote. You know how I know they won't want the people to vote? Because they came to my house at 5 o'clock in the morning. Why did they come to my house at 5 o'clock in the morning? Because we were saying, put reparations on the ballot. We were saying, put community control of the police on the ballot. The same thing the Black Panther Party, the same thing Malcolm X was talking about. They made it so they liquidate your ability to have anything to vote for, and then they criticize you for not coming out to vote for them. Remember in in 2017, I think it was Jesse, was it 2017 at the Hilton Hotel in St. Petersburg, Florida, at a mayor's debate. People weren't even coming to the damn debates until we got involved, because we started making criticism of and putting forth things for our people, and then everybody, all the Black people start coming to the damn debate. We had the Hilton Hotel engaged in a debate. I think was it the mayor's debate? Both the mayor and the city council debate. They sent 27 carloads of cops. 27 carloads of cops to bust it up. You see, so, but we ain't gonna give them that space. We're not retreating from that space, because here's the thing. You can't, you know, Huey P. Newman is absolutely correct. And he said the revolutionary does not voluntarily go underground. You don't do that voluntarily. So we made all these sacrifices to create this democratic space. We're going to keep it. And the democratic space gives me an opportunity to talk to everybody, just like that's what we're fighting for now. I want to talk to everybody. So give the white people an opportunity to say, I don't want reparations, or I do. Give the white people an opportunity to say, I'm opposed to gentrification, or not. But when you shut it down and the white people can only hear one discussion, they can only hear Kamala Harris, or they can only hear Barack Obama and those creatures of people like Eric Adams, because they're shutting the rest of us down. That's why Charles Barron was so important. No, at least he could step up and put the issues out. This is what we have to do, and we have to have the courage to fight for it and make it happen, and not surrender that space, that democratic space, to them. That's the space that we have to protect, fight for, expand it. Everywhere it can be expanded. So that's part of it. In terms of the thing with Diddy, who is I'm not going to say anything about Diddy, because I don't want to be prejudicial, because I would have to extend the list to such a way of all these Negroes who play with us and play with our culture, prostitute our culture. I mean, I remember it was perfectly correct. Who was the brother who was the artist for the Black Panther Party? Emory Douglas. I think it was Douglas who says, that the responsibility of a cultural worker is to make the slave want to kill the slave master. I mean, if it's not revolutionary culture, if you live as a colonized person, there's no such thing as neutral cultural activity. There's no such thing as neutral cultural activity. Why isn't you got to be talking about reparations? That was a time when Dead Prayers was on point. Remember when Dead Prayers was on point, and et cetera, et cetera? There is no such thing as neutral cultural expression. And so that's one aspect of it, because culture, just like everything else in a colonial capitalist system, is a commodity. It's for sale. Everything is for sale. They don't build hospitals for sick people. They build hospitals for profit. They don't build grocery stores for hungry people. They build grocery stores for profit. And everything they do is for profit. And that's true of culture as well. And so we have to recapture our culture. One time we had talked in the party about recreating the Chitlin Circuit. Y'all too young to know what the Chitlin Circuit is. Because they created this notion, these special Negroes who took their culture from Black people, and these special Negroes who superstars and stuff like that. And many of them wouldn't even be able to survive a local talent show. But they prop them up and give them millions and millions and millions of dollars. But we could have our own Chitlin Circuit. And I know that we got some good cultural workers, et cetera. We got places we can send them to Philadelphia. We got places we can send them to in Brooklyn and all around this, and St. Louis, et cetera. You ain't gonna make a lot of money, you understand? But you can make a living. We made a living before we became superstars, and we had great culture that was out there. We didn't have to go through this process of the Diddies and the rest of them who act as gatekeepers to say who's gonna get in, and they have to do horrible and nasty things in order to get in. But the truth is, we're absolutely correct to this extent, Comrade Diop, that their colonialism, colonizers make the law, but colonialism is illegitimate. You understand what I said? The colonizers make the law, but colonialism is illegitimate. And the fact is that all of the people who are locked in these prisons, that the state is an illegitimate entity in our relationship. We have to become the state. We have to go for the power to become the state. As long as we are just hoping that the state acts right, we're going to be at the mercy of all kinds of stuff, including the shenanigans of people like Diddy. And so, no, I don't applaud what they're doing to Diddy. I don't applaud what they're doing to anybody in the prison system. If the problem with Diddy is there, then we need to find a way to deal with it ourselves. And that's the power that we need to grow. That's where it starts at and where we are, organizing, to be able to take responsibility for our own lives, as opposed to calling up the police and say, look at what Diddy did. And who put him there in the first damn place? And by the time the final shoe drops on the Diddy stuff, it's going to be interesting as hell. So I'm waiting to see if they let the final shoe drop when the Diddy case, because a lot of people, they bathe in decadence and corruption. They bathe in it. They create new and creative ways to be decadent and what have you. You know, it's all like that other guy. What's the white guys they murdered in the prison? Epstein, because he knew so much and stuff. And Diddy better, you know, he's probably in a very interesting position right now himself in that prison system, because all of the nastiness he's participated in helped other people participate in. That's another story. Uhuru comments. Thank you. I've talked a lot. In 1907, there was a, huh? Mumia calls? Oh.
So I had because it just, you can really go back.
Our time is way off.
Yes, everyone.
Somebody say Mumia's there.
No, you know what happened? You know, because the phone kept ringing.
Okay, I have.
And I would, no, you didn't have it. You know, look, we just trying this on this.
I got it.
Right, but we have to, and again, we have to exercise revolutionary discipline. I don't like to be confrontational with people with time, but we all understand we have a certain amount of time. So please, let's get it in there, especially because we started so late.
Yeah, it comes from me, comment, and Sister Lisa. I mean that seriously.
Okay, so we have to be very strict, and we have to, you know, open it and get started. Okay, and the next with that, and speaking of Brother Mumia Abu Jamal, we're going to have the panel discussion around Free Them All, and my sister Betty Davis is going to be moderating. Now, our sister Mwezi, are you the one currently keeping time? Yeah. Okay, great. So please look at her face. And just briefly, our sister, she's an adjunct professor with Medgar Evers. She was an adjunct professor, a former adjunct professor with Medgar Evers College. She's a co-founder of the New Abolitionist Movement and a longtime activist for community control of education. She works with political prisoners, freeing all political prisoners, and she also does a show, WBAI. What's happening now? Sister Betty Uhuru. Like I said, our sister Mwezi will be keeping time.
All right, I think I want to thank you. I want to stand for those who are not here. And today I'm standing for Queen Mother Moore. Today I'm standing for Ralph Pointer. Today I'm standing for Sekou Odinga. Today I'm standing for Matula Shakur. Today I'm standing for the warriors who could not stand here today. And we want to make sure that the three warriors of the Uhuru Three do not have to go into the death camps. But let's face it, there's just minimum security and there's maximum security. And those of us who are in minimum security are trying to keep the Uhuru Three with us. I'd like to honor one of the elders who's transitioned. I believe they have a few minutes of his tape that we'd like to play for you right now.
Bad fact. And what we must understand that no people who loses relationship with its warrior society can exist. Let me say it again, because I've been saying it for 50 years and I don't think we get it. No people who lose association with its warrior class can exist. Now let me give you an example. It's been pointed to time and time again that after an outrageous murder by the Army of Occupation or pseudo-members of the Army of Occupation, people get aroused to the point where they march. And we know that that's not good enough. And how can we go through this over and over and over again without changing the way in which we act or react? We've been begging the system for years to release our political prisoners because they are guilty of what we all should be guilty of, working for freedom. This is their only crime. But in a society that has lost war after war, this becomes a reality. As I said, it's my unenviable position to bring these realities to you. And so you may ask, how do we deal with this reality? Well, we must do as all people have done. Sinn Féin, Cosa Nostra, all of these things who talk about our struggle. The American struggle for their right to maintain slaves. Their thing. We must create and maintain our thing. And it's easier than you think. Because you must feel it in your heart. Our brothers and sisters who gave up life to defend us. Because, and as I go back to what I started with, after one of these outrageous murders by the Army of Occupation.
All right, I'm going to stop that. And I want to say to you today, you are here. And I'm taking a quote from the Jericho movement and the Jericho website. A knee on the neck of long-term political prisoners. And I'm indebted to J.B. Gerald, who wrote this in 2021. The line between clearly defined political prisoners and prisoners targeted to make points for the political power structure is hidden. Criminalization is a standard tool of racial supremacists. George Floyd's death is familiar 1,000 times over because it states the predominant ethnic of law enforcement's historical treatment of a minority population, as revealed in the examples of Dr. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and Fred Hampton. But consider the less well-known and large number of former Black Panther and other community activists serving intolerable prison terms, which have taken away their normal lives in trials that can't match objective standards of justice or international law. Guilty verdicts thrived on the targeting mechanisms of the FBI's COINTELPRO operation, withheld testimony, bought witnesses, rights violations, and obvious misidentifications, suggesting that U.S. law enforcement has a difficulty telling Black people apart. At a particular risk of injustice were those who converted to Islam and were targeted for destruction. This is part of the Jericho website in terms of who our political prisoners are. And I want to say to you from the get-go, 10 things you can do for the freedom of political prisoners. Write, and if you can, send money. Join Jericho. Challenge the myth that political prisoners do not exist. Organize a meeting on political prisoners at your home, or your union hall, or your faith-based institution, or your local coffee shop, your bar, wherever you regularly hang out. Post information about political prisoners. Send emails, Twitter to your friends calling for the freedom of political prisoners. Put up posters, organize support, attend rallies, pickets, demonstrations, be creative. Finally, my name is Betty Davis. We co-founded the New Abolitionist Movement with Lynn Stewart and Ralph Pointer. My comrades are gone. The last thing my warrior mate said, all right, sister, it's up to you, pick up the work. So I want to thank the Black is Back Coalition for giving me an opportunity to pick up the work. And I want to say Uhuru to you. And I want to say thank you to you for spreading the truth. All of you who know me know that we feel that you cannot separate the fight against oppression for the fight against metaphysical imperialism. And what you have heard the chairman say in terms of, no, we don't call it fascism. You got to call it what it is. That's what Queen Mother always said. Call it what it is so that you can be successful in your strategies for fighting it. Yeah. And your attendance at this webinar today is because you want to be able to fight metaphysical imperialism, because you understand what Stephen Biko said, that the greatest weapon in the hands of the oppressor are the minds of the oppressed. And if you cannot get up and say, I am a victim of capitalism in a colonial empire headquarters, then you cannot be free, because you will not have the mental tools to know how to fight it. And this is also why I stand for community control of schools, because cats don't educate mice, they eat them. And the majority of our children are in this public school system, and therefore that's where we must be. Yes. So before I go to give you and introduce our panel today, I want you to know the New Abolitionist Movement Blueprint for Freedom. Take control of your community institutions. That is one way of fighting colonialism until you have the revolution that will bring down the system. How to control the educational institutions? Support a new abolitionist movement wherever you are. Vote no confidence at local elections. In other words, stop what Mayor Eric Adams is doing in the New York City Council, trying to destroy the constitutional freedoms that we have. Identify and control all budgets in your schools. Identify and control all contracts in your public schools. Monitor the passing rate of your students. Parents or students must be allowed to not only volunteer, but become paraprofessionals in the schools and move up in the ranks to take over all positions in the schools. Take those damn tests and become teachers themselves. Last but not least, how to control the institutions for alleged law and order. Support a new abolitionist party, vote no confidence, make your politicians accountable for harassment in your community, such as excessive ticketing, towing, sentencing, housing violations, summonses against your property. We call it the black tax. Stop it. 4, enlist that youthful offender facilities be placed in your community. Demand more community representation on these on these prison advisory boards. All right. With that having been said, I want to start talking about our panel today. As you know, we are representing Leonard Peltier, and our first speaker will be Jennifer Jones, our second political prisoner. We are going to free Jamil Al-Amin, the imam, formerly known as H. Rec Brown, and brother Nehemi El Ibrahim will be discussing his situation. And we have free Kamal Siddiqui. Those of you who know Assata Shakur, you understand why he is so important. Pastor Keith will be the spokesman to acquaint you, if you are not already acquainted with Kamal Siddiqui. And last but not least, Pam Africa will be speaking from the Free Mamiya Coalition. However, at any moment, should our comrade call from behind the walls, Brother Mamiya Abu Jamal, whoever is speaking, will stop and let our brother speak. Having said that, we are talking about Jennifer, and I want to be able to tell you that the case of Leonard Peltier, why our liberty is bound to his. The case of Leonard Peltier, hands off Uhuru stated, the Leonard Peltier Ad Hoc Committee and their work to shows us the history of the case of Leonard Why we must work to free this courageous anti-colonial indigenous freedom fighter who has been locked up in the colonial dungeons for nearly 50 years for defending his people on the Lakota reservation in the 1970s. Well, who is Sister Jennifer? Jennifer Jones, an attorney, a passionate advocate for social justice, a civil rights lawyer for wellness and culture. Jennifer is a civil and human rights attorney and a partner and director of litigation. Known for her fair but sharp litigation strategy, Jennifer's work challenging the system of mass incarceration have resulted in binding affirmative law regarding the constitutional rights of prisoners in the United States. Jennifer litigates complex civil litigation cases involving employment discrimination, law enforcement, correctional officer misconduct, and prison rights. Dedicated to lawyer wellness, she also heads the Libertate Institute for Wellbeing. I hope that she is on tonight and that this afternoon we can link to Sister Jennifer. And I want to say thank you so much for being here. Comrade Jennifer, you are welcome. Uhuru.
Greetings to everyone, to Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Chairpersons Odom, Hess, and Neville, and the entire Uhuru community. On behalf of the Leonard Peltier Official Ad Hoc Committee, his legal team, and the National Lawyers Guild Mass Incarceration Committee, we express our deep gratitude and solidarity. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be invited to participate on this panel and to be in community with all of you on this esteemed panel. I apologize that I'm off camera today, but I have a very poor internet connection today, and so I have to be off. But we are confident that the outcome of the Uhuru 3 sentencing next month will be victorious. And no matter the outcome, the arc of history and the current political moment vindicate the Uhuru 3. During his sentencing hearing, Leonard aptly said, and I quote, "Judge Benson, there is no doubt in my mind or my people's you are going to sentence me to 2 consecutive life terms. I do feel pity for you and your people that they must live under such an ugly system. Under your system, you are taught greed, racism, and corruption, and the most serious of all, the destruction of our Mother Earth. Under the Native American system, we are taught all people are brothers and sisters to share the wealth with the poor and needy, but the most important of all is to respect and preserve the earth, to me, considered to be our mother. We feed from her breast, our mother gives us life at birth, and when it is time to leave this world, she again takes us back into her womb. But the main thing we are taught is to preserve her for our children and grandchildren because they are next who will live upon her. No, I am not the guilty one here and should be called a criminal. The white race of America is the criminal for the destruction of our lands and my people. To hide your guilt from the decent human beings in America and around the world, you will sentence me to 2 consecutive life terms without any hesitation." End quote. The current political moment of this era, though ripe and on the precipice of change for sure, also represents a resurgence of deep repression as in the 60s and 70s, and it bears a substantial and real risk to create a whole new generation of political prisoners. And that is why our legal team, as part of our international efforts, have submitted an input to the United Nations, raising the issue of Leonard's situation and all those similarly incarcerated due to political activity, while flagging the risk that this is occurring once again. The retaliation against Scott Ritter and the countless folks who demonstrate in solidarity with Palestine, and the recent designation of the Palestinian Fundraising Organization clearly demonstrate this risk. So relatedly, I humbly call upon all U.S. political prisoner campaigns to join forces and collaborate to jointly call upon the international community on what is now an emergency situation with most political prisoners in the United States. This is imperative and indispensable at this moment, in my view. And of course, on this day, where many observe in honor of the departed, I say presente to all political prisoners who are now ancestors. I come to you today in a haze of deep concern for Leonard Peltier, his life, and his freedom. As many of you know, he was recently hospitalized. At this point, the lockdowns, medical treatment, and his incarceration are entirely characterized by death by incarceration. It is an international disgrace, and we will not and we cannot tolerate the torture of Leonard or anyone else. As an update, Leonard is still on lockdown at USP Coleman 1. The lockdowns really highlight the manner, procedures, and what we call conditions of confinement, which keep Leonard in prison and exacerbate his physical condition under what is called by the Bureau of Prisons modified operations. Yet it's simply another form of solitary confinement and death by incarceration. And these lockdowns and the lack of mobility are what are exacerbating Leonard's condition. And though he's not the most mobile, he's on a walker, it helps for him to be able to move. But when they are in lockdown, which is often, he cannot. It's 24/7. But it also highlights the fact that there are a set of constitutional violations which put Leonard Peltier in prison nearly 50 years ago. And at the same time, there are strong arguments that have never been raised about another set of current ongoing constitutional violations that keeps or ensures Leonard's incarceration. In fact, just a couple of years ago, the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention highlighted these violations, stating that by operation of law, Leonard should have been released decades ago, deeming him arbitrarily detained by the United States government. In sum, when the US Parole Commission uses the wrong law to evaluate Leonard's release, as they did during this most recent parole hearing, as what we call an old law prisoner, that is what Leonard is, his sentence is prolonged. If the law is wrong, the sentence is prolonged. And that is why Leonard Peltier currently sits in prison. It's about the deliberate misapplication of law by the US Parole Commission. And so he's sitting there 80 years old in poor health on a walker, and yet he is in a maximum security prison where he sits, and the longer he sits, when he's finally able to move, he collapses. Leonard's case has not been reviewed by a court in over a decade, and so we have been very clear that we intend to litigate the merits of Leonard's case. As I said before, the US Parole Commission is, in our view, using the incorrect statute and an approach apart from US Supreme Court precedent to evaluate Leonard's release. And that is one vehicle that they are using to traffic in the absurd claim that Leonard is a danger to society. These parole decisions, who have denied the release of each and every federal political prisoner, and of course, Leonard, including Leonard's case, are really a slap in the face to the rule of law. And this is a complex legal issue, but as I said, it's important to remember as we move forward in this next phase of Leonard's case, that if the law is wrong, the sentence is prolonged. The BOP's longstanding neglect has once again caused the hospitalization of Leonard. The BOP, as recently as a couple of weeks ago, was notified that the conditions by myself, that the conditions of lockdown at USP Coleman 1, coupled with Leonard's health, present a risk for the very outcome that happened last week with Leonard's hospitalization. An independent doctor who I have visit Leonard on at least a monthly basis has similarly testified that Leonard is not receiving adequate medical care, nor is the prison where he is incarcerated capable of doing so. This amounts to a form of punishment forbidden by the Eighth Amendment to the United States Constitution. As we pursue Leonard's release, we will not in the interim tolerate the torture of our client, and we will pursue all available lawful means in the interim to ensure that he does receive that medical care that we've repeatedly requested. So we have a legal team of 13, including medical doctors and a social worker, a psychotherapist as well. And what has been clear is a decades-long pattern of medical neglect by the Bureau of Prisons have caused Leonard's poor medical condition, even though he is elderly. It exacerbates the effects of aging. The lack of follow-ups, standard medical treatment, and basic thoroughness amount, in our view, to what is called deliberate indifference. For instance, the aneurysm that Leonard has not been checked in years. And when it was last checked, it was just short of a size which required medical intervention, despite knowing that the Bureau of Prisons has failed to continue to check and follow up on Leonard's aneurysm. Further, matters such as Leonard not being able to operate a CPAP machine that the Bureau of Prisons gave him to assist in his breathing, because there is no electrical outplug, don't help the situation. And that is why we've requested a medical transfer for Leonard. As I've said, the current facility where he is cannot attend to his medical needs by the very nature of the facility and the kinds of services that we have. And while we're advocating for his release, he should be sent to a medical facility in the interim so that he can get the care that he needs. And that's also why Leonard's committee has launched a call-in campaign to the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee, which is responsible for the oversight of the Federal Bureau of Prisons. It is also why the UN Special Rapporteur on Indigenous Issues just visited Leonard at USP Coleman 1 about 2 months ago, I would say, and why we have submitted a request for communications to the UN Special Rapporteur on torture. I could say so much more, but to support Leonard, please follow the ad hoc committee at www.freeleonardpeltiernow.org. Once again, it's just such an honor to be here with you today, and I want to thank all of you for your support of Leonard, myself, the legal team, and his committee. Thank you.
Uhuru, Uhuru.
I just want to thank Jennifer, Comrade Jennifer, for her presentation. I want you to also go back to the history of the warrior, Leonard Peltier. You know, he came on the stage of political struggle when he was trying to support and defend the First Nation people from murder. Young First Nation girls were being murdered, and they came out in defense to protect these young girls. That's part of the movement and the era within which Leonard stepped onto the stage of liberation and struggle. I also want to bring to your attention the words of Denmark Vesey, if you want to understand the Black is Back Coalition. And one of his quotes is, "I will fight until I die or until I am free." You cannot be free if you do not have self-determination. And the Black is Back Coalition has always been a part of that struggle. I became a part of the Black is Back Coalition because Sister Penny Hess invited Comrade Lynn Stewart, one of my comrades, to present her case. And I'll never forget what the chairman said to Lynn Stewart. He said, "You committed race suicide when you joined the struggle, the African-American struggle for liberation." But I want to conclude with saying Lynn's response was, "There is no such thing as law in America. The law is whatever they say it is at any particular time." Having said that, I want to introduce our next warrior to you. It's interesting, the case of the Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, who was a target of COINTELPRO. It's hard to explore the facts and convictions in his case without understanding that another has confessed to the crime he was convicted of, and the crime's perpetrator, as described by witnesses, bore little resemblance to Al-Amin. The likelihood of his innocence becomes law enforcement shame. Serving a sentence of life without parole, afflicted after confinement with a rare form of bone cancer, an imam deprived of his community. Al-Amin's most recent appeal to the Supreme Court at that time was denied in April 2020. I want to introduce our next panelist, and this is a young warrior to our struggle by the name of Nahima El Ibrahim, and he is a descendant of Harlem Garveyites and Jamaican Maroons, a journalist educator who currently uses prose to explore the intersection between the grassroots application of scientific Pan-African nationalism and the new school of thought on African development in order to make sense of the Black radical traditions, mistakes, and triumphs in order to form contemporary organizing efforts. He is the co-founder of Basima's Hands Education, LLC, which is a tutoring organization started in 2020 aimed at promoting literacy as an avenue for power and centering the use of Afrocentric pedagogy in this endeavor. His inaugural publications entitled A Treatise on the Modern Application of Traditional African Political Philosophy and Sarouj Ma'at, Thoughts of a 21st Century Race Man, are forthcoming. Brother, as the community calls him, the neighborhood calls him Nemo, welcome.
Uhuru. 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 Peace, everyone. Peace, Mama Betty. Uhuru to Baba Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Everyone, peace to, nice to see you again, Pastor Keith. Pastor Keith and I sat on a panel a couple years ago at his church. So I'm glad and honored to be here. Peace to the sister who presented on Baba Leonard Peltier. Peace to everybody. And so my presentation is on Baba Imam Jamil Al-Amin, who is an 80-year-old human rights activist and Muslim cleric, formerly known as H. Rap Brown. The Imam is currently serving a life sentence for the alleged murder of a Fulton County, Georgia sheriff's deputy. After a few years in a Georgia state prison, the state transferred the Imam to a federal facility in 2007 and issued a gag order that prevented him from speaking with journalists and biographers. In his younger days, the Imam was known as H. Rap Brown. He was elected to the chairman, to be chairman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which I understand the chairman to be a descendant of too, in 1967. The Imam also participated in the 1964 Freedom Summer, organized by the likes of Bob Moses. In 1967, a secret FBI memo had called for the quote-unquote neutralizing of the Imam, along with others like Kwame Ture, Martin Luther King, and Elijah Muhammad. He became a target of the agency's COINTELPRO program, which was intended to disrupt and disqualify civil rights leaders. His 2000 case. On May 31st, 1999, the Imam was pulled over while driving in Marietta, Georgia, by police officer Johnny Mack for a suspected stolen vehicle. During a search, Al-Amin was found to have in his pocket a police badge. He also had a bill of sale in his pocket explaining his possession of the stolen car, and he claimed that he had been issued an honorary police badge by Mayor John Jackson, a statement which Jackson verified. Despite this, Al-Amin was charged with speeding, auto theft, and impersonating a police officer. On March 16, 2000, in Fulton County, Georgia, the sheriff's deputies Ricky Kinchin and Algernon English went to Alamene's home to execute an arrest warrant for failing to appear in court over those charges. After determining that the home was unoccupied, the deputies drove away and were shortly passed by a black Mercedes headed for the house. Kinchin, the senior deputy, noted the suspect vehicle, turned the patrol car around, and drove up towards the Mercedes. English, the other deputy English, approached the Mercedes and told the occupant to show his hands. The occupant then opened fire with a .223 rifle. The deputy English ran between the two cars while returning fire from his handgun and was hit 4 times. The other deputy, Kinchin, was shot with the rifle and a 9mm handgun. Kinchin died a few days later in the hospital, and Alameen was charged with this murder. Now, during the trial, the defense attorneys noted that Alameen's fingerprints were not found on the murder weapon. He was not wounded in the shooting, as one of the deputies said the shooter was. A trail of blood found at the scene was tested and did not belong to Alameen or either of the deputies. A test by the state concluded that it was animal blood, but these results have been disputed because there was no clear chain of custody to verify the sample and testing process. Also, the deputy English had said that the killer's eyes were gray, but Alameen's eyes are brown. And so since then, Alameen, like I said before, in August of 2007, Alameen was transferred to federal custody as Georgia officials decided he was too high profile for the Georgia prison system to handle. He was first held in a holdover facility in Atlanta. 2 weeks later, he was moved to a federal transfer facility in Oklahoma, pending assignment to a federal penitentiary. On October 21st, 2007, the imam was transferred to ADX Florence, a supermax prison in Florence, Colorado. He has since then he has been under an unofficial gag order, which has prevented him from having any interviews with writers, journalists, and biographers. The imam sought retrial through the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. Investigative journalist Hamza Raza has written more about the Otis Jackson confession to the deputy shootings in 2000 and said that this evidence should have been considered by the court. It had the potential of exonerating the imam. However, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals rejected this appeal on July 31st, 2019. In April of 2020, the U.S. Supreme Court declined to hear an appeal from the imam, and his family and supporters have continued to petition for a new trial. This was a quote that I found that I thought speaks to the imam's determination. He says, "The long simmering anger of racism and economic injustice of alienated Black youth in the ghettos always erupts into violent and destructive urban insurrections. In every case, these quote-unquote riots were triggered by police brutality or misconduct, most usually the killing or brutalizing of an unarmed Black man." For more up-to-date information on the imam, you can go to www.imamjamilactionnetwork.org. This was given to me by Baba Bilal Sunni Ali. Free them all. Thank you.
Free them all.
What's the call? What's the call?
Free them all.
All right, we want to thank Brother Nemo for that discussion. Those of us like myself and the chairman, who grew up during the uprisings of the 60s, you understand how much the government fears H. Rap Brown. They will never forgive him for being a bad slave. And that's basically what it's all about. I want to continue, and I want to thank again the Black is Back Coalition for voicing those that the government would have voiceless. And we're going to continue with an amazing warrior. Kamal Siddiqui is a Muslim, a loving father of 2 daughters and a grandfather of 5, and a veteran of the Black Panther Party. Kamal joined the Black Panther Party at the age of 16 in Queens, New York City. He served his community for years before he was arrested on trumped-up charges, sound familiar, in 2002. Kamal, now 69 years old, is among many other incarcerated elders who suffer from prison medical neglect. And I would add medical torture, because when you allow someone to go without treatment to the point that their lives are in danger, that's no longer neglect, that's torture. It's sadism. Kamal suffers from sarcoidosis, untreated hepatitis C, malnutrition, unhealed and infected ulcers on his legs. The Augusta State Prison, for a medical facility, is the name of the medical facility Kamal Siddiqui receives where he allegedly receives medical care. However, this medical facility is a prison that is notorious for terrible patient care and dirty, dangerous, and horrible conditions in any prison. The Augusta State Medical Prison's criminally neglect care is killing Kamal and the many other imprisoned people living there. If Georgia cannot care for ill and or elderly prisoners, they should be paroled so that they can receive medically appropriate care. I want to introduce our next panelist. It gives me great pleasure to introduce, many of you know him by the name of Pastor Keith. You know of his work and lifetime service to country and community, does presentations, cross-cultural team management skills. He's the pastor of the Church of the Overcomer and trainer, pastor of the community-based ministry serving marginalized adults and youth by providing spiritual empowerment and caring and community and social justice activities. Also an adjunct between 2010 to 2013 to Delaware County Community College, a supervisor of clinical visitation. I don't know what else to say except Pastor Keith, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us in this struggle. He represents a coalition that the political prisoner movement is trying to form with other institutions, specifically our religious institutions, to hold them accountable for the charge of freeing the incarcerated. Pastor Keith, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Sister Betty, to all that are on this awesome panel today. Uhuru, to Chairman Yeshitela, and all those that have experienced the struggles and the victories of combating the colonizer. Today, we just want to take a few moments to enhance what Sister Betty has told us about Kamal Siddiqui. I'm a member of the International Campaign to Free Kamal Siddiqui. It's a website, it's a Facebook page, it's on social media, well documented. And this campaign is to draw attention to our dear brother Kamal. He is a former Panther. And I'd just like to take a moment to read some of his additional background and then finish up with a little bit about the campaign itself. Kamal Siddiqui is, in fact, sitting in a cell at the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta, in Augusta, Georgia. It's a horrible medical prison. It's been well documented in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. That's the paper of record in Atlanta. Doctors have quit that institution. Nurses, staff members have all resigned because of the horrible, torturous care that is in that institution. Our dear comrade does have sarcoidosis. He was on the verge of having one of his portion of his foot removed, but we were able to intervene and to make sure that he started getting some adequate medical treatment to prevent those type of things from happening. And now he's sitting in this Fulton County medical prison for a crime that he did not commit. He was in fact framed for a cold case murder that was 30 years old, and the case was never tried because they didn't have the evidence to convict anyone. But because of his relationship to Assata Shakur, the Queen Mother Assata Shakur, and we know her exploits. Again, one of the tactics of COINTELPRO, counterintelligence, is to use us to pit us against each other. Because they wanted to use our brother Kamal to gain information, to get access to Sister Ashada, and he was not cooperative. Hence, he was framed, as we saw it with our dear comrade Imam Jamil Al-Amin, for the murder of a law enforcement officer, and is currently sitting in Augusta State Medical Prison. I want to share a little bit more about his background. As a teenager, he worked in the free breakfast program, getting up every morning, going to his designated assignment, feeding hungry children. Before they went to school, he worked in the escort program. In other words, he was an asset to his community, and it was through the spirit of self-direction and self-determination that Kamal Siddiqui operated in, as all the Panthers of that era. He's now an elder. So from his youth to his to the winter of his life, he has served his community. He has gone against the grain. He has moved in a spirit of self-direction and self-determination, which we know is something that the colonizer and all of the platforms of the federal government detest with all that is within them. So therefore, he is now has been targeted and is now a victim of this totalitarian government. However, the good side, the upside is to our dear brother Kamal, is that he is up for possibility of parole in 2025. In fact, around February, we have placed a parole package together. When I say we, the international campaign has come together to put a parole package together. We should know that the state of Georgia is very peculiar in their parole system. They don't. Most states have a majority vote. You have to get a certain number of a majority of those that are on the parole panel. Georgia just has you present your package, and they advise you sometime later whether it's going to be received or not. But what can I do? What can we do to assist in this process? Well, there are several committees in the campaign, the international campaign to free Kamal Siddiqui. There is an outreach committee. You may want to serve on that committee. That committee goes out throughout the community and goes throughout the diaspora, letting our people know about his current situation and that we are working to diligently free him. That's the outreach committee. There's an audio-visual committee, which if you have those skills, you can make a little short video clip, or you have graphic art skills. We want to do murals and things like that within our various communities. You may know someone that has a smaller apartment building and they're willing to allow a mural of Brother Kamal to be painted. You may want to reach out to the audio-visual committee of the International Campaign to Free Kamal Siddiqui. There's a steering committee which comes together on a regular basis to talk about the overall agenda of the campaign to free Kamal Siddiqui. There is a medical legal committee. So you may have legal skills or legal training, or you may have medical skills and medical training. You may consider joining the medical committee. And there is the interfaith committee, of which I am a member of the interfaith committee. Now, there's a weekly call. There's a weekly Zoom call every week of the international campaign, 7 p.m. on Mondays. And then the interfaith committee is every other Sunday at 6 p.m. There's a call. So these are ways that we can all choose to participate in this great endeavor to help liberate our dear brother. There's also a campaign has begun to make sure that when he is liberated, that there are funds to assist him, as well as funds right now, because he does need assistance with commissary. He needs assistance with making sure that there are funds available to him for the necessities that he needs. His daughter Kasise is very actively involved in that, and we have some really committed members of the campaign. So these are practical things that we can do to assist in our dear brother's liberation. As we all know, we are passionate about all of our political prisoners. However, some do garner more attention than others, and Brother Kamal is not known as much or mentioned as much as others that we all know and love, such as our dear brother Imam El Alamin, Mumia Abu Jabal, and others. but we want to lift up his name, and we want to make sure that his name is known because he's now an elder. And as I said, he started as a youth, as a teenager. And this is unfortunately one of the protocols of the government, of this colonized government, that we all engage on a regular basis. I want to just lift up a little bit more about his case, what happened to him when Kamal was arrested for the murder, the cold case murder of, again, another law enforcement officer in Georgia. He had just worked a very significant period of time, about 15 years, for a local telephone company. So he had a traditional income, traditional job, and was living above ground, integrated into society, contributing to society, working with his family, living in among his family, when all of this took place, when he decided not to cooperate with the federal government. So I'd like to read another little section here from our dear comrade, Sophia Bakari. She's from the Jericho movement, and she says, "The waters were muddy. About 18 months ago, a story appeared in the Daily News in New York about former Panther being arrested and charged with child sexual abuse. The newspaper identified the former Panther as Freddie Hilton. The first thing that comes to mind in most people in such an allegation is that if it's in the newspaper, it must be true. This is so true among our people. They use the most sordid allegations. They use the most things that are totally contrary to what we know about our loved ones and about those that are in the struggle to gain to others to acquiesce or to be silent. So the charge was brought against him. The charge was later dropped of child abuse, and this is when again they ramped up the efforts against our dear brother and began to the process of charging him with the murder of the law enforcement officer. It should be noted that when this case was appealed to the judge that sentenced him to the life without parole, it was appealed to the same judge, and the same judge denied the appeal. So we see that our system, they're not even true to their own sense of jurisprudence. His appeal went to the same judge that gave him the original sentence, and therefore we are still working diligently to liberate our dear elder now and our dear comrade Kamal Siddiqui. He has been steadfast in maintaining his innocence. He's been steadfast in making sure that he stays in touch with those of us that are on the outside, through his daughter, through his family members, and through his commitment and solidarity with this great movement that we're all a part of. One of the things he's known for saying in presence of the court is that all I have is my name and my honor. They can't be allowed to take that away from me. This is a gentleman, this is our dear brother who's maintaining his name and his honor, and what we can do to honor him is to use our efforts to call his name, participate in the campaign, find a space, find a committee where you can share your gifts, your talent, your time, and your treasure. Let's help support him now financially. Let's help support him spiritually. Let's help support him when he comes home, because as Brother Shep often tells us, there is no retirement plan when our political prisoners return to the community that they came from. So right now we want to make sure that there's a campaign now where you can donate on a regular basis, whatever amount you choose, to help him with his commissary needs, as well as preparing a victory fund when he does come home. And I'll just land my plane right there. If there's any questions, comments.
Thank you, Pastor. Uhuru. I want to keep it in mind. There is minimum security. There is maximum security. The problem with metaphysical imperialism is that they use terror to enforce it. As you can see, if you step outside what they consider the concept of American democracy, and you point out that the emperor has no clothes, you get the treatment of the Uhuru 3. But there is a community out there. There's such a thing as reality. There's such a thing as truth. And that is what we stand for, and that is why we're here. I want to thank you, Pastor, and want to continue on. I know we're running behind time. Mania reaches us and reaches our ears because he speaks with passionate love for his community. His compass is the truth. Myth and misinformation are vanquished by our correspondent. The state does not want you to know, to feel, to hear how beautiful and compassionate people are in prison. Myths and misinformation are vanquished by our political prisoners. Those are my words. And these are words that I'm quoting from Noel Hanrahan, one of the directors of the prison radio. The next person who I'm going to bring forth to help you understand and join the struggle for Mumia Abu-Jamal needs no introduction, but I'm going to use the words of my comrade Anthony Monteiro to discuss and try to introduce her anyway. Antonio said, alas, at last a song for an unsung heroine of the freedom movement, Pam Africa, who was an irresistible force and an immovable object in the movement to free Mumia Abu-Jamal. She fought several of Mumia's lawyers whose liberalism and belief in the system inhibited their capacity to fight for his freedom and to see the possibilities of connecting what goes on in the courts to what goes on in the streets. Mumia's live exit from death row would have been impossible without the movement and without Pam Africa. And it's about time African Americans recognize Pam Africa as the great freedom fighter, organizer, civil rights heroine that she is. No one has contributed more to the struggle to free Mumia Abu-Jamal than she, or worked more consistently and tirelessly than she. No one has consistently rallied Mumia's supporters worldwide to his defense. Pam Africa, by all accounts, is to be dealt with. A person who fights the ruling class and white supremacists, and they should not underestimate her. As a strategist and tactician of struggle, she cannot be taken lightly. She is a modern day civil rights icon, on par with the likes of Fred Shuttlesworth and Ralph Abernathy, both of whom were leaders in the Montgomery, Birmingham, and other civil rights campaigns in the South. As a fearless organizer, she is the equal of Diane Nash and Ella Baker of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and Fannie Lou Hamer of the Mississippi Freedom Party. Her accomplishments in fierce battles against police repression, mass incarceration, and the death penalty are unsurpassed and in the heroic tradition of the Black Panther Party. And so one of the things I want you to understand, that when Pam comes here, she is defending Mumia, but she's not just defending Mumia. I remember how often we could rely on her when we had panels to free Lynn Stewart. She was unstoppable. Whoever the political prisoner is, wherever you need her, that is where she is. What you should know about Mumia, you heard the chairman talking about how the government tried to humiliate our warriors by disrobing them to the public. Mumia was not at that infamous raid on the Philadelphia Black Panther Party headquarters that day. He was 14. He had a wicked sore throat, and his mother, Edith Louise, kept him home. And that is why he was not a part of that. That is who Pam has been devoted to. His voice defended MOVE. His voice attacked the corruption of the police in Philadelphia. And for many of us, that is why he is not free today, because he is an example of what we as citizens in this death camp are always at war with, the army of occupation. I want you to welcome Sister Pam.
Tear it up. On the move. Uhuru. There was a hell of a introduction. Yes. I want to say this. I went to the prison one day with Ozzie Davis, and we visited Mumia. He talked for a while, and Ozzie, when we came out, he says, You know what I just did? And I said, visit Mumia. He said, I just visited a free man on death row. And that's exactly what Mumia is. Okay, I'm gonna do it in less than that. Right? When he said he visited a free man on death row, this government, the night that on December the 9th, they beat Mumia, rammed his head in the post, shot Mumia, and when he was on the hospital floor, and they beat him some more when he was on the hospital bed, and Mumia said he was feeling this horrible pain, and he said he looked, the cop that was there to guard him, and had his foot on the urinal bag, which was back and stuffed back up in there. All this was done to stop Mumia journalism, Mumia's revolutionary journalism, speaking out. Mumia refused to be silent. Mumia was accused of killing a police officer by the name of James Ram. And I'm not going to go in all the details because a lot of you know, and people in the, I remember the name of the cop is Faulkner, Daniel Faulkner. And he was not known as, I mean, he was feared within the Black community for his brutalism. He was also one who pimped young Black girls. One of the girls testified about her relationship. It was like the one that Jefferson had with Sally Hemings, I think her name is Slave, and because he seen her and he was her protector, and and that's how she related to him as her protector. He made her his prostitute. But we're not here about that, just saying who Daniel Faulkner is and who Mumia is. Mumia is known as the voice of the voiceless, and until this day. And internationally, he's known around the world. They've known cities in Paris. In fact, in Paris, Mumia was made an honorary citizen in Paris, France. There's no Black man that is on the walls in Paris. Tens of thousands of people marched in the street talking about Mumia innocence. That's in France, and was led by the First Lady of France and the Black jazz person from Philadelphia, Bayard Lancaster. He said he could not believe what it was that he was seeing. And the West Coast, and when we did Millions for Mumia, the entire West Coast was shut down for 2 days. Nothing moved. We talking about Mumia, right? And so I don't want to go into all the details for people who are curious about who this Black man is and why the cops said and did a book and all called How Mumia Supporters Duped Millions into thinking that he was innocent. Yes. So I'm saying they know, and how they try to, like act as if these things aren't happening. They want to say we dupe people around the world. Our brother Fidel Castro did several events in the city, brought me to Cuba and to do a death penalty program, myself and several other people, and to deal with the case of Mumia Abu Jamal, the First Lady of France, and in Africa, there was W.E.B. Du Bois' son, Gamal Nkrumah, the son of Kwame Nkrumah. Can't think of the other one right now. Oh, right, Julia Wright and her grandson, great Pan-Africanists, and left where they were living at to come here on the front line. A Black judge, and I love this Black judge. His name is, ooh, shoot, help me out. Clifford. Okay, I'm gonna come back to him. But this is the no. This was long after Turn 'Em Loose, Bruce. Oh God. This brother who lived in Elaine, Arkansas. Thank you. Who did that?
Jennifer Jones.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. See, we get along, we all family. And one person is sliding, and can't remember, got that CRS syndrome, can't remember shit. And we are a family and we're helped by our family. Wendell Griffin was a Black judge. Mumia had exhausted all his appeals and things, and we were up to the point where the terrorism of judges, the terrorism of lawyers, and when I say terrorism, I'm talking about judges was threatened. I'm talking about lawyers was threatened. And instead of doing the right thing by Mumia, they fell into them fears. And that's why Mumia is on in prison, right now and not here. They tried every way that they could to kill Mumia. That didn't work. But I'm going to get to this three Black judges real fast. One judge was named Judge Tucker. Judge Tucker is a judge who gave Mumia the right to an appeal, right? He wasn't intimidated by him. He went up against this entire government. And because this is a conspiracy by this entire government to keep Mumia in jail, okay? When he went up against him, he gave Mumia the right to appeal, talking about fear and intimidation and people just punking the hell up. Mumia's attorneys, when he gave them the right to appeal, they appealed the right to appeal. The judge wanted to know, well, what the hell are you doing? That's my words, right? And but when they did that, and this gave the cops, Maureen Faulkner, this system, a chance to pull up something called the King's Bench Act. And the King's Bench Act was designed to stop. You know what? I wasn't going to go all the way into this because this is just too daggone much, and we only got 10 minutes, right? But anyway, the King's Bench Act, the police and the FOP heads and Maureen Faulkner, the day that Judge Tucker, after 2 years on Mumia's case, gave him the right to an appeal, these people was devastated, just like the judge was devastated in your court case. And they were so devastated that when Maureen Faulkner came out the courtroom, she went looking. And she found me 5 minutes, I got it. And she found, she looked and she saw me in the crowd. She said, "You bitch." But I had already yeah. I like her acting that out because I am a bitch to her. I'm that bitch that exposed this shit. Yeah, I'll be that. But what happened, we had already told the crowd because there was so many cops in there. I mean, it was old cops in wheelchairs. I mean, they was on walkers and stuff. They came there to intimidate the judge. Because it was intimidation, cops with guns on and stuff, and in massive numbers in the courtroom, outside in the hallway. We knew something was getting ready to kick. Judge Tucker threw her behind out the courtroom. She had been the holy thing for the Faulkner family, for the FOP, because when they couldn't get their way, they went and got Maureen Faulkner to be the front line for them and of the grieving widow. So when she comes out, they decided they want to take the street. We had so many people with us, we was able to block them and back them off. But they left and they went to the FOP headquarters in the racist Northeast. There, Noelle Hanrahan, who is white also, and when they was in there, they didn't think nobody with us would come in. She was interviewing her, and she said, "We lost. We lost this," and she was crying and stuff. And the FOP and some state representatives and stuff stood up there and they said, "Maureen, don't worry. We got this. And we're coming up with something that's going to change this." And that was the King's Bench Act. And because what they did, they went to one judge and the judge turned them down. They said, "This doesn't apply." The second judge, they went judge shopping, turned it down. The third judge took it on. This stopped the trial. And in between that stopping of the trial, it led Judge Tucker, who was the judge that gave Mumia the right to an appeal. Oh, and another thing that they faltered on, that they messed up on. Once you're given the right to appeal, you have the right to an appeal hearing, appeal bail. They messed that up for Mumia because they didn't ask for the appeal bail. Instead, they appealed Tucker, and which that went on when the FOP brought Krasner back, Judge Mumia back into the courtroom. Krasner had became a person who had, because they had him for several months, no lawyers. He couldn't have a lawyer. He was in there with 3 judges and the FOP in them. When he came from out there, this dude was lying, saying, you know, all the things that the FOP was saying. The reason why they went after Krasner, because they felt as though he did not fight hard enough to keep Mumia from getting that appeal. So they turned him down, and then another judge come into place. 1 minute, a black judge, a black woman judge, and Clemens was the black male judge. Anyway, she turns everything down for Mumia. People had the greatest hope that this woman, this black woman judge that was a Catholic who had a family member hung, and in between that time, up comes a judge, and a bad behind black judge from Arkansas, whose family had members killed in Elaine. Elaine is where they purged, and they killed every black man, woman, child, burnt the place, burnt it down. He came in from Arkansas. He was a sitting judge. He also had a church. All this stuff here, y'all, is up. You can find it on YouTube. But when he came in, he called, and he stated very clearly, he was brought in by Julia Wright, and he laid the law down. Mumia should have been out, years ago. And when they came up with those papers that was hidden for 6 years, I think it was 26 boxes of evidence, and Mumia should have been automatically let go then because they hid evidence. Shouldn't have went no further. Time. Okay, real quick. The when he came, they thought it was gonna happen, and but it didn't. It didn't. This judge turned out to be, and what they always put there. This was that black woman, and that was sent there to fool people, to back up, don't do anything. When she got in there, she declared Mumia procedurally barred, and because the lawyers didn't do what it was that they were supposed to do. And this is a case of fear and intimidation all the way through. People, look up on YouTube. Get this information because it's very, very important. We can bring these brothers just like our brother Jamil Alamin, and with the evidence right there. The only reason why they're in jail because we're not as consistent as we should be, and we need to. In fact, Brother Yasatelli is planning something, and he'll give it to people later on, what it is that we can do in dealing with these judges and these illegal moves that they make. Mumia Abu Jamal need to be released. He's free. He's a freedom fighter, still black, still strong, still messing these people up and freeing a whole lot of people, but he haven't been able to free himself. I mean, releasing, he haven't been released. On the move, thank you.
Uhuru, Uhuru. You can't hear you on the mic, comrade.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, Uhuru.
You hear me? Okay, Uhuru. We are going to have to make some adjustments with the time. because as we know, we started late and things got a little bit out of hand. We want to get it back on track. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to go for the call for membership and resources. We have our brother Sayero and sister Belinda Parker Brown. We want to raise $15. I mean, $15. I could do $15. We want to raise a little bit more than that. 1,500. Now, if somebody's got the 1,500, hey, we can end it right now, right? Sister Belinda Parker Brown, are you there?
Uhuru, I'm
Uhuru.
here.
Uhuru.
Yes, I'm here, Lisa. Can you see my screen?
Yeah. And just I'm sorry, just to get because we have an Amanda, the timekeeper right now. So we're going to do this segment for about 15 minutes. We might have to come back to it, but we want to, and we will come back because we want to definitely raise that $1,500. So I just wanted to let Sister Amanda know. Uhuru, do your thing.
Okay, Sister Lisa, is this the part where I can also have my special guests come in, or you want to go ahead and start raising the money first?
Call and raise the money first, right? Raise the money. Let's call and raise the money first.
Yeah, let's get our resources. All right, people, you heard it. You heard. No, we ain't gonna waste no time with this now, okay? All right, Brother Serrero, let's go ahead and tell the people what they need to do and what the world need to know why we are so powerful and that they really need to, right now, what we really calling for is membership along with the resources.
That's right.
Everybody need to be a part of the Black is Back coalition, this powerful, powerful coalition that I am so excited about, people. And I'm going to tell you some more about that when I get the opportunity to do so. But go right ahead, Brother Serrero, Sister Lisa. Let's get them. Let's get the people to write these checks and send in these dollar bills. We don't want no cents. We don't want no pennies, nickels, and dimes. We want dollars, people. Dollars. And let's get this. Oh, that's $1,500. I'm going to kick this off with a $100 donation right now, coming from Belinda Parker Brown with Louisiana United International. Uhuru!
Uhuru. And I'm kicking it off with $20.
All right. Uhuru!
They always get me started. $250 for me. Put in there.
You know, what we've heard today was marching orders. Going forth, we know that we are truly in a war, a relentless war, because the colonial mode of production is definitely relentless. We have, as I've listened throughout today, a very heart-wrenching situation or situations through periods of time where our comrade revolutionaries are imprisoned, wrongfully imprisoned. And just as the Uhuru 3 face bogus charges, we face them because we fight. But on the other hand, the colonizer says they have the God-given right to fight. They have the right to not teach about slavery, true slavery, in schools because of the fear it presents to their children. Well, you committed the crime. You should not be afraid to tell the truth about your own self, colonizer.
That's right. So let's go. Let's tell the people what they need to know, Dennis. We got. I'm sorry, Brother Surreal. How to give. Right now, we have up on, for people out there that's listening, that's ready to go in their pockets. You know, my grandmother taught me, put your money where your mouth is. Go in your pockets, go online at www.blackisbackcoalition.org and donate. You can also do your Cash App at $BIBCOA. That's BIBCOA, $ the Cash App. We got it ready, people. We want you to get this done quick, fast, and in a hurry. Don't let us waste no time on trying to get no resources for this powerful work that we're doing. Yes. You know, I'm so excited to be a part of and I'm a proud member of the Black is Back coalition. You know, I gotta tell my story. I can't wait to tell my story about when the chairman came down here to Louisiana and how I know I was being, you know, misrepresented, you know, just trotting down here with no hope. you know, but when the Black is Back coalition came on the scene, people, I'm here to tell you, this is something that the whole world need to know about, and all Black people that's out there doing this work need to be a part of it.
Yeah,
So come on now, get these donations coming in.
next slide, next slide.
And let me give you a quick way to remember the Cash App, because Cash App is so fast and easy. But BIBCOA stands for Coalition. So Black is Back Coalition, BIBCOA. Come on,
Yes.
hit it.
Yeah, come on, hit it, send it in to a real revolutionary movement.
Right.
This is a real revolutionary movement, people. You know, be a part of something that's real in this 21st century. We ain't gonna keep on being dumbed down by these colonizers anymore. We're gonna get this work done because we're winning and we're going to win. So give, okay, the giving level. Okay, brother Cyril, I'm getting excited because I don't like to waste no lot of time.
There's no excuse for
begging. Just
there's
go in
no
your
excuse.
pockets and whip it out.
There's no excuse for cowardice today, folks. We all see. Our eyes are open. Let's go to the next slide. Uhuru. Queen Mother Moore, Queen Mother Yah Asantawa is $1,000 or more. We must face it. While we have been marching for jobs, jobs have been marching out of this country in search of new slaves in foreign countries. Jobs are marching into prisons, that's slavery, where they can legally work 2 million racially profiled Black men and women to death, as we all know, again, without pay. We have to do this ourselves. We are on liberators. Next slide. Go ahead, Comrade Blender. Uhuru.
Yes, just speed it up. We want to go all the way to Fannie Mae. Speed it up. Okay, y'all can give $500. Okay, yeah. Wait a minute. Hold up. We want to talk about Fannie Lou Hammond. This is what everybody needs to know. Nobody is free until everybody is free. Everybody, and right now I know I done donated my 100, but I got to be a Fannie Lou Hammond today, and I'm going to donate another $60 just in the name of this powerful sister here.
I'm throwing 25 because they're trying to hijack her image and replace it with that thing in the White House. Ain't no way.
Yeah, because that's right, Fannie Lou Hamer. She remind me of myself, Sister Lisa, because I know that they tried to ostracize her when she went to that Democratic convention. They tried to silence her, okay? Because see, I got a big mouth, just like she had a big mouth, and I'm not gonna be silent. And this woman stood her ground. I just want to say, I appreciate her. I love her, and she is my warrior. She is my right along. I can't leave my sister Betty Davis in the room. I got to talk about that sister too. But let's keep it moving. Keep it moving. Come on.
You got to remember now, Lisa Davis is facing similar situation because they're trying to knock off the movement. They're trying to stop the movement. But we all know that. We are all liberators.
They might try to block us, but they sure can't stop us.
Say they might try to block us, but they sure can't stop us.
Not with Chairman O'Malley on the scene.
That's right. That's right. You know what? You can make you can go to blackisbackcoalition.org to donate. Make checks payable to BIBC, mail to BIB dash C care of Nkenge, that's Ekenge Malay. Am I saying that right? Don't beat me down too much. 4101 West Florissant, St. Louis, Missouri, 63115. And remember, Black is Back Coalition. You can also go to the Black is Back Coalition Cash App as well. Uhuru.
And you can do it in installments. So just remember that. So you can pledge. So you can, let's say you want to pledge $1,000 right now. Right. Let's say you want to pledge $1,000 right now, but you ain't got it. But you can go and you can do it like, every month or something like that, $10, $20 a month. So just remember, you can do it like that as well.
Could we show the membership slide, Sister Lisa? Because this was most important. You know what? When you building a powerful coalition like this, we can't do this by ourselves. And
Exactly.
Chairman talked about it a little bit in his opening statements about how powerful it is when we got various organizations that doing their work, that's actually doing the work, people. I'm gonna say doing the work, boots on the ground, in the trenches, in the ditches, doing the work, okay? Going to these courtrooms that they don't want us in, speaking out, going to the meetings, the city hall meetings, the city council, and all of that kind of stuff, doing the work, bringing the people together. You need, if you want to become an individual member, it's only $25. Only $25. And matter of fact, I'm an international member, and I'm going to pay my dues right now for international for next year, because I already paid for this year. I'm going to pay it for next year right now today. Okay. So you can become a national member for $150. Okay. Also, wow, somebody add that up for me. I think I'm at $360 right now.
Move it.
Okay. All right, Sister Kenya, I know you that numbers person, so you got them numbers. You know what to do. Text me, email me, let me know so I can get my money paid today. You can also, be on the state level, $50. People, come on, join up with us, be a part of this powerful, powerful revolutionary movement that we are winning. We're going to win, and we cannot lose. We're not asking no permission. Okay, we're not going around begging and asking people permission and whining and crying about, they can't do this, they can't do that, that ain't right. Look what they doing. We're not doing that. We're demanding, in Genesis, in the book, in the Bible, it says that God created us to rule, reign, and take dominion. So that's what we're doing right now. And we're not waiting on them to give us anything. We're going to take what's rightfully belong to us, people, but we have to do it together. The power is in our unity. So join up and be
we need people to join. Your loyalty needs to be to the Black liberation struggle. Your loyalty needs to be to the Black is Back Coalition and other powerful organizations, instead of to the Democratic Party or the Republican Party.
That's right. Talk to the white people. Talk to the white people, Sister Lisa. That's right. Tell them what their loyalty needs to be. That's right.
2001.
Wouldn't be for the Black people building this country, they wouldn't be living in their little mansions, in their yachts and all that. We don't care. Y'all can have all of that. We don't care. But your loyalty should be to the Black people that helped build this country. Okay, so
let me just throw this number out real quickly. Since 2001, there have been over 4 million deaths, well over 4 million deaths in these wars, all these illegal, immoral wars. And now we see this open genocide going on in Gaza and Palestine and throughout the world. And we see more and more and more, because of this loyalty to these rotten parties, that we're seeing the Black community suddenly now becoming pro-war. Now it's just considered normal to have genocide going on.
Right.
No, be loyal to us.
Okay, let's try to get a total of where we at right now, so we can go and get past this, because I need 5 minutes to bring on my special guest so we can talk about the FBI and the DOJ and the CIA and the United States of America, that is a disgrace to Black people here in this. Well, I'm just gonna leave it right there.
We only need to raise $539 more. I know we can get it.
Bring it on. You're doing good.
Yep, we got one more minute.
Wow, we already passed 1,000. Whoa, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, come on, people.
Cam, do I? 100, Cam, woo. 100. 100. The
Cam Howard in the house.
Now we need
$100 too.
You said 100?
No.
So we got the chairman, we got Cam, who else?
So you want us to say when we put on this board?
I mean, if you want to, I mean, you can,
Yeah, well, yeah, my membership 25 and 5 extra.
Okay, $30, Brother Diop, Uhuru.
All right, you heard, Brother Diop. It's good to hear from you, Brother Diop. All right, my brother, real soldiers. That's what I'm talking about. Real soldiers, bona fide, authentic. Just feel to the bone. That's what we're talking about,
That's right.
people.
What I've discovered right here, gentlemen, brothers, when you sandwich between two powerful sisters, you gotta hold your tongue. They gonna talk, buddy.
Oh, yes, but even just, we're at time right now, but even just as importantly, because we need boots on the ground. We need people. With the people, the money will come. We need people to be committed to this organization, committed to doing the work. We need people who's great with administrative work. We need people great with website and stuff like that. All kinds of skills that you have. We need you.
Right.
Now,
I want to add to that, Sister Lisa, because see, we don't want no cowards. We need courageous people. We need people that is ready for what this work is and really understand what this work is all about. That determined and gave 60 years of his life to. We need people that are bold. We need people that are, professionals and experts to come, like some of these young people we didn't heard from with Sister Betty today. We need people that's not afraid, because if you're scared, go home. We don't want no scared people that's gonna get us killed, because that's what happened, people. You're scared of come on now. I just better be
Sister Belinda, just because I know we're on such a tight schedule, because we will be coming back. We're gonna be coming back to this. We're gonna be coming back again to raise more. But we are on such a tight schedule right now. Sister Kenge, help me with the time. We're gonna take what you call a working lunch. It's for $6 out there.
Is that what get my 5 minutes, Sister Lisa?
Oh, yeah, you will. That's what I'm saying. We're gonna be coming back to this segment, like 15 more minutes. We're not stopping with this, but we just want to move along because we got some other people online. Sister Kenge, help me with moving the time so people can go out and get something real quickly.
$6, get a couple of samosas, get some drink, and some fruit. Come on back.
Yeah.
We can take 10, 15 minutes to do this. We can restart our program. We've got people online waiting.
Yes.
Others that are in-house now, and people got to go. So
right. And Sister Belinda, I know you also have a very important case. Like I said, we're gonna come back to the raising of funds. I know you got a very important issue going on that you want to give somebody 5 minutes to, and we want to make sure that happens. But we got to be real.
Right. I want to talk about these cop killers. So when we come back, Sister Lisa, I'm gonna be at the top, or where I'm gonna be.
We're gonna go with the because we got some people have been waiting, so we're going to go with the hold on a moment. We're gonna go with the conspiracy panel discussion, and then like I said, we're gonna come back to the rest of the raising the funds, and when we come back to the rest of the raising the funds, you can do that.
Okay.
But you want to just say a little something about the case right now while people are getting things? There's still people here. If you want to just say a little something right now.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, I tell you what. Why don't I just say a little something about, I want people to go and Google Glenn Foster Jr. And what so important right now is that we are exposing, these cop killers that are just basically getting a slap on the wrist and walking away when they don't really care about us. And that his mom is going to be on with me, and I really want people to hear what she has to say in regards to her son's murder. He was killed in custody in Alabama.
You said it was 3 years ago, right? They found him dead in his cell or something like that.
Yes, they found him dead in his cell 3 years ago, and she's still waiting on the video. So I want everybody to have the opportunity to hear from her, and she's going to come back with us, Sister Lisa. I don't know if Lisa Watts is still there. She can play that short video. If we don't get nothing but the sound, that'd be great.
I mean, now during the break to play it?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Exactly 2 years ago, former New Orleans Saints football player Glenn Foster Jr. died while in custody in Pickens County.
And now a civil lawsuit in federal court has been filed on behalf of his family. ABC 3340's Valerie Bell has been working for you on this story to learn more about the case. Valerie, what are attorneys saying that they believe contributed to his death?
Pam, nationally known attorney Ben Crump is alleging that Glenn Foster Jr. was tortured in custody and denied medical attention for his mental health. The lawsuit names the Pickens County Sheriff's Office and Pickens County Jail.
Glenn was my only son. He was the best son. He was a businessman, a wonderful father, a wonderful husband, a wonderful brother to my daughter Bria, and a wonderful friend to those who knew him. If you didn't know Glenn, you would wish that you were a friend of his. My son didn't have to die.
Glenn Foster Jr.'s parents, widow, 4 children, and sister were surrounded by several people showing their support outside Birmingham's federal courthouse Wednesday morning.
I'm just very hurt, and I pray that we get justice for my brother and for our families altogether.
The lawsuit filed in federal court blames the Pickens County Sheriff's Office, jail, and individual members of law enforcement for Foster's death.
A lot of the details that were shared here today, my kids are hearing just for the first time because I could not formulate the words to give them details about how their father died.
Our reports from 2021 state that Reform Police arrested Foster for reckless endangerment and resisting arrest after trying to pull him over for speeding. Court documents show that while in custody, he was charged with simple assault and third-degree robbery. A judge had ordered a mental evaluation just hours before he died.
They denied that he go to get any kind of wellness check, and he stayed in the jail where he proceeded to be excessively tased, beaten, and choked.
Attorney Ben Crump adds,
"We know there's video. The only question is, what happened to the video?"
Yes, we want justice for Glenn, and we want advancement. The system needs to get better, and we won't stop until it does.
Now, I am working to get a response from the Pickens County District Attorney's Office to the allegations made in the complaint. Once I get a statement, we'll be sure to share it with you on air and online. Pam?
Valerie Bell reporting.
Wow. Wow. All right. We're coming back, Sister Lisa, with his mother to grace us with her presence. And, so you just let me know when we're on the top for that.
And I'll make a note that the system will never get better. We got to take whatever we got to get. And I'm grateful for the Black Stack Coalition and Chairman Omali Yeshitela's leadership. Uhuru!
Uhuru. Do you know how much more time we have left in this break? Do you know?
Are we still screaming?
Which one is this?
Yes.
Break. We were like taking 15 minutes, I think, for the break. I'm sorry.
Sister Lisa, we need to be able to open up her camera when she come on.
Right.
Okay, great.
So we're breaking for 15 minutes now, comrade.
We started. She was just talking during the break because we had started about 5 minutes ago with the break, right? So I think we got about 10 more minutes left, but she was just giving this information, this important information during the break.
Sir. Inspector. How you doing? Good to see you. Hi. Wow.
You know? It's that Jews goes to unite.
Everyone, time, you got to get started with the next panel discussion. Right, and the next panel discussion is going to be on the issue of, hold on one second, please, while I get my notes together. The issue of conspiracy. And this is really important, as we know, because they got the Uhuru 3, they found them wrongfully convicted on some BS stuff about conspiracy. I want to bring up the first moderator, who is Attorney Mutaki Akbar. He represents Jesse Neville, and he is currently the president of the Tallahassee branch of the NAACP. Attorney Mutaki Akbar is an award-winning criminal defense attorney who continues to be motivated by the overrepresentation of minorities in the criminal justice system. It is his passion to be at the forefront of change that has made us a go-to firm, talk about the law firm, for clients seeking an experienced, compassionate, and thorough criminal defense team. The mantra of Akbar law firm, Attorney Akbar, is freedom, justice, and respect. It is reflective of Mutaki Akbar, widely respected among his colleagues and greatly admired by his peers. Akbar is regarded as one of the best in his field in Tallahassee. Although he is noted for being a successful Black attorney, Akbar just wants to be remembered for being a pillar of his community. It is so important for us to be centered in our Black community, said Akbar. It means a lot for me to be a Black lawyer, but it means even more for me to be a Black lawyer located in one of the most historic communities in Tallahassee. Brother Mutaki Akbar, Uhuru! And thank you for your brilliant defense of the Uhuru 3.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're up, Brother Mutaki.
Okay. I didn't know if it was going to be a panel discussion or just me talking.
I'm sorry, Howard, you're the first presenter, and then the chairman will be presenting, and so that's
Okay.
how we sort of do it, right? So we have for this segment.
You can take my time.
Oh, okay.
You know, so I think that Attorney Akbar and I think there was Omawala Clay.
Right.
I think was supposed to be presenting here. That's what at least I see on the progress.
Right. Okay. Right. Although is brother Omawali Clay in the room? Is he present? Okay. So so that means Brother Mutaki, you have 30 minutes.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm sure I won't need 30 minutes to talk. Hello, everybody. Again, my name is Mutaki Akbar. I'm attorney here in Tallahassee, Florida, and I had the privilege of representing Jesse Neville in his on his case, along with the other attorneys that also worked on the case, Addie Griffin, with her law partner, also Lynn Goodman and Angela Rainey. All of us, you know, kind of work together to defend the Uhuru 3. And so I'm sure everybody's been following what's going on, so I don't want to dig into the weeds too much as far as the charges and everything. But you know, I think it tells the story. And we talked about last time I was on the panel, just the history of the federal government and the federal government, you know, weaponizing the criminal justice system in order to go after progressive groups, to go after, you know, progressive leaders in different ways. And so when we talked about the history, you know, the last time, and just to, you know, kind of briefly go through that, you know, we talked about Marcus Garvey and how the federal government went after him, and not just because he was talking the right things, but you know, more so because he was doing the right things. You know, and not only doing the right things as far as creating business and economic development, all those things that was unheard of during his time, but he was also planting seeds in the community and waking Black people up at a time where we were, completely asleep, and not only sleep, but just um, didn't didn't understand our power at the time. So once he, woke Black people up, he gave them the power. He started building businesses, empower other Black people to build businesses, and took it as far as creating, the Starship and all those things, and they came after him. And they tried to find all kind of reasons. They wanted to paint him as a socialist, and they couldn't find that. They wanted to say he was working with other governments. They couldn't find that, and so they created this mail fraud case based off of him raising money in order to build the steamship cruise line. He was incarcerated. He was then deported, and his reputation was impacted as well, and that was the purpose of it. And the purpose of it was, again, to not only send a message to him, but it was also to send a message to the community that, like, if you rise up, if you educate other Black folks, if you build community, if you do all those things, then you are subject to be attacked by the federal government. We saw it with the Panthers, from the trial that they went through in New York, to each one individually. And, we talked about Mumia Abu Jamal earlier. All of those things are ways, again, to weaponize the justice system against forward-leaning, forward-thinking Black organizations. And again, it wasn't just because, Huey Newton and all the others were speaking and talking and saying the right things. It was because they were doing the right things. Again, they were waking Black folks up, and not only waking Black folks up, but again, empowering them to start businesses. They were in front of the children with the breakfast program. They were in the community building businesses, and again, like, more economic development. So all of those things, it's the pattern of, the real work. It's the pattern of creating community. It's the power of self-determination, which is important, that the government is scared of, obviously. So we see this pattern historically of you doing these things, we're going to find ways to come after you. And the Uhuru 3 and the African People's Socialist Party, what we're seeing in this indictment is the same exact thing. And it's a shame that, for decades, a century, that, the same pattern is in effect. But us being awake, we're not surprised about it. And so I think it was important for me and for the other attorneys as well. When we first got on the case, one of the first asks that we had was, we need you all to come to St. Louis. We need you all to see the work that we're doing as an organization. And I don't think we realized at the time when we was requested to come to St. Louis, why that was so important for the chairman to have us actually come to St. Louis. And, for me, just kind of give my own background a little bit in this. I'm used to community, in a sense, like Black community, just based off of just how I was raised. I was always, I had all these aunts and uncles that I didn't realize weren't blood aunts and uncles until I was a lot older. But we were embedded in a village in Tallahassee. And, my dad always taught economic development, independence, self-determination. So all of those things I've known, they were raised. My dad was in the Nation of Islam. My mom was raised in the Nation of Islam. So, building business and, independence, it was always important from a family standpoint for me. So it was things that I've always known about. And I've always understood the importance of it as well. So again, like, even having that knowledge, I was still extremely impressed with what I saw in St. Louis. From the doulas, training doulas, to the bakery, the furniture stores that, you know, that had been in place, the Aquaba Hall, all of those things as far as building community. I was extremely impressed. The community garden, the basketball court. It again was not just to talk. You know, everybody knows and understands that, you know, the chairman can talk and say the right things. He can write the right things. He can, you know, empower us by his words, but it's the actions of what the organization is doing is what's going to, like, you know, is the seed that's going to be blooming and blossoming within the next generation for decades and decades to come. And that scares folks. That scares the government. That scares people who want us to be in these neighborhoods, like the neighborhood that the African People's Socialist Party turned around in St. Louis, the neighborhoods that the African People's Socialist Party turned around in St. Petersburg. They don't want that. They don't want all of those things to happen. And I'm sure they've been digging and digging and digging and digging and digging for the last 60 years. And as they dug, they came across a couple of emails between the chairman and a guy that happened to be a Russian that we had that nobody knew was also communicating with FSB agents. And when they saw that, that was their opportunity to say, look, we got them. Look, here's our opportunity to do the chairman the way that we did Marcus Garvey. Here's our opportunity to do the African People's Socialist Party the way that we did the Black Panther Party. Here's our opportunity to, you know, even treat, you know, Penny Hess and Jesse Neville like the way that we treated other, you know, white people who cooperated with these organizations in the past. Again, it's that pattern to do so because it's dangerous work to create these communities, to wake people up, to give that self-determination, to give that independence, because the idea is we need to stay in the same place that we have been staying in. So they see these emails, they dig in deeper, they see, you know, this communication, they see, then they look on the other side of the Russian, and the Russian is lying to the FSB agents, which is equivalent to the federal government in Russia, lying and saying, you know, look, Chairman Omali Yeshitela is talking about reparations. I gave him those that viewpoint when we met back in 2016, and I told him this is the way to go. You know, he's telling FSB agents, look, I gave them the idea of doing a genocide petition in this idea of genocide. This is all me, and they're just puppeting everything that I said. You know, he's clearly saying that, and our government, in spite the fact that they know that this, because they've been watching for the last 60 years, so they know for the last 60 years that the African People's Socialist Party has been doing this work. That they've been calling out the government about genocide against Black people. They've been doing petitions. They've been talking about these things for the last 60 years. But although the government knew those things, they, you know, took this email and this text message from Russia and combined it with the communication that we, you know, that African People's Socialist Party and the work that they've been doing for the last 60 years, and created an indictment, and created a criminal charge. And not only that, they ignored what was going on at the time that the conversation was going, that these conversations were going on. And when I say they ignored what was going on, you know, at the time that the conversations first started taking place and these discussions first started taking place was around 2015, 2016. And, you know, and I'm glad we just kind of on piggybacking off of what happened to Brother Foster in jail. So in 2015, 2016, this was when police killings were at the forefront. They were in the news. There were marches. There were protests. There were all these things going on. You know, back to back, we saw Eric Garner, Tamir Rice. This was all before George Floyd. You know, Sandra Bland. And so the world was paying attention. And when the world starts paying attention to, to the things that's going on, that becomes even more scary for our government. So the world is paying attention at the time. So it's no surprise that somebody from Russia, somebody from South Africa, somebody from Jamaica, anywhere, like all this communication that the chairman was already have, to step in and say, we see what's going on. We see what's happening to Black men. We see the force that law enforcement is using in your communities. What can we do to help? And just like any other leader, the chairman said, hey, here's how you can be an ally. From Russia, here's how you can be an ally. We need to push this word. We need to make it known. We need to put it on a national stage. So help us send that message. And that was clear from all the communication, from all the meetings that they pulled, from the terabytes that they took away, everything that we were able to kind of like decipher out of what they were trying to feed us was that this was an effort to get the word out to the world that our government through law enforcement is attacking Black men, and we're seeing it every day, day in and day out. So when we looked at the historical context of it to see what was going on, when we looked at the historical context of it also to see the 60 years of work that was happening, we were able to pull all of that together for our framework for our defense. And which was, and again, this goes back to us going to St. Louis and seeing everything, because we were able to be able to take that big picture of the work that's being done, and not only St. Louis and St. Petersburg and throughout the world with this organization. So the importance of the organization when it came to the African American community, when it came to the African community, and when it came to his impact on these communities, we was able to take that framework to show that the organization and the chairman has been no stranger to challenging our government. And we was able to, again, show the importance of the work. And we didn't shy away from it in doing so. And I think that's important that we didn't shy away from it, because, when and I've been doing this for 20 years now. So a lot of times when when attorneys, we're posh and we're polished and we have all this education and all this training, and some of the training that we get is you don't want to upset the jury, you don't want to turn off the jury, you don't want to offend the jury might hear these things and they might be offended. And we talked about this throughout the year when we were like preparing for trial. And so some frame of thought would be, we don't want them to hear the things that the chairman would say to challenge our government. We don't want them to hear things like, police are unlawfully killing Black men and genocide, and we truly believe in genocide. The idea is we don't want them to, the frame of thought is we don't want them to hear that. And I think that's why our defense was so significant, because we flipped that upside down. And when I say we flipped that upside down, is we presented it all to the jury. We put it all in front of them. From the very beginning, we didn't want them to fear the word Uhuru and what that means, and the fact that you're going to hear it for the next week and a half, 2 weeks, where we thought it was going to be a month in the beginning of the trial. But we wanted them to know that, Uhuru is what you're going to hear, and this is what it means. So don't be scared of the word just because you hear it. We want you all to know that this organization does not shy away from doing real work. We want you to understand that, Jesse Neville and Penny Hess are a part of the Solidarity movement, and they are a group of white people that believe in reparations and believe in building these communities the same way. We don't want you to look at them any different or fear them any different. We want you to understand the power that they also have in this movement. And we want you all to understand that this is a movement, and that it's nothing wrong to communicate with an ally that happens to be a Russian, if that ally is going to forward our agenda, and not their agenda, but our agenda. And the prosecution thought they had their smoking gun when they read that email or several emails, and those emails, the chairman would say, they might be Russian government, but I don't care. It makes no difference to me. No difference to me, because we have our agenda and they have and they have theirs. And that was key, because they heard it as, we're going to work for them and help them with their agenda. But we understood it as, I don't care what they got going on. If it forwards the work that we've been doing for the last 60 years, and we can push this on the national stage so people can understand what America is doing to Black men here, and we can get self-determination and free the African people, then if it pushes that forward, then we're going to do it. And if it doesn't push that forward, then we're not going to do it. So one thing that the government also did was ignored the times that the chairman was like, no, that's not a good idea. You're not going to do that. When the chairman said, look, we don't work for you. We're not your employees. That was in writing. We're not your employees. We're allies. We have this partnership to do the things that we want to do. The government completely ignored those things, and glossed over them. But we were able, as a defense, to raise those statements up, those issues up, and again to show our independence, and also to show the hypocrisy in their case, or they're saying one thing here and one thing there, because the whole reason why the communication started with the Russian Ionov was because he believed in self-determination. So you can't believe in self-determination and go into a conference about self-determination and then also be a puppet for a Russian government. Like it just didn't make sense. So that was also something that we was able to show throughout the trial, that these people do not work for anybody but African people. That's it, period. Not a Russian, not a US government. It's about working for African people, for the liberation of African people. So throughout the trial, we made that a key topic. Every single witness, we brought that back up to the top. Even when they tried to gloss over, we brought it back up to the top. When they talked about the elections, and their thing was, oh, the Russians told y'all to run. The Russians, funded the campaign. The Russians, when it came down to the elections. And I believe it was Addie Griffin, one of the last questions that she asked was like, to any evidence at all that the Russians had any impact or gave any money or gave any information when it came down to, Jesse Neville and others running for office in St. Petersburg, and they all said no. So even though it's an indictment, even though it's in their press release, and not only the press release that they did announcing the indictment, they had the nerve to put it back in the press release when they announced the verdict at the end, in order to, because this whole Russian interference with elections was, so important. Well, it's one of those things that raises people's eyebrows and their ears, and it's their war of information against Russia. But even with that, even with the elections, we were able to show why. We were able to show, the importance of us being involved in elections, and we were able to send our message to the jury again, as to that self-determination, that independence, the fact that they ran in order to get out information about reparations, in order to talk about issues that would not otherwise be talked about in these elections by quote unquote, established candidates that don't talk about these things. So we were able to send all of these messages to the jury, and so the government gets up with their story and makes it seem some kind of way, and then after questioning, they get to understand more about the importance of this work, and not only the importance of this work, the reason for this work. So that was again, like the key point to the trial, and I think the historical part of this trial is that we were able to get a good verdict, not all the way what we wanted, but we were able to get a good verdict without compromise, without compromising the truth, without compromising, who this organization is, and not only who this organization is, but also who the individuals are. The jury knew who Jesse Neville was by the end of the trial. The jury knew who Penny Hess was by the end of the trial. The jury absolutely knew who Chairman Omali Yeshitela was at the end of the trial. And they did not have to water down who they are, what they're doing, or what the organization is doing at all. And so, again, I think that was historical. I think that was key. And I also think that it's important moving into this next phase. And the next phase is the sentencing for the conspiracy count. And we are not going to shy away from who we are either at the sentencing phase. We don't get into, oh, the jury got it wrong or anything like that. We'll leave that to the appeal. But we also want the judge to understand, and the letters were important. And I've read, pretty much all of them, all 400 of them. But I think, those letters weren't just like, hey, give them a good sentence. For the majority of them, like, it really talked about, and I read the ones for Jesse, like who he is, the importance of this work, how this work has impacted people throughout the world. And so without shying away, we're not going to go in like with our tails tucked to the judge, just like we didn't go in with our tails tucked to the jury. Like, look, Judge, we're not going to apologize for the work that we've been doing. We're not going to stop doing the work. We're not going to apologize for the work that we will continue to do. But we want you to understand why we do this work. We want you to understand that we will continue to do this work. And we want you to understand that anything that you think was criminal was, like, inconsequential and has nothing to do with the work that's been done for the last 60 years, and that will continue to be done. So that is going to be pretty much like, our presentation at sentencing to get the judge to know the people behind this quote unquote indictment as well. And so we look forward to, telling those stories, and hopefully the judge will hear it and understand it. And I do think he did throughout the trial. And I think, just kind of going back to the beginning, the judge knew who this group was. This federal court judge knew who the African People's Socialist Party. He said, well, we know you as the Uhuru people. But even that, I think, is a testament to the importance of the work and also the impact of the work as well. And so I'm sure he has a better understanding after this trial. And again, we're going to, continue to educate him at the time of sentencing. So, we all appreciate, all of the support and everything throughout this process. And one of the things that, stood out to me, and I talked about it right after the trial, and what really moved me to understand how important this trial was and this case was, I think it all came down emotionally for a lot of us. And, and I talked about, seeing it on, with the chairman, when we played the video of the encampment tour. And there were, a circle of, mostly sisters, but they were talking to another sister that was in Chicago, and they were just exchanging information about the petition, about why they were there. And the sister in Chicago, who was not familiar with the organization, she was just saying, like, look, like, this is what it's all about. I wasn't supposed to walk down this street, but I came down this street for a reason. And you all are really moving me to get out there and, like, get this message out and just talk about these things. And, and the sisters from the African People's Socialist Party was like, well, we got a newspaper. She's like, you got a newspaper? What? You know, yeah, we got a radio station. What? You got all those things. And it moved her. And that conversation kind of embodied the entire organization and the importance of the entire organization and how, you know, one action movement, this petition, this encampment tour, one movement like that can completely change, you know, one person, and that person is going to change another person. That person is going to change another person. And that's what community building is all about. And that's what's scary to our government. But we have to stand up to the attack on it. And standing up to an attack on it is what we did, you know, during this trial, is what we're going to do again during this sentence. And I think that's what this group has been doing since the day of the first search, to not, again, bow down, to not be quiet, even when the lawyers say, hey, stop talking. But it's to continue to like speak out, to continue to do the work. And I just want to say, you know, I'm privileged and I'm honored to be a part of this team to fight our federal government at the highest level in order to make sure that this organization is not silenced. So, Uhuru, and I can take any questions or anything if anybody has.
Said I wasn't on the same thing. Oh, Brother Camp, go ahead. You know,
I mean, that's I just want to a few things, and thank you so much, Brother Akbar. Just to let you know how things are going to go now. Sister Yejide will take over moderating. We're going to bring up Cam Howard, and she's going to continue with that. And Sister Belinda Parker Brown, we know you have a very important that we want to hear from the person that you have on for about 5 minutes. But anyway, we're going to go with this with the next panel discussion, and Sister Yejide will be leading that, and she'll introduce Cam Howard, and then we'll take Q&A later on toward the end, but we also want to make sure that we get Sister Belinda Parker Brown up there too. And thank you, everybody.
Oh, thank you for that introduction. My name is Yejide Ormila. I'm a proud member of the Black is Back Coalition and Hands Off Uhuru Fightback Coalition. And I represent the African National Women's Organization, of which I am the president, and a member organization of the Uhuru movement. So today I'll be moderating the dynamic panel in place of Moise Odom, who had to leave because she had to catch a flight, and who is also the chairperson of the Hands Off Uhuru Fightback Coalition. I want to salute this dynamic 15th annual Black People's March on the White House and this conference that is happening today, and all the presentations that have preceded this panel, and we are winning. This panel is titled Repealing 951 FARA Act is of particular importance for the present and historical relevance of how the Foreign Agent Registration Act has been used to attack free speech and as we say, anti-colonial free speech. This panel is also of importance for where we plan to take the fight back to repeal this repressive political law. We have an esteemed panel today of Cam Howard, Scott Ritter, and Paul Pumphrey, and I'll say more about their background in a minute.
Jesse Neville. Yeah, I don't understand why his name didn't make it.
And Jesse Neville, one of the Uhuru Three. And we will also open it up to hear from the campaign who will be leading the fight back to repeal the FARA Acts. But first, a quick overview. The Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa campaign was born out of the July 29th, 2022 U.S. government attacks where the FBI carried out simultaneous pre-dawn violent military-style raids on 7 homes and offices of the Uhuru Freedom Movement and the African People's Socialist Party in 2 cities, St. Louis, Missouri, and St. Petersburg, Florida. 9 months later, in April 2023, the Uhuru Three were indicted by the U.S. government for its over 50 years of work advocating for the liberation and unification of Africa and forcibly dispersed African people everywhere. What were the bogus charges, you ask? Charges of being agents of foreign government, as we discussed already today, aka Russia, U.S. Code 951 for exercising their right to free speech to advocate for the liberation of African people, as well as conspiracy charges of which is also coded U.S. 371. Both charges combined carry prison sentences of up to 15 years each for the Uhuru Three. Okay. On September 3rd, 2024, the Uhuru trial, expected to be a month long, began, and 9 days later, the verdict was in. The Uhuru Three worked for Black people, not for Russia. The U.S. government lied and lost, and the Uhuru movement told the truth and won. The jury found the Uhuru Three not guilty of being Russian foreign agents, as Chairman Omali Yeshitela said, and the most important thing is that they were unable to convict us of working for anybody except Black people. The prosecutors did, however, deliberately mislead and confuse the jury into returning an inconsistent verdict that acquitted the Uhuru Three of being Russian agents while convicting them on a bogus conspiracy charge that carries a maximum 5-year prison sentence. The fight is not over. Under the chairman's leadership, the victory of the Uhuru movement in defeating the bogus foreign agents charges against the Uhuru Three was a huge win for the anti-colonial free speech movement, demolishing the U.S. colonial state's vicious, slanderous attempt to use the political law 951 to criminalize and delegitimize criticisms of African or Black people against the U.S. government treatment of African people. The Hands Off Uhuru Legal Defense Support Committee, a subcommittee of the Hands Off Uhuru Fightback Coalition, is in the process of building the fight back to defeat the conspiracy conviction through the appeals process and through political mobilization. At the same time, the Uhuru Three victory against the 951 FARA charge presents a great opportunity to continue to elevate this victory for free speech and democratic rights, of which the Hands Off Uhuru Fightback Coalition represents. We will initiate a campaign to push for the elimination of the U.S. government's repressive foreign agents laws that were conceived in the 1930s as legal instruments of political persecution, primarily targeting African and other colonized people. From W.E.B. Du Bois in 1951 to Chairman Omali Yeshitela in 2024, the U.S. has attempted to use the bogus charge of being a foreign agent to imprison African leaders for speaking out against U.S. imperialism and colonialism. There's already a degree of controversy around these laws, not just in the U.S., but internationally, for obvious reasons. For the obvious threat they pose to civil liberties and open political expression. Taking on this campaign to fight for free speech legislation that would repeal the Foreign Agents Law, FARA and 18 U.S.C. 951, will center the colonial question as central to the struggle for free speech, while uniting forces across the political spectrum to continue rallying in the interest of colonized and oppressed masses. We will continue to highlight political defeat and expose the false charges against the Uhuru Three, deepen the victory of the Uhuru Three trial, along with winning support for the ongoing struggle to overturn the bogus conspiracy conviction. So we're going to start our panel now. Okay, so I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Cam Howard. He is a national and international reparations scholar and activist working for over 20 years building grassroots movements to obtain reparations for African descendants in the United States. And he founded the Reparations United to further his mission for obtaining reparations. He provides advisory and leadership to coalitions and activists in the movement. And he currently serves as the commissioner of the National African Americans Reparations Commission, where he led in revising the federal legislation, HR 40, a bill to establish a commission to study and develop reparations proposals for African Americans. I want to bring to the stage brother comrade Cam Howard. Uhuru.
Uhuru comrades. Let me start by saying I appreciate the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. Unfortunately, I have to shoot out of here real quickly. I have a flight to catch, and so we're going to kind of run through this. Let me also appreciate Chairman for your leadership, Deputy Chair Lisa Davis, who had to leave as well, and all of the coalition members of the Black is Back Coalition. So I've entitled this brief presentation, Repeal Foreign Agent Laws with a Reparations Lens. Next slide. The key points of the FARA Act is that registration. Agents must register if they engage in political activities, acts or public relations, counsel, solicit funds, etc., of a foreign interest before the U.S. government agencies. definition of an agent that was used in this trial, an agent is defined as someone who operates within the U.S. under the direction or control of a foreign government or official. I don't know how that got all mixed up, but and that it requires notification to the Attorney General, and violation can be fines up to $1 million and up to 10 years in prison. Next slide. The conspiracy component of this act is 18 U.S. Code 371, which the moderator just talked about. Conspiracy is two or more persons must agree to commit an offense or defraud the United States. There must be an action component. At least one person must take an overt act to further the conspiracy, and the penalties can be also fines and imprisonment up to 5 years or both. Now, Chairman mentioned Prince Asiel Ben Israel, an African Hebrew Israelite who was charged with both conspiracy, charged with acting as a foreign agent, and his co-defendant was charged with a third count of violating the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Now, Prince Asiel, at 73 years old, stated that they tried to put a death sentence on him. As Chairman, you stated, 10 years of imprisonment with a death sentence. So he pled guilty because they had gotten a $3.4 million agreement with the Zimbabwean government to help them lift the sanctions off the Zimbabwe government. Why were there sanctions on the Zimbabwe government? The Zimbabwe government, in their defeat of the colonial Rhodesian powers, when they won, they wanted to take back all of the land that the colonizers had took during the colonial period. And the soldiers said, that's what we fought for. Yeah. And so they worked out a ceasefire to end the war, which Britain and Rhodesia and South Africa, all these European forces was losing. And they said, well, we'll work out an agreement. We'll pay the farmers for the land, but give us 10 years to do it. And so they agreed to that to stop the war. And 10 years later, the Britain government reneged. So the soldiers went in and took the land, right? So they took the land. And so the United States government put sanctions on them. George Bush, in 2008, Obama furthered the sanctions, and he also put the sanctions on fertilizer companies. Zimbabwe was seen as the breadbasket of the world. Yeah. He put sanctions on fertilizer companies, and 40,000 children died as a result of those sanctions within the first year. So Prince Asiel, who was a professed Pan-African, said, I don't have to register the United States government to be a Pan-African. I'm a Pan-African by birth. And so, but because they had this hanging over him, this 10 years hanging on him, and they did have an actual consulting agreement with the agents of Zimbabwe, he took a plea. Attorney Greg Turner did not plea, and he was subsequently found guilty, not of the conspiracy, not of acting as a foreign agent, but violating the Emergency Economic Powers Act, or Empowerment Act, which again is like this case. If you conspired and you did act, how are you going to be found guilty for something else if you was found innocent of those two charges? So it's the same thing. Unfortunately, our brother transitioned before he was sentenced. Now, the emergency, this is very important. All this is very important to the reparations movement. The International Emergency Economics Power Act grants the president broad authority to regulate international commerce after declaring a national emergency in response to any unusual and extraordinary threat to national security, foreign policy, or the economy of the United States. So apparently they thought that if they fought to get sanctions lifted off of Zimbabwe, that was a threat to national security. So the president can declare an emergency and go in and eliminate that threat, apparently. The president can block transactions and freeze assets to address the threat. So those of us working in the reparations movement can be approached in this manner, and I'm gonna tell you why in a second. Next slide. So from a reparations lens, just recently, the African Union, I'm gonna get out of here before that. The African Union has joined the reparations movement in full force. The African Union has declared 2025 to be the year of reparations. I just turned in a document 2 days ago to the working group of experts, the people of African descent, on what I call the 5 essential pillars of a broad global reparations front. And one of those pillars was this is a collective movement. And by stating this is a collective movement, one of the points I pointed out is that any high-level meeting of any African with the United States must begin with the conversation of reparations, Chairman. You can't come to America or come to any state where you have people from Africa who were enslaved and their descendants still live here under total colonial domination and not address that before you address anything else. And so with that, this government has the ability to reverse the Emergency Act, where the way it is now, they can target any individual working with the foreign governments for the interests of the foreign government. What we're trying to do is get these foreign governments to work for the interests of African people. So they can reverse the Emergency Act if they choose to. And what we see with that proposal, that every time, whenever an African comes to this country, ambassador or leader, and engages this conversation in reparations, they can say that we are attempting what? To divide the country, that we're attempting to evoke a civil war, that we're attempting to, like they say, bankrupt America because we want $17 trillion, you know? So they have the ability to use all the things we've been saying in the reparations movement and all the contentions that they've been giving to us in the reparations movement as an act of as an actions against federal law, and that's why we're saying these laws must be repealed. Now, Attorney Lenny Goodman stated earlier, and I'm going to end with this, that the Uhuru 3 are the first activist organizations indicted where they attempt to criminalize activist groups for finding friends in a foreign country that is not favored by the United States government. Now, we have a lot of African nations on the continent that are not favored by the United States government. And as we enlist them in the reparations movement, then we can certainly see ourselves also being attempted to be criminalized as well for bringing these African nations into our struggle for redress here in America. So with that, I'm gonna say, Uhuru, thank you. And we must repeal the acts. And Jesse, I know you're gonna talk about how you actually repeal the acts, but I'll leave with that. Uhuru.
Uhuru. So next I'm going to introduce to the podium our next speaker, Scott Ritter, who is a former Marine intelligence officer who served in the former Soviet Union, implementing arms control agreements, and on the staff of General Norman Schwarzkopf during the Gulf War, where he played a critical role in the hunt for Iraqi Scud missiles. From 91 until 98, Mr. Ritter served as a chief inspector for the United Nations in Iraq, leading the search for Iraq's prescribed weapons of mass destruction. Mr. Ritter was a vocal critic of the American decision to go to war with Iraq. So I'm going to bring up to the front Scott Ritter.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and privilege to be up here and have a chance to address with you. I guess I'm learning. You got to forgive me, so I'm going to start by saying Uhuru. So it's a learning process. And that's the sort of the interesting thing about this is what brings us together. Because I have to be honest, prior to my brush with the US government over the Foreign Agent Registration Act, the Uhuru 3 didn't register on my radar. Well, not because you're not important. Of course, you're very important and your cause is very just. It's just because the way the news media works in the United States, you weren't getting the attention that you deserved. And it's not just about the Black national movement, which of course is a very important movement. But from my perspective, what makes what's going on with the Uhuru 3 so vital is the implication your case has to the Constitution of the United States of America and in particular, the First Amendment and freedom of speech. And I will say this, that there will be no ability for people like me, people who look like me, people who think like me, to learn more about the Uhuru 3 movement and the Black national movement, unless we have free speech.
Yes.
Because free speech isn't just about speaking freely. It's about your ability to be heard as well.
Yes.
Because if they silence you, then I can't learn.
Yes.
I can't hear. I can't listen. I can't absorb. I can't further my own, because this is one of the most important issues. I told Chairman O'Malley when he honored us with the with an appearance on a podcast that I run, that the battle of the Uhuru 3 is the battle of America. It is the existential struggle of our time. That if you lose, we lose. Therefore, it's imperative that we learn about you and your struggle, because your struggle is our struggle. Let's get down to fundamentals. The First Amendment of the United States Constitution says that Congress shall not pass any laws that infringe on the ability of Americans to have a free press, free speech, freedom of association. The Foreign Agent Registration Act is a law passed by Congress, which by design is intended to stifle free speech, a free press, and freedom of association by tainting it with what they call a foreign presence. Now, I'm as American as it gets, sometimes to a fault. And I will say that I do not want foreign governments interfering in the legitimate democratic processes of this nation. This nation has many, many problems, as you are well aware. And it's incumbent upon us, we the people of the United States, to work these problems out together by engaging in discussion, dialogue, debate, informed discussion, informed by the experiences of us all. I find it insulting to the extreme that the US government thinks that you have to be taught about Black nationalism by the Russian government. No matter how much respect I may have for the Russian government and the intelligence of their officials, I will yield to you on this subject, Chairman, and not the Russian government. In the same way, when the FBI came a knocking at my door on August 7th of this year, saying that I have been placed under suspicion by the US government for violating the Foreign Agent Registration Act, with all due respect to the FBI, I've been doing nuclear disarmament a lot longer than the FBI agents who came to my door had been alive. And the notion that the United States government is going to say that Russia is going to teach a man who went to Russia to disarm Russia about nuclear weapons and the need for nuclear disarmament is an insult in the extreme. And yet that's what the US government is accusing me of doing, of working at the behest of the Russian government to further a policy of nuclear disarmament. Ladies and gentlemen, nuclear disarmament wasn't invented in Moscow. Nuclear disarmament is invented in the hearts and minds of all human beings who want to live, who want to survive, who don't want to die in a nuclear holocaust. Was the Russian government behind the march in Central Park in June of 1982, the No Nuke March? No, that was Americans, American groups. Is it bad that the Russians might have also said, we don't want nuclear war? No, that's a good thing. That's a good thing to have the Russians say, we too don't want to die at a nuclear Armageddon. And therefore, when people like myself reach out to the Russians to try and make common cause on this, and it's not just about making common cause. You see, the one thing that blocks, and you run into this problem too, Chairman O'Malley, this is why we have more in common than we possibly even know. You see, when people talk about Black nationalism in America, there's an immediate block that's put in. There's something wrong here. They're coming after Whitey. They're coming after me. I'm scared. I'm nervous. This is Black nationalists. What do they mean by that? What do they want? I'm afraid. I fear. Therefore, from the fear, the ignorance that comes from fear, it gets exploited. This is why they picked you, Chairman O'Malley, to be the first case. because they were saying that white America will not rally behind you because white America will not identify with your cause because your cause is not about free speech. Your cause is not about the Constitution. Your cause is about Black nationalism. And the way they would say it is designed to make people like me afraid, nervous, concerned, so I would ignore it. No, your cause, and I've been honest with you all along, I'm learning. This is a learning process for somebody like me. This is why I'm going to go to St. Louis to learn. Okay, I'm here about learning, but this isn't about Black nationalism for me. This is about the Constitution of the United States of America and my right, your right, our right to speak as we see fit. Free speech is not something that the government gave to us. Free speech is something we told the government we will have. That's the way it's written. The government doesn't give us free speech or a free press. We own it. It's an inherent part of our humanity, and they don't get to take it away from us at all. This is not a legal fight for lawyers to work out. This is an existential struggle of the United States of America. All the people, Black, white, red, yellow, I don't care what your creed is, what your nationality is. If you call yourself an American citizen, you identify as an American citizen, then freedom of speech is the thing that makes you an American citizen. And we have to fight for this. One of the problems that I run into when talking about Russia and the need to stop a nuclear war is that the American people are as ignorant as day is long about the reality of Russia.
Yes.
Just like they're ignorant about your cause, they're ignorant about the reality of Russia. So interestingly, when the FBI came to me, I said, well, what is your problem? What are you trying to say here? And they spent 5 hours telling me what their problem was while they took my house apart. But at the end of the day, I was guilty of meeting with the Russian ambassador. I said, really, that's a crime? They said, well, why are you meeting with the Russian ambassador? I said, well, A, it's none of your business. But B, if you want to know, is because I had approached the Russian ambassador about talking to him about the threat of Russophobia, the irrational fear of Russia that exists in America today. You see, I can't convince American people that preventing a nuclear war with Russia is the most important issue as long as they are afraid of Russia and they feel we need nuclear weapons to protect ourselves from Russia. So in order to overcome this fear, I have to empower myself with knowledge and information about Russia, which means I need to talk to the Russian ambassador. I need to go to Russia. I need to meet the Russian people. I need to listen to the Russian people. I need to absorb what they say, and I need to bring it back, and I need to inform the American people about it. Free speech. I'm a journalist. Free press. Freedom of association. This was a crime in their eyes. How dare I go to Russia? And it wasn't just that I dared go to Russia. How dare I go to Russia in a way that they can't monitor me? You see, that was the problem. The US government has been listening to all my phone conversations. They admitted it. They had all my emails for several years. They admitted it. They admitted it because I forced them to admit it, because they kept saying, you know how when they question you, Chairman, how the two FBI guys will question you, and then when you're done, they look at each other like, you got anything else? And every time they did that, I said, stop. The fact that you're looking at each other means you have a question. You do not get to leave my house with any question unasked. I will answer every question openly, no unasked questions. And so they were compelled to turn over the emails and say, well, what about this email? I said, well, that's 2 years old, thanks. But their concern was there were things happening that they didn't know about. With all due respect to the US government, they don't have an inherent right to know anything about me. They have no inherent right to know anything about who I talk to, the conversations we have. It's called a free press and free speech for a reason. It's free of government interference, government, oppression, etc. But the US government was afraid because they didn't know what I was talking about. So they inferred the worst. They seized my computers, they seized my electronics, and we are now 3 months into it, and they have nothing. And they will find nothing, because there is nothing. Now, as you know, that won't stop them from perhaps going forward with an indictment, and let it be, because as I said yesterday, I don't want to fight. I want to stop a nuclear war. I want Americans and Russians to live together in peace. I want you to be able to do your important work to further the cause of Black nationalism. I'm all in favor of this. But if they want to fight, let it begin here and let it be with me. That's the way we have to be. And the fight here isn't just about defending ourselves against the Foreign Agent Registration Act. I'm a Marine. And my motto, our mission is to close with and destroy the enemy through firepower and maneuver. Now, I'm not advocating violence. Firepower and maneuver now can be changed to using the law on our side, using language on our side, non-violent, but the Foreign Agent Registration Act is the enemy of all Americans. It must be our duty and responsibility not just to defend ourselves against it, but go on the offensive and have it repealed. And that's the duty and responsibility of all Americans. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's been an honor and privilege talking.
Thank you, Scott Ritter, for that enthusiastic presentation. I really appreciated it. Next on our panel, I'm going to introduce Paul Pumphrey. Paul Anthony Pumphrey has been an organizer and activist for over 40 years and has co-founded and member of the board of directors for the Friends of the Congo. Friends of the Congo is a nonprofit advocacy organization based in Washington, D.C. Human rights and grassroots institutions established in 2004 to work to bring about peaceful and lasting change in the Democratic Republic of Congo, formerly known as Zaire. Coming up to the stage now, Mr. Paul Pumphrey. Uhuru.
So I'd like to say I really appreciate the opportunity to share this information with this audience today. We happen to live in dangerous times. We have a country that makes its wealth over robbing the people of the United States, as well as people throughout the world. And I'm going to give some examples. We recently had a situation where the US military was in Afghanistan for almost 20 years. And over that 20 years, our tax dollars was over $2.3 trillion. That's money that could have been used for housing in our community. That's money that could have been used for better educational facilities in inner cities, in Appalachian Mountains, etc. That's money that could be used for good purposes. But instead, we were told it was to establish democracy. We were told it was to make life better for women and girls in Afghanistan. We were told it was to train an army in Afghanistan. And most of all, we were told it was to get rid of the Taliban. Yet, President Biden says that we're going to leave Afghanistan in 2 weeks. And in less than 2 days, the Taliban was in charge of the government of Afghanistan. The so-called elected president of Afghanistan went down to the central bank, took over $1 billion, jumped on a plane and flew to the Middle East. The army that we were supposed to have trained for 20 years, almost 20 years, disappeared. We have to ask ourselves, wait a minute, have we not been bamboozled? As Malcolm would say, have we not been hoodwinked? Now let's look at the Congo. The Congo is the second in area, largest country in all of Africa.
Yes, it is.
It's right on the equator. It has been blessed with over $22 trillion worth of minerals. Some of those minerals make our electronics work, like our cell phone, our laptops, our flat screen, TVs, as well as it provides the necessary material for batteries in our electric cars, as well as our electronics. Yet, the United States uses our tax dollars to buy weapons and provide training to 2 neighboring countries in the Congo, one of Rwanda and the other one of Uganda. And what is their role? Their role is to go in and clear the land that's over top of the minerals that the US corporate interest wants to have very cheap. Now, they could get the equivalent of cobalt out of Australia. But you think that the Australian business mining company is going to allow them to get it at the cheap prices they can steal it from the Congo? Of course not. So we find that our government here is not about freedom, not about justice, not about doing the right thing. It's more focused on their ability to use our tax dollars and our military to rob innocent human beings throughout Africa, throughout the Caribbean, throughout Central America, throughout South America, so that it can be in a position to put more money in the pockets of the super rich of this country. When we and my two co-founders looked at it with the Congo, we said enough is enough. We need to go out and educate the people of this country about what the real deal is and how our government is using our tax dollars not to push democracy, not to push peace, not to push justice, but the ability to rob African people. And so that US corporations can be able to make more money and be able to take advantage of the people, not only of the United States, but of the world. And then turn around and tell us that it's all about justice. It's all about peace. It's not. It's about greed. It's about the ability of the US government. It's about the ability of the US government to take advantage of people who have suffered over 60 years from the United States, killing their first elected prime minister, and telling the world that, in fact, that they were supporting democracy and that they were protecting the people of the Congo from Russia, from the Soviet Union. When in fact, Patrice Lumumba got on a plane and flew to Washington, D.C. to talk to President Eisenhower, to actually almost plead with President Eisenhower that he wanted to work with the US government to take the advantage of the resources in the Congo to benefit the people of the Congo. And the US government refused to even meet with him. And then when he said, okay, if I can't meet with the United States, let me look at another industrial power that I can maybe meet with, because his goal was the same. And that was a simple goal of using the resources of the Congo to benefit the people of the Congo. And then the United States says, oh no, he's talking to the Soviet Union. How dare he do that? Well, it wasn't because he did not try to talk to the US first or to Europe first. And so what did they do? They organized a plot to capture him and kill him. And they were so gruesome to not only just kill him, but to cut up his body and put him in a barrel of acid, but to save one tooth and take that tooth back to Belgium as a souvenir of their success and stopping the Congolese people from having the ability to use the benefits of their country, the resources of their country, to improve the lives of the people of their country. And so we began to go and share the information with people here, not only in the United States, but around the world, and showing that the war in the Congo wasn't just about Congolese fighting each other. Right. No. Because after all, the war only happens to be where the minerals are, in the eastern part of the Congo. That's not by coincidence. And then you have Barack Hussein Obama.
Well,
Oh, please.
He's on a plane and goes to Ghana.
yes, he did.
And in his speech in Ghana, he says, United States don't believe in strong men, but strong democratic institutions. If that's the case, how is it that Paul Kagame has been the head of state of Rwanda for over 29 years? And the United States still has a close relationship with Paul Kagame. And he doesn't look like he's ready to leave his office anytime soon.
Yeah.
We're clear that, in fact, we've been told one thing about what our government believes in, and then observe our government do something the opposite. And when you look at the trial that I happened to be able to witness down in Tampa, Florida, in early September, and I'll have to admit, I went down to Florida in August and volunteered to spread the word without the community, to say to people, you need to come out and see the hypocrisy of your government as it claims that it's serving the interests of the people of our country when they're wasting our taxes and going after innocent people for practicing what is supposed to be guaranteed in our Constitution. So I say again, we have some work to do. We all have work to do. Because yes, I am representing Friends of the Congo, but I'll tell you a country that I've had the opportunity to visit over 25 times since 1995 that reminds me a great deal of the Congo, and that's the country of Haiti.
Yes. Uh-huh.
They tell you every time a news reporter mentions the word Haiti, it says it's the poorest country in this hemisphere. That's a lie. Why do I say that? Don't take my word for it. Ask Alexa. Alexa will tell you that Haiti has some of the largest oil deposits in the world. Ask them about its natural gas deposits. Alexa will tell you it has trillions of dollars worth of natural gas. But not only that, they have a mineral that came by way of comets that landed in Haiti. And the only other place in the world that has even more of this mineral is South Africa. And you can believe those white businessmen of South Africa is not going to sell that mineral cheap. It's called urea, not urea, it's called, anyway, let's put it this way. It's a mineral that's used because of its ability to withstand very high temperatures. That mineral sells for $4,500 an ounce. And Haiti has mountains of it. And guess what? Every time the United States brings its troops into Haiti, they also bring their ability to dig those minerals out of the ground and load their ships and haul it away without the people of Haiti getting any benefits from it. So this may help to explain why there seem to be so many problems in Haiti. Because I must ask yourself a question. How is it that street gangs who can't even make $3 a day are walking around with automatic machine guns? United States makes the weapons. Haiti doesn't make those weapons.
That's right.
So how do those weapons end up in Haiti? The United States claims it has a great Coast Guard.
Yeah.
It claims that it has great port authorities.
Yes.
Then who is watching over these weapons leaving the United States? Dominican Republic doesn't make those weapons. The average Haitian in the gang can't even make $3 a day. And they're walking around with weapons costing close to $1,000. Who's paying for it? And while they're operating, and this is not the first time the United States has used street gangs.
No.
They used street gangs back in the mid-90s. They used street gangs on the Tom Tom Makut. They went on during the time of Duvalier. It's been a constant practice of the United States to use weapons of war against a country that's only trying to survive. Haiti used to be a major exporter of agriculture food until a guy by the name of William Clinton became president. And he said to Haiti, you need to take off the tariff on your rice. Why was that? Because the United States wanted to export rice to Haiti, which they knew was a major meal for Haiti. So we need to be very clear that this government that we live under does not believe in justice, does not believe in doing the right thing. It doesn't even believe in looking out for the people of the United States. It only believes in looking out for the super rich who have robbed the people of the United States as well as people around the world. And so this is why I have joined the fight. And I say to my brothers and sisters, Uhuru.
Thank you, Brother Paul Pumphrey, for that educational, inspirational presentation. And the last person in this selection is Jesse Neville. We all know him as one of the Uhuru Three, but he is also the international chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And I'll let him come on up to talk about FARA and how we plan to repeal it, right? And give a presentation.
Uhuru. Uhuru, thank you so much, President Yejide, and I'm once again honored to be up here and be a part of this conference. And for anyone who wasn't here for the panel earlier, just to reintroduce myself, I'm a proud member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, organized under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and also one of the Uhuru Three, along with Chairwoman Penny Hess, and of course, the chairman, who is the primary target. And I was asked to speak a little bit about the campaign that the chairman has called on Hands Off Uhuru and everybody who wants to be a part of it to initiate for the elimination, the repealing, the abolition of the foreign agents laws, as well as the conspiracy law. And I just want to, first of all, salute all of the other speakers, Paul Pumphrey, Cam Howard, and of course, Comrade Scott Ritter, and say that we stand with Scott Ritter against this outrageous attack on him and freedom of speech that the FBI has carried out. So first, I just wanted to share a news article from CNN from a few weeks ago, actually. Some of you might have seen this. So a French researcher was found guilty by a Moscow court for breaking Russia's foreign agent law and sentenced to 3 years in prison. He was arrested in June and accused of failing to register as a foreign agent in Russia while collecting military information for foreign intelligence services. So here's how the government of France responded. The president, Macron, he said, quote, Russia's legislation on foreign agents contributes to a systematic violation of fundamental freedoms in Russia, such as freedom of association, freedom of opinion, and freedom of expression. Okay. In Georgia, the country, earlier this year, the Georgian legislature passed a similar law to regulate, foreign agents operating inside the country of Georgia. And the CIA poured tons of money into fomenting demonstrations against that law, which they described as the Russia law. And there were people in the United States and US officials who spoke out against it and said that that law was also an attack on freedom of speech. And the Council on Foreign Relations notes that the 60 countries now since 1994 have implemented similar foreign agents laws. The first one, however, was the United States in 1938 with the passing of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. So you have laid bare here the hypocrisy of the US government, the colonial state, that created the template for this law to attack free speech by African and colonized people and others inside the United States, and then goes around the world interfering in other countries' elections, staging coups, meddling in the affairs of other countries through fake NGOs that are actually just front groups for the CIA. And then those countries try to defend themselves by passing their own version of the foreign agents laws, and the United States cries that it's a violation of freedom of speech. So meanwhile, here in the United States, you have the prosecution of the Uhuru 3, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the raid of the home of Scott Ritter, and a long line of other flagrant attacks on free speech using the foreign agents law as a legal cover. And I wanted to just mention a really profound statement that the chairman has made in this recent period, talking about the question of free speech. The chairman has pointed out that when the First Amendment was ratified by Congress in 1791, African people were enslaved. African people were in chains. And that was further made clear in law with, as the chairman points out, the 1857 Dred Scott Supreme Court decision, which stated that African people in this country had no rights which the white man was bound to respect. And as a quick side note, despite this idea in this country that the Supreme Court is supposed to operate independently of the executive branch, it turns out that a draft of the Dred Scott ruling was actually given to the president at that time, James Buchanan. And it was essentially the same ruling, but Buchanan, the president, was the one who said, you need to make it explicitly clear that what we're saying is African people have no rights. So that was Buchanan's language that was added to that Supreme Court ruling. So the chairman has posed this incredibly profound question. Who else but African people who had no rights to begin with in this country would be at the vanguard of the struggle for free speech?
Well,
freedom of speech for African people has not simply been about freedom to dissent. It has literally been a question of freedom to speak, freedom to say words, to have any voice at all. To speak anything that the colonizer, the slave master, does not like is for an African to find themselves in serious danger. And the chairman has pointed out that we talk about precedents a lot. The chairman said the real precedent with the Uhuru 3 is that they took the chairman to court, because in previous times, they would just lynch African people and burn them alive for saying something that the US government or white people did not approve of. The chairman always points out Emmett Till. Emmett Till, who was viciously murdered, they said, for whistling. So these are things that we have to understand when we talk about freedom of speech as white people, that the freedom of speech question for African people has been life and death. And therefore, nobody has spilled more blood. Nobody has fought harder for freedom of speech than the Black community in this country. So in this group. So basically, Scott Ritter, you're in the right place, is what I'm saying. And anyone who cares about free speech, there's no better place we can be than under the leadership of the Black liberation movement. So in this context, we look at the question of getting rid of these foreign agents laws, as well as the bogus conspiracy law. And, these laws are unconstitutional and illegitimate, no matter what they're used for. It doesn't matter if it's Paul Manafort or Scott Ritter or Chairman Omali Yeshitela. The law is unconstitutional and illegitimate, and they have to be repealed. They have to be abolished. And to make a campaign to do that would be another fight in the counteroffensive, as the chairman has led from day one. Put them on the defensive. Put them on the defensive. Make them have to defend this law next to their constitution. It would be another blow to the political attack that they are trying to make against African people and all who are speaking out against what this government is doing. So to quickly go through a little bit of the history of this law, specifically, I'll talk about both 951 and the Foreign Agent Registration Act. Starting with 951, the one that was used in the case of the Uhuru 3, it has its roots in the 1917 Espionage Act. And as Leonard Goodman said, it's basically a law to go after what the US government considers to be secret spies. In fact, the Department of Justice has called it espionage light. And it was the language of the statute was originally just contained in the Espionage Act. And then in the 40s, they separated it out into its own law called 18 USC 951. So, the chairman has really educated us on what was going on in the world in 1917. We often, hear about the Russian Revolution, but there was a lot going on in the world that even made that happen, that set that into motion. There was anti-colonial struggle happening all throughout the world. Even 2 years earlier, the US Marines invading Haiti. There was the Mexican Revolution. There was struggles in India. And in the United States, there was the rise of the Garvey movement, especially after the East St. Louis massacre in 1917, where Marcus Garvey rose to prominence. And we often hear this talk about the Red Scare, and the first Red Scare is supposed to have started in around the late 1919 into the early 1920s. But the hysteria and persecution of people who were charged with being agents of the Soviet Union took place on the foundation of the regular day-to-day ongoing colonial counterinsurgency repression and war against African people having any semblance of democratic rights or freedom of speech. One of the speakers mentioned the Elaine, Arkansas massacre earlier. That was during a period that's referred to now as the Red Summer in 1919. And the FBI during that period was advancing the idea that these African uprisings happening throughout the country were being instigated by Russia. And we're using that as a cover for going in and trying to crush this upsurge of African resistance. And just to quickly look at this, so I think this is from a PBS website or something. It said, during the first Red Scare following the 1917 Russian Revolution, authorities viewed with alarm African Americans, African people's advocacy of racial equality. In a private conversation in March 1919, President Woodrow Wilson said, quote, "The American Negro returning from abroad will be the greatest medium in conveying Bolshevism to America." Okay. So the US had not entered the First Imperialist War in 1914 until a few years later. One of the incidents that prompted the US to get involved with the war is this thing called the Zimmerman telegram incident, where British intelligence claims that they intercepted some telegram between the German government, which was on the other side of the First Imperialist War, and Mexican revolutionaries. And they were alleging that there was a plot that if the US was to enter the war on the opposite side of Germany, that Germany would start funding Mexican people's struggles to take back Mexico, to take back the stolen land in the US Southwest, to be under the control of Mexicans. And that was one of the things that precipitated the passing of the 1917 Espionage Act. So even looking back at that, like, it was always about the colonial question. Yeah. And they always have to dress it up with, oh, the Germans are gonna somehow be responsible for Mexicans fighting for national liberation. And that was what led to them going into the war and passing this 1917 Espionage Act. So I just wanted to mention those things. And then, of course, the second Red Scare is what they call the McCarthy era. We don't have time to go into all that, but the chairman has for many, many years has made the statement that the persecution of white communists and union members and even Hollywood screenwriters, and eventually even the execution of the Rosenbergs, who were charged with being spies for Russia, was happening on the foundation of the oppression of African people. And it wasn't a pushback by white people, by white leftists, by white communists that brought an end to the McCarthy era of open repression. It was Ella Baker, Fannie Lou Hamer, Rosa Parks. And that's true today too. It is Chairman Omali Yeshitela who is at the vanguard of the struggle against repression, for freedom of speech, for the right to freedom of association. So I know I'm coming down to the end here. I just wanted to mention that I talked about the differences between the Foreign Agent Registration Act and 951, but they are basically the same in terms of the kind of thing that they are targeting. And one thing that you'll notice if you look at any previous cases of foreign agent prosecutions in this country, there really aren't that many where they're charging someone with being Canadian agent or a British agent. It's the countries where someone has been targeted under this law. People have been accused of working on behalf of the Palestinians. Zimbabwe, we heard about that. The Irish support committees were targeted. El Salvador solidarity committees were targeted. Even the National Lawyers Guild was investigated because they opened a law office in Cuba at one point. And of course, the Uhuru 3 being the most obvious example. So this campaign is going to be really important. And I'm really excited that there are so many people that are already on board to go forward with making it happen. And some of the things that in meetings with Hands Off Uhuru that have been discussed is putting forward, and it still needs to be written, and we need people to help with this, is actually crafting a congressional bill or resolution that would be brought before Congress and brought to congresspersons to call on them to take this bill before Congress to abolish these unconstitutional, undemocratic, repressive laws. And this is not, as the chairman clarified, this is not based on any assumption of goodwill on the part of any of the members of Congress, but it is part of waging a political fight back and waging a political campaign. So we want to have letter writing campaigns, we want to have rallies, teach-ins, even have people do sit-ins at your congressperson's office, speak out at congressional hearings, even go to that weaponization of the federal government subcommittee that was formed a couple of years ago, and make them have to face this, make them have to look at these laws and how they've been used and why they need to be done away with. So so we will be, I know, in the coming weeks, having a lot more discussion about this, and just want to salute the leadership of Chairman Omali Shatella and Hands Off Uhuru and Black is Back, and invite anyone who's interested in being a part of this to join the committee, to build the campaign, to put the foreign agents laws and the conspiracy laws in the dustbin of history where they belong.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for those really powerful presentations. We're going to have 15, I'm just looking behind me, 15 minutes for Q&A. I'm sure there's a lot that was said, and I'm sure that there are some questions that people want to ask. And so we want to open it up for about 15 minutes. And if you have a question, we got, okay, I see this brother right here first, Diop. And I really want to say that I want the questions out first. If you have comments, save those to the end, but I want questions to come first, and then we can give the panel an opportunity to remark those questions. So any other questions? I just want to point you out. Nobody else, just those two brothers. Okay. Oh, there's some questions in the Q&A. Let me get those first because I can see them. Oh, no. Those aren't pertaining. Okay. And if you're online, you can put your questions in the Q&A section and we'll get to them. But right now in the room, brother, if you have the question in the purple shirt, I don't know your name. Russell, I can bring this mic over to you too. We can just do that.
I think I'm loud enough.
Okay.
What about you here?
Oh, that's right. Come to the front so they can hear you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they can't hear you online when you ask your question.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the thing.
No,
Sorry.
something that struck me as peculiar. The sister that spoke for Men Across the Air.
Yes.
She said something, excuse me.
Go ahead.
I'm Raza Khan Wali. I'm with Nation Time Judicial Research. She said that his sentence, they sentenced him under the old law, which expanded his sentence.
Yeah.
I mean, you made it longer?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how could that be possible. They got a thing called an ex post facto, and they can't sentence you on to something that wasn't law when you committed the crime. So I mean, that just is curious to me. I wanted to ask, but things was going pretty quick.
Yeah.
How could they possibly sentence him like that when there's no such thing?
Let's do it, Lord. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me see if Jane or no anymore. No, she's not on. I don't know, John. She's not on. No, she's not on. I didn't mean to raise the hand. Diop, come on up, ask your question, please. Thank you. Yes, please.
I guess a question as well as a comment, but in terms of, I think it's important that our position on the situation in Haiti as a movement be clear, especially when we use terminology like that of street gangs, you know what I mean, and the relationship to the people, because this is a term that we all use as a consequence of, you know, imperialist media that we consume. You know what I mean? This is what the headlines say, street gangs, rah. And I don't think that even, you know, we can define them as organizations that move independent of the, I guess, the neo-colonial Haitian state. I think we can agree that such formations do exist, but I think it will be an error to put them all in the same category in terms of as, you know, having some kind of antagonistic relationship to the people and or our movement for African liberation. And I say this because, you know, this is not just an abstract discussion, but we have responsibility to intervene in the situation in Haiti in terms of, you know, advancing the Black is Back, you know, principles of unity and, you know, the Revolutionary National Democratic Program. So this would inform how we relate to these forces. And when we speak on these forces in forums like this, you know, so it's important that we make these types of, you know, clarifications that, and I say that, you know, lastly, you know, on the question of where the guns coming from, because I know there's one force that's in the media a lot, and they say he's a former police officer, and he split based on, you know, his own criticisms, and he may be motivated by, you know, certain petty bourgeois aspirations to be the administrator of this new neo-colonial economy that you're talking about. It may or may not be, but there are forces that are, you know, that have presence in the media whose statements, at least, I don't think that our movement could necessarily find objection with. So I think that it's important that, if anything, we use this discussion as a way to, you know, develop a strategy to win as much unity around our program, you know, to speak to the material interests of the people of Haiti, you know what I mean? And when, if so-called street gangs and forces that are armed can be won to our program, I think we should be able to say that we want to unite with them, you know what I mean, around the Revolutionary National Democratic Program, you know what I mean? So I guess my question is that an appropriate statement to make or position to assert? I have another question that I, you know, and then y'all can chap it up. In terms of you know, if we could just, if there is any distinction that we should make between the anti-nuclear movement and you know, anti-imperialist or anti-war movement in terms of, you know, because it's not nuclear weapons that's killing the Palestinians right now, as we know. So I do think that we should recognize the contradiction, you know, is greater than just the type of weaponry that the imperialist state uses to, you know, crush people's movements for liberation. But I just want to unite and appreciate the stance of solidarity that's being taken with our movement and the right for free speech, and to expose the conditions that lead to struggles that we're seeing in the place that we're talking about. So but the real, the main thing I wanted to, you know, put forth, and the last question I had was around, is it possible to, you know, intervene in the electoral process in these different parts of the, you know, Congo? We talked about neo-colonial opportunism and selloutism, you know, through the government. So, you know, how does the African liberation movement intervene and contest with neo-colonialism? And is the electoral process a viable, you know, strategy that we can use in these types of places outside of U.S. borders?
Thanks, Diop. I think those two questions. Yes, there is. Yeah, I do. I thought of a question for you, and I thought the second one around nuclear was for Scott Ritter. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and then we can go to the two questions that are on the screen, and then I saw you, Sister Ketia, and I'll get to you. And then, how much time do we have left in this section?
No, 5 minutes.
About 5 minutes. If we can wrap that up in 5, and then we'll go to Sister Belinda Parker Brown again to introduce her guest for the 5 minutes that she needed.
Okay, when we're talking about what's going on in Haiti, I think there's some things we need to be very clear about. One is the United States operates in Haiti a lot of how they operate in the Congo. And that is they want the mineral wealth of Haiti as they do in the Congo, and they don't want to pay for it. And they feel that they have the right to go down there and just take it.
That's right.
And they use the basis for justification for the public by saying there's all this violence going on in Haiti. Well, the question is, how did the violence get there in the first place? They got there by guns that came from the United States. That's how the violence got there in the first place. When you start talking about policemen like the one they call barbecue, you know why they call him barbecue? Because he actually was taking live people and setting them on fire. That's why he was called barbecue. It wasn't because he was out in the backyard, you know, cooking hamburgers or something. This man was a policeman that was trained by the United States to serve the interests of the United States. And so these weapons that are coming there are ending up in young people's hands who are hungry, who in fact have gone multiple years. And if one question has to be asked about Haiti is, how is it that Port-au-Prince is so overcrowded? I'll answer that question for you. In Haiti, they used to have two forms of monetary. One was called the Haitian goud, and the second was called the Haitian Creole pig. Haitian Creole pig, what does that mean? Well, an adult female pig had as many as 36 piglets a year. They would have 3 litters, each litter having about 12 piglets. And what the people out in the countryside used to do was use their piglets as a form of money. The US government in 1980 ordered the government of the Duvalier to kill every pig in the country. To kill every pig in the country. It devastated the economy of the countryside. And in devastating the economy of the countryside, people started moving from the countryside to the city looking for means of income. Port-au-Prince went from about 300,000 people to 3 million. And so when they moved out of the countryside, then who's going to be there to produce the food that people need to eat with? Okay, and that's the problem that happens. Is that when you have people leave the countryside and move to the city, then you don't have people available to produce the food that people need. Of course, what did the United States do? Oh, this is where they can sell their food to. Yeah. So we need to be very clear as to what were the steps that led Haiti to the situation it's in today. Thank you. I will keep it short.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not talking about barbecue, but I heard about.
Wait, stop.
Yeah, it's clear, like, I don't know why that name came up, but you had the kidnapping of the cracker missionary, and I don't necessarily have a criticism of that act in itself, but you have various formations that's moving to get resources or whatnot, and barbecue, I don't know, that's what you want to talk about.
Comrade, can we have the conversation on the side?
What we talking about?
Yeah, can we have that? We just want to move the program forward. All right, stop.
First of all, when I hear your question, I hear your frustration about Gaza, about the Palestinians, about the crimes that are being committed, about the genocide. I don't know if you've been following me long, but I'll tell you what, ever since January 25th of this year, I shed a tear every week, every day, every moment that I think about the memory of Hind Rajab, a 5-year-old girl gunned down in a car by the Israeli Defense Force. And the 17,000 plus other children who have been butchered by the Israeli Defense Force, and up to 100,000 other Palestinian civilians whose bodies are still under the rubble, not yet counted, murdered by the Israeli Defense Force using the weapons provided by the United States. If you don't think this tears my heart apart, you don't know me. But now here's the problem I face. I want to confront this. I want to shout it out at the top of my voice. You have people like Piers Morgan, who the moment you get on their show say, you condemn Hamas. And my answer is hell no. I'm going to praise Hamas. I'm going to cheer Hamas because Hamas is fine. But you know what I just did? I committed a crime.
Yes.
That is hate speech. So now the question I have as a warrior who shares your passion for this struggle, do I want to fall into their trap? You see, I'm an old Marine. I don't like walking into ambushes. I like ambushing the enemy. So now when I think about this, I play their game. I engage in hate speech. I'm shut down. I can't talk. They win. So what do? I have to prioritize. This is a war we are fighting. I have to win the fight of free speech so that the government cannot challenge my ability to speak my mind about the power of Hamas over the power of the Israeli Defense Force. So I put free speech above all because I say I have to fight. But now here's my other problem. Because I want to talk. But to talk, I gotta be alive. And on September 14th, and this is something that many people don't understand, on September 14th, we were one signature away of everybody in this room being dead, everybody in this city being dead, everybody in this country being dead, everybody in the world being dead, and we don't even know it. Because if Joe Biden had signed the document brought to him by Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, authorizing the Ukrainian government to use American-made and British-made long-range weapons to strike inside Russia. Russia said, we will bomb back. And the Russian ambassador, who I'm being investigated for having the audacity to talk to, said, and we will use nuclear weapons. So he didn't sign the document. But every day he's under pressure to sign the document, sign another document. This is my fight. Okay? Every one of us has a skill set. Every one of us has things that we can and we can't do. My best skill set is taking on the threat of nuclear weapons. So I make that my number one priority, because if we can't stop a nuclear war, we're all dead. Then we don't get to talk, we don't get to exercise free speech, and we don't get to speak out about doing the right thing by the Palestinian people challenging the Israeli Defense Force. So those are my priorities. It's not that I'm diminishing the rights of the Palestinians. I want to defend them, but to defend them, I have to be able to speak, and to speak, I have to be alive. So there you go.
Thank you, Scott. We have Belinda I know, I do want to get to these last three. We only have the last three comments. Belinda, Sayero, and then we have in the room Ketia, and that's it, comrade. And I know, but we are already over time, and we have to get these last three in.
As an elder, I'm going to challenge that.
Okay. Belinda.
Uhuru family. Wow. Okay, thank you so much.
I want to challenge back too, because we've been said that we want to have a revolutionary discipline for this program, and I'm trying to be a good moderator.
It's just that Harambe Brat said it was a time when anti-Semitism was anyone who did not like Jews. Now it's anyone the Jews don't like.
All right, Comrade Belinda.
Thank you so much, Uhuru family. Real quick, if Miss Foster is alive, I got Lisa gonna go ahead and play that clip real quick, and I might be less than 5 minutes, so she's gonna play that.
Say it again. Who killed Jim Foster Jr.? Say it again. Who killed Jim Foster Jr.? Ain't got a black man dead. Who did it? We coming after you! You killed my son! You motherfucker! Who killed Foster Jr.? Say it again! Who killed Jim Foster Jr.?
You can stop it right there, Lisa. Thank you so much. I wanted you all to hear that. That is a mother's cry for justice. It's been over 3 years with no investigation completed, no video, and this mother is coming up on the anniversary when they murdered her son. And she's saying that it's no such thing as an anniversary when you have faced this type of tyranny. But what I want to say that the whole world needs to know is that we are exposing the FBI, the DOJ, the United States government. They are killing our loved ones. And if they're not, like Chairman said, if they're not shooting them down or killing them in the hellhole jails, they are lynching them in the courtrooms with this corrupt criminal justice system. So one of the most important things is that LUI, we're calling for the prison Angola here that was known as the worst prison and the most bloodiest prison in the whole world to be shut down. Angola needs to become a concrete slab. LUI, which is Louisiana United International, we are also calling for the state of Louisiana to pay what they did here when they committed a crime. They was caught with their draws down for over 120 years. They used a I'm saying racist, but now I have come to find out that it was colonized and it was a scheme, a plot to incarcerate Black men, put them in prison and make them slaves. That was ruled unconstitutional. And because of our work, we were very successful in having that removed. But still, we have thousands of people that are lingering away in these hellhole jails and deserve to be let go free. And we're calling for a lawsuit against the state of Louisiana to pay for what they did and the freedom of these people, of our loved ones. Also, we're blowing the whistle on the fact that we calling them the Sambos. We're blowing the whistle on, hand-picked and paid Black people that look just like us, that's selling us out here in the state of Louisiana. I know that it's happening all over the country, but we are exposing these individuals that would say one thing to our face and they're doing something else behind my back because they've been paid to say that they represent us, but they are not for us. So I just wanted to, put that out there. And I just also want to let the world know that to join up with the Black is Back Coalition, I'm so excited to be a part of this coalition. It's a real revolutionary movement. And just this phenomenal webinar that we have had here today, I have learned so much. It's been, just a tremendous blessing for me and my family that we are part of something so great. So I just want to thank everybody, and I'm going to end it right there because Miss Foster is not available right now. We ran out of time for her to be on with us, but we hope to have her come back and give her the opportunity.
She's on.
Her coming now. Coming
She's
in, Miss
on.
Foster. Okay, come on. Go ahead, you're muted. There you go.
All right, great. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Sabrina Foster, and I'm going to call it like you said. I am a victim of colonialism. I didn't realize it until today. And I thank you for letting me know what it's called. Because they are definitely controlling us. We are being deceived every minute of the day, believing that we are free and we're not. I'm the mother of Glenn Foster Jr. Glenn was 31 years old when he was murdered. He is a former NFL player. He played for the New Orleans Saints. He was married with 4 beautiful children, and he was a businessman. Glenn was on his way on a business meeting, traveling from New Orleans to Georgia. And he was pulled over by the Pickens County police or law enforcement. And this was in Carrollton, Alabama. And if you know anything about Carrollton, Alabama, which I didn't know, they're racist. It's a sundown town. It's the same location and jailhouse. If you heard about the face in the window, that is the location where there is a face of a Black man that was hanged back in the 1800s. They claim his face is etched in the window. Had I known that, I never would have left Glenn. He was pulled over due to a minor traffic violation. And they put him in jail. And 3 days later, my son was murdered. Yeah, he was murdered. They claim that he died of cardiovascular disease. 31 years of age, no sign of having any type of cardiovascular issues. On his death certificate, they said it was hypertension, cardiovascular. Our second autopsy indicated that he died from strangulation. He was tortured. He was tased. Those rogue law enforcement agents, they beat my son.
To death.
Yes. They beat Glenn. He was murdered. And he was only 31. When he died, he left behind a 1.5-year-old daughter, a 4-year-old daughter, a 7-year-old daughter, a 10-year-old daughter, and he was a great dad. He loved his family, and he had high hopes for his family. So, yes, we did contact an attorney. I contacted myself. He didn't approach me. I contacted Crump, and he got on the case. He's working with the DiCello law firm group, but it's been 3 years. And no, it is not an anniversary. It's a murderversary. And yes, we still need help. This has been going on since slavery, and it has never stopped. The systemic racism has to go. The FBI has failed us. The DOJ has failed us. And we need to let them know we need them to protect us, because no one else and no other agency is doing it. We have no camcorder release. Nothing has been given to us to show us what happened to Glenn. And they feel like they don't have to do it. So I want to thank you all, and I want to ask you all for your prayers, and just do one thing for me. Say his name, Glenn Foster Jr.
Glenn Foster Jr.
Say his name, Glenn Foster Jr.
Glenn
Foster Jr.
Thank you very much. Look him up. If you have any questions, please give me a call or email me or text me. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru, Belinda. All right, we're gonna move to our next last two questions. And we have Brother Sayero, and then we'll get the last question from Katia in the room.
I'm gonna make my real brief. She said, please. Can we referendum that Comrade Jesse's resolution? I would like to be a part of that if it's possible. That's number one. Number two, can we codify and correlate all of these abuses across the globe based on capitalism and simplify them as handbills to spur the interest of the public, the general public, the people that go to the liquor store, the people that go out to Aldi's or places of that nature, you know, the poorest of the poor, us, Africans, and then make it simplified so it's so simple that we get awestruck when we read this, because it's simple language of the theft, rape, and pillage of the Congo, what goes on in Palestine, what goes on in Argentina, not Argentina, but Brazil. As I mentioned, the Congo, South occupied Azania, and tie them all in together as theft, rape, theft of resources, rape of the resources, rape of the people, and then, of course, capitalizing off of all of us. Is there a way that we can construct that? I'm speaking to Paul Pumphrey, Cam Howard. I listened to these brilliant presentations today, and we must really simplify them, if you can see what I'm saying, to compel the masses to really get involved. We're all in danger. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you. I'm not sure if that was a question, but I'm not sure if anybody's prepared to answer that at the moment. But I'm gonna let Ketia, with your last question, come to the front, please, with your question.
Hi, everyone. My question is for Mr. Scott Ritter. You mentioned that we need to fight to keep our freedom to free speech, free press, and also freedom of association. What do you mean exactly by freedom of association?
I'll answer from you. I don't want to crowd her.
I'll leave.
Okay.
Yes.
What I mean by freedom of association is right here. You and I are associating. All right. You're black. I'm white. Pretty obvious, I think. All right. There's people right now that are going to be offended that I'm standing here next to you, talking with Chairman O'Malley, talking with you, who they're going to say sold out to the white cause. And how dare I engage in a conversation that seeks to make this normal? Okay, this is what freedom of association is. Freedom of association also is my ability, for instance, to go to Russia and meet with the Russians and talk with the Russians, to learn about the Russians, to come back here and inform people like you and everybody in this audience about the reality of Russia. It's the same thing. You go to Africa to learn. That's freedom of association. Freedom of association means that we get to associate with those people we choose to associate with, not which the government approves of our association with. So that's what I mean by freedom of association.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. And I asked that question because as a Haitian, I feel like we've been neglected by the rest of the world, that nobody wants to be associated with Haiti, with the island of Quisqueya. And today we are here to discuss our common cause. And if one person is not free, all of us are not free. And I want to point out one story that I heard, that there is a how would I call it? The Israelis have been attacking the Palestinians based on who they associate with. And they called it Daddy's Home. And so you would have a father go to a friend's house for tea, to hang out, and just because they are associated with that person, if they labeled one of them as a threat, then they bomb and explode the whole place. And so because they do things like that, they instill fear in people to prevent them from associating with others. And I want to say that the Haitian people have not done anything to the capitalist, colonialist system. We are fighting for freedom to live as individuals. We don't want to instill what they've done to us to them. We just want to be able to live and be free. And I want to say that I have friends and people that I speak to and associate with that I don't necessarily agree with what they believe or what they think. And so is it okay for the world to be standing by when people are being attacked just for the people that they associate with? And that's it for me.
All right. Oh, that's it. Thank you. That is the end of the Q&A. of that panel. I just want to appreciate our panelists, Cam Howard, Scott Ritter, Paul Pumphrey, and Jesse Neville. Uhuru. I don't have it. So our next and last panel of the day is the panel that is addressing the Dred Scott City of Refuge resolution, which will be led by President Matsamela Odom of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. And and Jesse Todd, who is a former St. Louis alderman. And I just want to see them both on. Is Jesse Todd on?
On the phone, does somebody see, is there a phone, 7314 number on the phone? There was.
Is Jesse Todd on the phone? Not online. Well, we can proceed. Okay, we can proceed with President Matsamela Odom to begin, and if Jesse Todd joins, then he'll do his portion. If not, then we'll close out this section. Thank you, Comrade Uhuru.
Uhuru, I want to salute everybody. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Comrade.
Uhuru. So I'd like to salute everybody, salute this successful weekend of events that have taken around the world. I would have loved to be with you all, but of course, as many of y'all know, I was here in Los Angeles coordinating the West Coast contingency of the Black People's March on the White House. One thing that really came to me, especially in reflecting on the Dred Scott City of Refuge decision, the 16th annual Black People's March on the White House, the Black is Back Coalition overall, the many different manifestations of the 18 organizations that come to the Black is Back Coalition. We held yesterday's march in the liberated territory of Africatown in South Los Angeles, a site of continuous struggle for African liberation. One thing that really stood out to me that I think we really have to understand was, as I reflect on the Dred Scott City of Refuge resolution that was put forward, that was crafted and put forward in St. Louis, then later on put forward in New York City, but it's part of a 200+ year tactical engagement with colonial capitalism by the forces of African liberation, which will become clear in the presentation that I put forward right now, is the seriousness of this, right? When you look at the Dred Scott City of Refuge resolution, it's not moot court, right? It's not an exercise of creative writing. It is the resolution of an organization and a broader coalition that is prepared to govern, right? It's prepared to govern and it's tactically written in the form, in the way, with the intention of African people, colonized people, governing, deciding for themselves the world in which we want to live in. And that to me really underscores the seriousness of the Dred Scott City of Refuge decision. And I want to say Dred and Harriet Scott, because the truth is that, and I'm a member of the African People's Socialist Party, and I'm a steering committee member of the Black is Back Coalition for social justice, peace, and reparations, right? And who can yell out there, what's point one on the 19-point platform for the National Black Political Agenda? It's point one. Black women, right? Black women, right? So, oh yeah, well, yell it out. Y'all unmute
Black women.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. African National Women's Organization president. So, yes, black women, black women. So you got to hold up Harriet Scott because we generally know it as the Dred Scott decision, but the truth is that there were two suits filed, and in many ways, Harriet Scott herself was a fervent and committed and in many ways militant abolitionist fighting for anti-slavery at that time and attended an African church with similar forces at that time. So historical records suggest that it's in fact the centrality of the work of Harriet Scott has to be uplifted in this. So I just want to say that, right, that in 2023, January 2023, Alderman Jesse Todd, who hopefully we'll hear from, first introduced the Dred and Harriet Scott Sanctuary City resolution to the St. Louis Board of Alderpersons. And this was a heroic, and there's some sound in the background. This was a heroic effort by Alderman Jesse Todd that has set a historic precedent. The Dred Scott City of Refuge is also a historic endeavor that directly challenged colonial capitalism, the colonial occupation of African communities by domestic military forces, and the colonial mode of production overall. The City of Refuge resolution is a pledge that the city of St. Louis and other cities that adopt it, and you should adopt it where you're at and make it specific to where you're at, and its police forces not cooperate with the FBI or any other federal agency to attack the Black community organizers and members for charges stemming from work for the betterment and upliftment of the African community. So sanctuary cities are nothing new, as we've talked about. The concept goes back to the 1980s when everyday people organized for the defense of undocumented workers. But the truth is that even goes back even further, which we'll talk about, right? The truth is that this idea even goes back to the 1850s when African people and, their white conspirators, as it could be described, right? Their white allies organized what was called vigilance committees in defense of Africans who had fled colonial slavery. The Dred and Harriet Scott resolution is a historic endeavor that negates the power of colonial capitalism over our lives and places the control of our communities in the hands of African people. It is a statement that we will not let our oppressors lay single hand on those working for the betterment of our communities. So the Dred Scott resolution unites the African People's Socialist Party with the masses of African people. We know that we know about the July 29th, 2022 attacks. We know about the April 23rd to April 2023 indictments. We know about the September 12th victory against the foreign agents charge, but also this continued fight against the wrongful conviction on this conspiracy nonsense, right? We know that it's St. Louis. It's in St. Louis where the FBI had attacked the home of Chairman Amalia Shatella on the north side, and the Uhuru Solidarity Center on the south side of St. Louis. We know that these raids were carried out at 5 a.m. at a time which they assumed they could catch Chairman vulnerable, right? Tactically designed to separate the Uhuru movement from the people, right? We know that this, so in essence, this mass mobilization and the success of the hands-off Uhuru counteroffensive being waged, continuously waged right now, has disrupted this colonial strategy, and we see that success in court. And we see the success of that in court on September 12th. We want to salute Jesse Todd, and we want to salute Charles Barron in New York for the introduction of the Dred Scott resolution in their local legislatures. The Dred Scott resolution is a historic endeavor that which I've spoken of. You know, the Dred Scott city of and Dred and Harris Scott City of Refuge resolution hits at the heart of colonial capitalism. The Sanctuary City resolution recognizes that the historical oppression of the African community in St. Louis is not prologue. Right. There is a direct line of continued assault against the African community from the time of Dred Scott to now, 2024. We're talking almost 200 years. St. Louis was a staging ground for the colonial theft of indigenous land and the theft of African labor through the conjoint process of settler colonialism and slavery, the domestic colonial process. Dred Scott's life reflects the expansion of the colonial enslavement of African people in the United States, as well as the militant resistance to that system. In fact, Dred Scott was born in Southampton County, Virginia in 1799. This is, in fact, 1 year before Nat Turner was actually born in Southampton County, Virginia in 1800, just a few miles south of where you all are right, a few hours south of where you all are right now. There was a guy named Gabriel Prosser in Richmond, Virginia, about an hour north of Southampton County, who led a rebellion against slavery there as well. So it's important for us to understand this, because there's a way through which, you know, even the liberals have shown these pictures of Dred Scott and Harriet Scott as just kind, honest, old Black people who just want their freedom. By the time of that case in 1857, they had been fighting for over 11 years, almost 20 years for their freedom. In 1846, Scott had sued for his freedom after failing to purchase himself out of slavery. The white man who owned Scott, an army doctor named John Emerson, had died. Emerson's widow leased Dred and Harriet Scott out as hired slaves. Even after, her name was Irene. Even after Irene moved to Massachusetts, she transferred their ownership to her brother, John Sanford. This is how the case actually became known as Scott v. Sanford. It was originally Scott v. Emerson. Though we do not have enough time to even speak on this, this lets us see the role that white women played in the system of colonial slavery. And a book I would suggest that was suggested to me by Chairman is They Were Her Property. So you all should check that out. You should also check out the story of another woman that lived near St. Louis. Her name was Celia Slave. She killed her slave master who had raped her and routinely since she was about 14. And she was put to death by the state of Missouri. This is one of the only cases involving the rape of African women. The only cases involving the rape of African women that made it through the legal system was when African women stood up and murdered their rapists and slavers. There aren't any cases of the rapists being, of course, prosecuted. The Dred Scott case was an organized part of a counteroffensive known as the Freedom Suits. In St. Louis, between 1807 and 1860, there were 300 lawsuits and petitions made for African freedom. During the same period where you all are at, Washington, D.C., there were 500 cases and petitions filed. Africans were not going to collectively sue ourselves to freedom in the court system. Nevertheless, these lawsuits forced a crisis in the social system, in the U.S. legal system and the larger social system overall. And I'll just end with this by saying, Dred and Harriet Scott were denied refuge from colonial enslavement by the city of St. Louis and eventually by the United States government. who then partnered with the federal government in its assault against African freedom. The Scots were eventually told by Justice Taney and the Supreme Court that they have no rights a white man was bound to respect, right? On July 29, 2022, Africans in North St. Louis were once again told by the federal government that we don't have any rights they are bound to respect. That includes the right to self-determination, the highest form of democracy. The Dred Scott City of Refuge resolution is an anti-colonial initiative. Passing the resolution would have brought St. Louis and these other cities on the right side of history. It's now up to us as a way forward to continue to take the Dred and Harris Scott resolutions out as a part of a counteroffensive amongst where we live and our organization. So I really appreciate the opportunity to provide this overview, and I'll pass it back to, I think I see Chairman Omali Shatella.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Comrade President Masamelo. We can always anticipate the research and what have you that Comrade Masamelo is going to bring to any discussion that we're involved in. I want to say how much I appreciate everything that's happened here today and the significance of the Dred Scott City of Refuge, Sanctuary City of Refuge resolution is to us. It's significant to us in the same way this coalition is significant to us, in the same way the existence of the African People Solidarity Committee is significant to us, in the same way that Scott Ritter's presence here is significant to us. We've went through this whole era of the 1960s, where at the moment we moved toward a discussion about power over our lives in our own hands. The war that was waged against us was included isolating the African community and African people who just wanted to be free, put us in near complete isolation. So we had all kinds of forces attacking us based on what the government and the government's media were saying that we were about. We had no control of the narrative about who we are. And that's why I think everything that I just mentioned in the Dred Scott resolution is important too. Because the Dred Scott resolution, the reason we have taken this on is we feel like it's extremely important for people in these cities around the country to have to deal with the fact that their governments are cooperating with the FBI and federal agents in attacking Black people just because we want to be free, or attacking anybody who's involved in the struggle for the uplifting of the African community, improvement of the African community. We don't want them to be able to do this under the radar. We think it's extremely important for people, not just the African People's Socialist Party. It's not good just for us, it's good for all the people. This discussion has to be taken out of the closet. So when they came to get the Panther 21, I forgot how many, 100 and some odd charges that they had dropped on the Panther 21, claimed they were going to blow up the flowers in the botanical garden. They were going to do all these other extraordinary things. And they worked, the New York Police Department cooperated with the FBI. They framed them up. Of course, they ended up beating all the charges. But in every instance, when they came to get us in St. Petersburg, Florida, and St. Louis, Missouri, they worked with the local police departments. All around the country, this is what happens. And so this happens in our community. And the only time white people learn anything about it is they see us being charged as being Russian agents. So they isolate us all the time. And the thing is, we have to break out of this isolation. And we have to be able to understand our own struggle, our own movement as a part of the world. It's not, we can't accept this definition of who we are that separates us from the rest of the world. And so we say we want everybody, not just Black people, anybody, to be able to go to your local city council, your board of alderpersons, et cetera, and put forth resolutions. Win this, take it to whatever necessary city council persons, the alderpersons, and do what's necessary to try to get it before the board, get it before the city council, and what, have this discussion, make it a discussion. And if you look at the language that's in the resolution, we talk about how they did this with Dred and Harriet Scott thought they were supposed to be free because they had got to what was supposed to be a free state. And of course, what was resolved is you ain't got no freedom. This was the Supreme Court, by the way. This is not the Ku Klux Klan. It was the Supreme Court. Well, maybe that might be redundant, but it was the Supreme Court that made that ruling. And we need to have this be a public discussion. The white people need to be involved in this discussion as well. I mean, if they may want to go the same route as Taney and the Supreme Court, but they need to be able to involve in this discussion. We cannot allow them to be off the hook. We want you to also participate in this discussion. So the Dred Scott resolution, and I'm sorry, I don't have access to it. Comrade Jesse Todd, and I thought we were going to. I'm sorry.
No, it's on the phone. I didn't see you getting back.
Okay.
No, they texted me and said he was on.
A point I was making is that you should hear this resolution. It goes through, the significance of what happened with Dred Scott. It references what we talked about in terms of sanctuary cities being created, around, undocumented forces and prohibiting by resolution anyway the local government to participate with the feds in terms of arresting them and things like that. So it's something that's out there to some extent in the popular consciousness, and we want to extend that consciousness, that kind of activity, and say to the people in this city that you should not agree with the federal government, with your local government, working with the federal government to put people in prison, to lock them up, to charge them for trying to uplift the African community. We want that discussion to go from beyond our own community, our small meetings where we are just talking to ourselves. Take it out to the world. That's part of what it is. And that's one of the reasons, too, that it's important for us that Scott Ritter is here. Well, Scott Ritter is a self-declared, and I really believe it, patriotic American. And I don't declare myself in the same fashion, but I tell you this, if defense of the Bill of Rights and defense of First Amendment would declare us as being patriotic, then I'm the most patriotic fucker in this goddamn country. You understand? That's the thing that I'm fighting for. I'm not trying to convince Scott Ritter to be an African internationalist. What I am saying to Scott Ritter, I didn't have to say it, he said it to me. That I believe in your right to have your own opinions and to be able to express them without somebody waking you in the middle of the morning with flashbang grenades. And we can have this. Scott said he's here to learn. I think he is learning. I don't think he had access to the kind of information. Everybody who's been in here, there's nobody who's been in this conference, and they come from an assortment of different organizations throughout this thing that's talked about oppressing anybody. All the discussion is talking about ending oppression. All the discussion is talking about liberation, even those people who might be characterized as black nationalists and what have you, talking about freedom and ending oppression. And I think it's really important. And before it's over, let me see what I want to say about this, because I'm glad Scott Ritter's here, because he gives us access to a sector of the white population that, generally speaking, we don't have access to. People were upset with me because I was interviewed by Tucker Carlson. I think something like 3 million people or more saw that interview. I wanted to talk to white people. I wanted to be out of this circle that they have kept us from being able to talk to anybody else, because white people don't know what the hell is on our minds. And they're always surprised when something busts loose, etc. And it's been characterized as being some kind of anti-white thing. And all the white people who should be fighting for free speech, who should be fighting for the Bill of Rights and should be following the leadership of those who have been in the vanguard historically for the struggle for free speech, for freedom of association, freedom of assembly, etc. That's where they should be. Yeah. And they can't be there if the people are going to be bombing us and putting us in prison for having a discussion. So I think it's really important. Let me say, Oh, Jesse Todd, you're on the phone. Before Jesse comes up, I want to just say this. Google a famous quote from Smedley Butler. You know who Smedley Butler was, don't you? So Smedley Butler was a real important general. He was a bad boy. And he said, I spent 33 years, because some of the stuff we talked about. He said, I spent 33 years. What's the sister's name from Haiti? Ketia. He said, I spent 33 years and 4 months in active military service. And during that period, I spent most of my time as a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and the bankers. In short, I was a racketeer, a gangster for capitalism. I helped make Mexico and especially Tampico safe for American oil interests in 1914. I helped make Haiti and Cuba a decent place for the national Citibank boys to collect revenues in. I helped in the raping of half a dozen Central American republics for the benefit of Wall Street. I helped purify Nicaragua for the international banking house of Brown Brothers in 1902 through 1912. I brought light to the Dominican Republic for the American sugar interests in 1916. I helped make Honduras right for the American fruit companies in 1903. In China in 1927, I helped to see to it that Standard Oil went on its way unmolested. Looking back on it, I might have given Al Capone a few hints. The best he could do was to operate his racket in 3 districts. I operated on three continents. So I mean, people need to know what the hell they're involved in, and they can't know if the discussion is not here. And the discussion can't be here if we are prevented from saying something to somebody. If we prevent it from saying, somebody was upset to me because I said that the Bill of Rights wasn't created for me, and because they're good Americans, it was for everybody. What the hell, how could it be for everybody? When it was ratified, when my mama, my grandparents, everybody was enslaved, we were property being raped and sold all around the world. It couldn't have been for us. But your problem is that if you allow them to attack me for speech, it's the Bill of Rights that was for you that's under attack, and they're using me as a vehicle to get you to stupidly unite with them because they said black in Russia. Do you see? And they can't understand that unless we can open this discussion up. We need to be able to talk to everybody. There's somebody who at one time said they were not going to participate in the rally on yesterday because they didn't like some of the people who was on the platform. That's tough. You understand? Because we are not involved in trying to create something that feeds the subjective needs of individuals who might be more concerned about their versions of Trotsky and Lenin and Stalin and all that. We're talking about the question of the oppression of African people and colonialism that rest on the backs of the masses of the majority of people in the world. Can you unite in the struggle against that? That's what we've asked you to do. And it's really kind of self-centered. And that happens to us all the time. And that's part of the whole struggle we're involved in. We have the right to have agency to choose relationships that we want if it's going to meet our interests. And I was in Moscow. And I want to say that. I was in Moscow. And it was easy for me to go to Moscow, and partially because of the Russian Revolution. But the Russian Revolution didn't fall out of the sky. What made the Russian Revolution possible and necessary is the struggle against colonialism. It was the fact that Lenin refused to allow the Bolsheviks to participate in the war to redivide the world that they call the First Amendment, First Imperialist World War. He said Russia is not going to be here. This is the same process within which what is it I'm thinking about that they created the thing that England gave Palestine to the white Jews. Balfour came with that. That's the same time frame that the Sykes-Picot agreement was made between France and England. They carved up this area into what they now call the Middle East. That they created what they now, the borders called Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, all of those things that the white colonizers did that. And people have been fighting to try to get out of it ever since. Smedley Butler peeped it. You know, and so this is part of what it is that we're talking about. We have to get masses of people to give them a path to their own humanity. Give them the path to their own brains. Give them the path so they can see the world. And because the white population is a minority in the world. And the basic thing that has to happen is the world's people have to have decent principled relationships. It can't be based on bosses and masters and what have you, and who's got the most effective flashbang grenades. Can't be based on that. And so there are people in this room who disagree, people who disagree with our politics, African people too. But you know what? We have had the ability, when we were at our best, to make criticisms of each other. People say that I can't criticize Israel. What the hell do you mean I can't criticize Israel? If I can criticize Nigeria, why the hell can I criticize Israel? If I can criticize the thugs in Haiti who murder our people, why the hell can I criticize Israel? What are you talking about? Are you insane? They think that we don't have agency. We don't have the right to have agency. We don't have the right to have thoughts of our own, etc. But we do. And we have to do it in a fashion that recognizes the fact that we live in the world, and the world is comprised of various kinds of forces, and sometimes there's the convergence of interests that's there that's not perceived by us, that there are actual interests that's there, objective interests. I'm not talking about subjective stuff. I don't give a damn. You know, there's people involved in the movement to fight to make white people like us. I'm not in that movement. And then it's and I've heard people say, we can't, you know, they don't like white people. People say they agree that Donald Trump should be denied, that they can use the attack on free speech of Donald Trump because he don't like black people. And Joe Biden does, right? And Kamala Harris does, right? The thing is, if you open the door for the attack on free speech, you've opened the door for the attack on free speech. That's period. Not Trump's free speech, not the Uhuru's free speech, it's free speech generally speaking. And we can contest with them in terms of the battle of ideas if there's the freedom to contest. I'm confident in my views. I am absolutely confident in my views. And then organize the masses of the people, because the people are the makers of history and fact. And the people have to have an opportunity to participate in this discussion. So somebody mentioned how initially, what was the discussion that somebody said that they went first to the United States to try to get the United States to unite with it? Who was that? What were they talking about? Patrice Lumumba. But so did Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh did too. They went to the United States. But the fact is that they want the democratic right to exploit us. They put forth democracy, and we fight for it. We've always fought for it. And it didn't take a Russian to get us to say that we need the right to free speech. Emmett Till, the murder of Emmett Till helped us to understand that, if nothing else. But even before that, Google it. Look at some of the pictures that they have of African people. One of the first things to do is put these iron things around your face so you can't talk. Speech has always been improper to us. And I'm glad Scott's going to be coming to St. Louis. Just in terms of, this is not just a discussion, it's what we do as well. And that's what we attack for, not because we talk, but because of what we do. And what we do is we negate colonialism through creating the capacity to feed, clothe, and house ourselves, because colonialism is simply a system through which foreign and alien powers suck out your resources, suck out your capacity to have your own life. And we live in a world that now is characterized by people everywhere engaging in the process of production of life in a colonial mode of production, though they don't necessarily recognize it. That's what it is. And so That's why we have confidence. We talk about having freedom of association. We're talking about, they say we went to Russia because we want the Russians to rescue us. That ain't for us. They don't understand the concept, apparently. We are clear that nobody can free us but us. And if somebody hands us a package that they call freedom, that means they control us. You understand? And we're not looking for another master at all. So the people have to have the power, and we have to fight for that power. And we talked about Haiti. What has to happen in Haiti? Haiti is a part of the African Revolution, whether people are conscious of that or not. And we have to find a way to put that there. In Haiti, there are more so-called non-government organizations per square inch in Haiti than any place else in the world. And these non-government organizations, where they pump money from America and other places, they control the economy. And therefore control the politics on the ground in Haiti through control of the economy and that fact. They starve the people of Africa. Haiti used to be characterized as the pearl of the Antilles because of all the resources. They fed France. France built the ivory tower of the resources, literally speaking, of the resources they got from the enslavement of African people in Haiti. Then they convince you that you're starving. Yes, the sister is talking about what happens to African people and how in Haiti. Because, you go to the Bahamas, the way, the attitude they have about Haiti and Haitians and Africa. I've gone to Miami and said, well, and try to get directions. They said, well, the Haitians live over there and the black people live over there. Huh? So we have a responsibility to educate masses of people. That's what we do. And we don't abdicate that responsibility. That's what we do. And we don't think that some reactionary, some petty bourgeois neo-colonial forces, white power and black face is going to do. That's what we do. And we do that as part of the contest we are in with the Duvaliers and the other people who would kill us. Even respectable Haitians, they like to talk about Toussaint Louverture, but they don't want to talk about Dessalines. And it was Dessalines who said, "Couvertet, Boulekai," right? And told Toussaint, don't go down there and get on them ship with them French people. And he did, didn't he? He was going to negotiate with them, wasn't he? And when he got on the ship, what did they do? They sailed away and took him to France and put him in a tower, a freezing tower, where he froze to death. Colonial democracy is what we're looking at, and we don't want that. We don't want that. And Comrade Jesse, are you still there? Somebody help me.
Yeah, Uhuru, can you hear me?
I hear you, Comrade Jesse. Comrade Jesse went up against these demons on the board of alderpersons in St. Louis. He was very heroic, and he put forth this resolution, the Dred Scott the Dred Scott City of Refuge Sanctuary City Resolution. And he took it to the board of alderpersons, and he said, y'all need to pass this. And they lied to him, said, oh, they said, well, we're going to want to do it right now because we want to have the FBI here. And we're going to have another meeting where the FBI can be here too, and we can talk to the FBI involved in this meeting in terms of the attack that was made on us. And they lied. Of course, they didn't have that meeting. But Comrade Jesse, go ahead. Yeah. How's that? We have the video. Is that okay? I don't know what we're doing now. I stepped forward because I didn't know Jesse was here. And so I just want to say that I didn't know Jesse was here. That's why I stepped forward. Thank you. Uhuru. How do we move?
Lisa.
Play the video, Lisa? Okay. And by the way, the African People's Solidarity Committee, these white people in here, they're part of the same reason I went to Russia, to break us out of this goddamn isolation, so that New York Times and Washington Post and Zuckerberg will not be able to define who we are for the rest of the world. So that there are now in 140 cities, white people who are working for reparation for African people and working against the genocide and other things happening to us. Uhuru. So I'm out of the way.
On July
is that what we're
29,
looking?
2022, the FBI violently raided 7 homes and offices of the Uhuru movement, including the North St. Louis home of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. The Uhuru movement is responsible for creating numerous community programs through the Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis. The City of St. Louis Police Department cooperated with the July 29th FBI raids on the chairman's house and 3 other properties. In January of 2023, 18th Ward Alderman Jesse Todd submitted to the Public Safety Committee the Dred Scott Sanctuary City Resolution, calling on the city to refuse to cooperate with the FBI and federal agencies in attacks on Black community organizers working to uplift the community.
The purpose of the Dred Scott resolution is to make the city of St. Louis a sanctuary city in which the St. Louis Police Department and city government will refuse to cooperate with the FBI and any other federal agency to attack Black community organizers and members for charges stemming from work for the betterment and uplifting of their community. So that's the purpose.
Some aldermen expressed their support for the programs of the Black Power Blueprint and called for a second hearing with the representative of the FBI and police department to hold them accountable.
For those members of this committee who are not close to that north side area, all the work that is being done there is extremely well done. I probably stop by, most especially during the summer months when there's a lot of activity almost every Saturday that there is something going on.
The chair of the committee called on the clerk to contact the FBI and police.
So what I would say is if he could reach out to them, and we are open to I'm open to having a public safety meeting based off of when they can make it.
Okay, I will, so noted, and I'll give that to Clerk Kennedy to
But
schedule it when they're available.
A second hearing was held on February 8th, where 22 individuals and organizations testified in support of the resolution.
For the majority of my 81 years of life on this planet, I have fought here in the United States for the upliftment of African people from the ubiquitous horrors stemming from the original sin of U.S. domestic colonialism.
You can say the spirit of this body. See, sometimes that helps a lot. The spirit of this body is that you should not cooperate with people who are violating the human rights of people to live in peace and move about peacefully in their neighborhoods.
This city resolution is an opportunity for redemption, to take a step in making right the acts of oppression that have been committed against the Black community here in the city of St. Louis.
That same day, the chair of the Public Safety Committee lied and claimed it was Alderman Todd's responsibility to have called the FBI and police, something he wouldn't have had the power to do.
Okay, and then Alderman Todd, I believe at the last meeting, they asked that you would reach out to the police and FBI to have them come. Have you reached out to either one?
I understand about your role as chairman.
Right.
And my understanding from our last meeting was that you were it came up, and I don't want to call people's names because I don't want to get into personalities. It came up from some of the committed people that we needed to invite the police and the FBI. My understanding was you said you would get in touch with them.
No, I did not say that.
Well, I'm not going to, we had
It's a tape. Everybody can shake their head however they want it. It's a tape.
Although initially the committee had a quorum to vote, the majority of the aldermen dropped out before a vote was held, and even those who stayed were too cowardly to vote for it.
Okay, I believe that is all the speakers. Before I go through the committee, I want to do a quorum call because it seems like we keep dropping off and picking up. I don't even know if we still have a quorum.
Why were the aldermen complicit with the vicious FBI and police attacks on one of the few organizations creating community programs, something the city has never done? This is not over. New York City District 42 Councilman Charles Barron will sponsor this resolution in the New York City Council. Donate to fund the legal defense for Chairman Omali Yeshitela and others facing indictment and arrest by the FBI on bogus charges, a continuation of COINTELPRO. handoffuhuru.org/donate.
Uhuru. Uhuru. So now we'll go to Alderman Jesse Todd.
Okay. Yes. Do you want me to read the resolution? You want me to start talking now?
Yes.
Uhuru, comrade, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I will start by saying, first of all, to all the officers, to the members of the Black is Back Coalition and the guests, thank you all for listening. This resolution is important because it allows African peoples to use the United States Constitution to protect our rights to make changes without being harassed, framed, and murdered by law enforcement or other people. For example, the following constitutional rights, we've gone over these, most people have already said it, so I will be quick, that all citizens have, and I will just touch on a few to give you examples of where the government itself has not been following the Constitution. For example, the first 10 amendments were supposed to be written to protect the rights of all the citizens in the United States. And as you know, the First Amendment gives us the right to, whether it be religion, speech, association, do petition. But then, for example, Uhuru 3 was charged, indicted for the rights that I just mentioned. Another example is the 14th Amendment, which all persons born in the United States are citizens. And we are supposed to have equal protection under the law. That has not happened after enslavement, even during enslavement, because we had 100 years of lynching, which it says you're supposed to be able to go to a court. We were segregated without our permission, and there were laws that allowed us to travel in a state, and a lot of those civil rights groups were working on those, and we still couldn't travel. And we had when Omali and other people were organizing, especially in the South, if representatives are in the office where these rights are being violated, they were supposed to be removed. And then the 15th Amendment gave all men the right to vote. They were taken away from black people through manipulation, poll taxes, and other underhanded tactics, many other underhanded tactics. And then the 19th Amendment was passed to give women the right to vote, but black women couldn't vote under the 15th Amendment, and black women couldn't vote under the 19th Amendment. And until the civil rights, until the 1965, the Voting Rights Act, that's when the overwhelming majority of black women and black men could vote. But what is my main point? That Dred Scott City of Refuge resolution for the city of St. Louis that is why it's so important for us to make whole. They cannot keep us colonized if they follow the Constitution. Because if they had been following the Constitution, I will read the resolution right quick. If they had been following the Constitution, first of all, the Dred and Harriet Scott saw they were denied refuge from enslavement in the city of St. Louis in 1846 and were told they had no rights any white man had to respect. Whereas the city of St. Louis and its police department worked together with the FBI to conduct unjust, violent military-style raids on homes and offices of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement on July 29th, 2022. Whereas the raids militarily occupied the most impoverished neighborhood of St. Louis, threatening Uhuru movement programs fighting gentrification and building economic and political power in the Black working class communities. Whereas the African People's Socialist Party was targeted because it has relentlessly fought for the liberation of Africa and people for the past 50 years. Whereas the FBI raids on the Uhuru movement posed a threat to the African community's hard-won democratic right to participate in elections in their own interests. Whereas African people have a right to petition the United Nations to investigate the Genocide Convention as it is applied to the conditions of African people in the United States and the original sin of slavery and colonialism in this country. Whereas African people have a right to freedom of speech, association, and assembly, including public statements of dissent regarding the official position of the United States on the Russian-Ukraine war. Whereas the city of St. Louis has consciously attacked and destroyed African communities over the years in order to promote businesses and prosperity for others. Whereas the city of St. Louis destroyed the thriving neighborhood of Mill Creek Valley, carried out Let It Rot programs that kept resources from going to the Black neighborhoods, and worked with federal agents to dump toxic chemicals from the rooftops of public housing projects. Whereas the brutal conditions faced by African people in the United States continue today, where 1 in 3 African men born in the year 2000 will be imprisoned in his lifetime. Whereas in the United States, which has amongst the highest rates of maternal mortality in industrialized countries, African women die during childbirth at a rate 3 times higher than that of white women, and in some cases, 7 times higher. Whereas the average white family has 8 times the wealth of the average African family. Whereas over the years, St. Louis has been known for resistance and struggle for the interest and upliftment of the Black community. Whereas millions of African people in the 1960s struggling for the basic human rights and economic and political power over their lives face the effect of the COINTELPRO program of the FBI, which carried out assassinations, political imprisonment, and slander and harm. Whereas Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, Martin Luther King, Marcus Garvey, along with W.B. Du Bois, James Baldwin, Aretha Franklin, Sam Cooke, and others, such as civil rights leader Viola Luzo and American Indian leader Leonard Peltier, were targeted, threatened, surveilled, imprisoned, and are assassinated by the FBI with the complicity of the local police departments. Whereas the police murder of 18-year-old Michael Brown in the suburbs of Ferguson in 2014 sparked widespread resistance to long-standing police violence and was seen around the world. Whereas the FBI files on the murder of Ferguson activist Darren Seals and others reveal that the local police worked with the FBI to target and menacingly to murder him. Whereas the FBI worked with the St. Louis police in arresting Uhuru member Timber Jabanga. Whereas we recognize that a prosperous, active African community of St. Louis is beneficial and contribute to the well-being of all residents of this city. Therefore, be resolved that the city of St. Louis will be a sanctuary city in which the St. Louis Police Department and city government will refuse to cooperate with the FBI and any federal agency to attack Black community organizers and members for charges stemming from the work for the betterment and the uplifting of their community. Let me say this is why the African People's Socialist Party was attacked. This is why the Uhuru 3 was attacked. And because St. Louis Department and St. Louis government, it was working with the FBI and federal agents to attack the Black organizers and members for charges stemming from work for the betterment and upliftment of that community. Anytime in St. Louis and in most urban areas, we attack when we're trying to better the community because that is the plan. Therefore, this resolution repudiates the denial of refuge for Dred and Harriet Scott and the ongoing notion that Black people have no rights, which the white man is bound to respect. Then, as the chairman said, once we break out of the circle and we're able to get our message out, we're able to tell and put out accurate information. That is revolutionary in that they have to keep us contained because since we're the most oppressed sector and we've always led the most progressive movements. For example, after enslavement, we had public education was established. Then we had the right at first for men was a step in the right direction. And the energy from that alone made the 19th Amendment possible. And even even moving up to now, whether we're talking about climate change, whether we're talking about the rights of people to choose who they want to marry or associate with in any relationship that they want, the women's rights, all of the, even though we say they're bourgeois rights right now, but they are still, they took the energy from our movement and they have always taken this energy. But as long as they keep us contained and we cannot get our message out, because once we get our message out, we can convince, as the chairman said, the whites and everyone else that look an attack on us is just like the pigeon in the coal mine. Once they attack us, then it opens the door for everybody else to be attacked. So we can use this Constitution to make the changes, to get the resources. Because in St. Louis, again, almost 60% of the money is spent on so-called public safety. And it simply means that half of the money is spent on containment and not prevention of a better health care, better way of life. Uhuru, comrade, thank you.
Uhuru. Thank you, Alderman Jesse Todd, lifetime International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement member. Really salute you for your summation and for your work. On that point, I'll pass it now back to Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Contact us at blackisbackcoalition.org, info@blackisbackcoalition.org to receive a draft copy of the Dred and Harriet Scott City of Refuge resolution for you to take to your local governments.
Uhuru. Thank you so much. And I want to say that I mentioned the Russia question because I do think it's really important for a number of reasons. Because in many ways, it's been central to the attacks that's been made against us for more than 100 years. And I remember reading not too long ago, a man named, who was it? Was it Hubert Humphreys? No, it was Walter, may have been Walter Mondale, who met with Khrushchev some years ago. Some of you may have good history. I know Matsumello is probably checking it out right now. Met with Khrushchev some years ago. Khrushchev, the prime minister of Russia. And Khrushchev, he said, I think it was Mondale, that his mind was blown because of what Khrushchev knew about the struggle of the rights of Black people. And what happened, of course, is in 1928, the Soviet Union declared that African people in this country existed as an oppressed nation. But not only were we an oppressed nation, that we were in the vanguard of the struggle of the oppressed nations of the world. And they taught that in their curriculum in their schools. Everybody was taught that in Soviet Russia, as they characterized it at the time. And they felt like the racism, as they characterized it, was a national security issue. that was what was true in Russia. The Russian that we now supposed to hate. I had some disagreements with Russia, you know, over other kinds of issues and what have you. But one thing that we are quite aware of, that in most instances, Africans don't have Russian last names. Neither here or most other places around the world. Sometimes we have French last names, we have Spanish last names, we have English last names. We got last names of the colonizers, people who colonized us, and we were their property and imposed their names on us. And even when you look at Nat Turner, he was named for the white man, some white man. We named for the white people who owned us. You don't find African people with Russian names because Russia never participated in the Atlantic slave trade that imprisoned us. They were never the slave masters. And there's a different attitude that you find in Russia. I'm not saying that Russians, you know, were perfect or anything like that, or even that you won't find some Russians, you know, who, because America taught the world how to treat Black people.
Yes, it did.
And, but I've been there and I walked the streets. I've been to Paris, I've been to England, I've been to Germany, traveled all over Europe. And I know, and if you're African, you know when you're in a situation with white countries and they don't like you and they don't want you there. You know it when you get on the bus with them, you know it in the neighborhoods, you know, you get it. They let you know in certain ways. I didn't get that in Russia. I really did not get that in Moscow. What I got in Moscow instead was when I went to the metro station, that's the equivalent of a subway. I shouldn't say it's an equivalent. There's no subway in this country like the metro station. Like the metro. You go to the metro and it's like a museum. It's like an art, you know, center. I mean, it's extraordinary. There's no graffiti. And then coming over the loudspeaker, Paul Robeson singing the Internationale in Russian. And then I'm driving around and I pass Pushkin Square. You know who Pushkin was? Yes. Who was Pushkin? And characterized, sometimes put forward as the father of Russian literature, an African man, a Black man. And so there's a whole difference there than what we find here. And we don't have to tear down statues and what have you that were put up there by Russians, right? Or anything like that. That this is the reality of the world. And then when you get there, and I was a pretty well-read guy. I knew stuff. But when I got to Russia, my mind was blown because nothing, the caricatures that they had created of Russians was just wiped away. A modern, clean place. I saw while I was in Russia, I forgot how many days, and I saw maybe, how many beggars? Maybe 2 or 3 beggars, people who were begging. They say Russians, they said what we're doing is weaponizing free speech, you know, to work for Russia, something that the Russian people don't have. I'm walking in Moscow. I'm walking over a small bridge, and I see people are standing around this place where they have flowers and other things, memorializing somebody who was dead. And the people are standing there, and I asked what's going on. They said, Putin is responsible for killing this person here. Here the Russians standing around, memorializing, having a kind of protest around that. And so they're telling us all this stuff, but you can't do in Russia. And the reality is that where you can't do it is here. But that wasn't the Russia that I saw. And that's one of the reasons they don't want you to know about Russia or any other damn place. They want to keep us locked into an understanding of the world based on their interests, the narrative that they created, et cetera. So I wanted to say that because I think it's really important. And I also would say this. When I was a young man, I left a city I grew up in, St. Petersburg, Florida, voluntarily. I guess you can call it voluntarily. And I joined the U.S. Army. And I joined the U.S. Army because join the Army and see the world. That was part of the slogan. And another thing was because as much as I thought I understood about the world, I kind of sort of assumed that I could not see a future for myself based on the fact that I lived in this small southern city of St. Petersburg, Florida. And so I joined the Army. My daddy said, boy, it's like breaking into jail. But I joined the Army, and on the train, this was December, that they are taking us to this process of, I forgot now what you call it when everybody gets there and, you know, this is where you go through and you become part of you get your basic training and other stuff when you're just joining. And I'm on the train, and it's crowded because it's December. And so we're standing in this between the cars, standing up, me and some other guys were going to the Army to serve our country. And the white guy standing next to me, his name was Sailor. You know, I was 18. So I don't know how many years that makes it ago. But I never forget his name. His name was Sailor. And he pointed to an African named Morgan. I remember his name too. He said, "That's, you know, I hate to see that." And I said to my comrade, "What's that?" He said, "A nigger sitting next to a white woman." So here we are, you know, going into the Army to serve our country. And this is supposed to be my comrade. I was on a ship coming back from Germany. And I'm in Berlin, Germany. I was in Berlin, Germany when the Berlin Wall was created. I'm in a tank outfit. And a truck driver comes in and says, "Hey, man, they're building a wall around this place." And you must be crazy. And of course, this is when the Berlin Wall was being created. I'm in tanks. You understand? I'm in military tanks. I'm freezing because I'm coming from Florida. I've never been this kind of cold weather in my life. I didn't even know people could live in weather this cold. I'm in 60 tons of steel in freezing weather. And I'm facing in the first time American tanks were facing Russian tanks in a combat mode. I'm there. At the same time, we're listening to music that's being piped in from the Russian side, because Germany and Berlin, Germany was occupied by Russia, by Russians, French, American, and British troops. They lost the war. And this woman comes on the radio because they played the best music. And she says something to the equivalent, "Now I'm going to play a song by Louis Armstrong. And the name of the song is Peace Down South." Then she said, "But there has been no peace down south since the Civil Rights Movement is going on." And I'm sitting in a Russian tank and I'm hearing about how African people are being beaten just for trying to vote and being harmed in so many other ways. And so this is how I come to know Russians, other than the time, this is how I come to know Russians. And I was a good patriot. And Africans have been the best patriots because America claims that it's fighting for freedom. And who in the hell hungers for freedom more than Black people? And so this is for freedom. We were good Americans, you know, et cetera. Sacrificed in a minute. You remember that dummy who was in Iran? When the Iranian students took that nest of spies in Tehran in 1970, I think it was. Was it 70 or 79? 79. And the Iranians said, "We're going to free all the women. We're going to free the Black people because we know y'all are oppressed too." And some dummy said, "Not me, boss." This was an African who refused to leave because of his patriotism, his loyalty. So the thing is that, you know, that we have tried to really fight for what we understood freedom to be about forever. And we paid horrible prices for it inside this country. I'm on a ship coming back from Germany. I don't remember the year, but it was the year that Floyd Patterson had to fight with Ingemar Johansson from Sweden, who had his Thunderbolt. And on that ship, but maybe 2,000 or so troops on that ship, a troop ship. And Johansson beat Patterson, knocked him down 7 times, right? But Patterson is an American, and I'm on the ship, quote, and I'm on a ship full of Americans. But all the white troops were so happy to see this Swedish guy beat Patterson. That's the stuff we live with. So people don't know of course, the boxing matches lasted throughout the next couple of days on the ship, but so people who think they know the reality, they know the reality that's given to them by somebody else about us. And for us to tell our own story is a problem, national security. That's what we have faced, especially as the United States is in a contest with other powers around the world for which is the best country's best system you should have. And how can you have the best system when there are George Floyds happening every damn day, when there's this whole history and the other kinds of things? And if you say something about that, then you challenge the notion of America being the great democracy in this struggle with autocracies like Russia, Iran, Venezuela, and every place else. So that's the price that we pay. The colonial question has always been the critical question. And we're going to be free. We're going to be free in Haiti. And Haiti is a part of the African Revolution. Haiti can't do it by itself. If it could, we'd be free. Because Haiti, the Africans in Haiti were the most heroic forces in the world. Africans from Haiti almost made the most effective fight against capitalism, if you will, in the world. Africans from Haiti, they defeated the French, they defeated Spain, they defeated the British and what have you. And then when they became free, under Jean-Jacques Dessalines, said that any slave in the world, if you get to Haiti, you're free, and gave Africans not only freedom, but land and ability to live. And Africans were inspired, like Denmark Vesey and other people like not Frederick Douglass, but who was, by the way, made ambassador to Haiti something later on. That's another story. But others, Nat Turner. There was an assumption that if we can do this and take a ship, we can get to Haiti. It was an extraordinary movement. Haiti helped to make the struggle throughout the Americas. The Venezuela, what do they call the revolution under Chavez? Simon Bolivar funded that. Africans in Haiti funded that. Africans in Haiti, in fact, the first president, I don't know if it was the first, but the President Guerrero, who was an African indigenous president, when he came to power, he wanted to fund a mission by Africans in Haiti to go into Cuba and free the African people who were enslaved there. This is our legacy. This is our history. They don't want us to talk about this, and they don't want us to know about this. They don't want us to know who we are and our connections to each other. And Africans treat Africans in Haiti. I'm in the Bahamas, and I hear this resentment about Africans from Haiti. I'm in other places in the Caribbean. Of course, they will accept Sidney Poitier because they don't remember that Poitier from Haiti, etc. So this is the stuff that we have been left with, but it's our responsibility to change that. And that's the discussion we will have. And we have to have tactics and strategies to make that happen. That's what we've been working on, and that's what this is a part of. And I thank you so much for being here. And I really want to see everybody in Tampa, Florida on December 16th. Let's stand before the judge. Let's say we're all here. We're all here. And they wanted us our lawyer said, you know, let's get 500 letters for each of the defendants and get it to the judge. And it's not because we think the judge is going to be so moved because he hears that we are wonderful people, but it's a political crime. It's a political charge. And the people are the real movers politically. So the judge needs to be aware that there are all these people. We collected something like 1,600 letters that's been sent to the judge. You don't get 1,600 letters for drug pushers and money launderers and stuff like 1,600 letters have already been created. And this part is part of the expression of the people too. The people, the people, the people, the people. That's the fundamental question. And how do we get to and mobilize the people? And that's why they would say anything that we say is said by the Russians. That's why Zuckerberg and the rest of them will keep us from being able to access the people. That's the critical question. And so, and we are winning. Jesse Novelsky. Comrade Penny Hess, the 140 cities, they're white people who are helping to break us as a part of our strategy out of this encirclement, out of this isolation. So we're not just fighting by ourselves. We're taking this struggle for free speech into the white community. They need to be a part of this. They need to know what the hell is going on. And that's what we're doing. And that's why, you know, like I said, I was so happy to do Tucker Carlson. And people say, you know, we're on with Tucker Carlson. Yes, we are on with Tucker Carlson. Hope we can do it again. You understand? There were no leftists. Where were the leftists? You know, et cetera. Tucker Carlson has a relationship with white people. The white left doesn't have a relationship with white people. It does. You understand? Scott Ritter has a relationship with white people. Patriotic white people who can be made to understand that when you fight for free speech, that's the essential patriotic issue that you have to embrace without prejudice. Isn't that right? So I know, comrades, I've talked too long, and this sister here tolerates me, even though I'm going to be like the FBI in the sense that I can know what she's thinking. All right, comrades, thank you so much. Uhuru, who do I turn it over to?
Uhuru, Chairman.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Chairman, for those last few words. And I just want to appreciate everyone who has been here the entire day, all of our panelists, all of our guests and online participants, and Lisa Watson for curating, doing all of the AV on the remote side, and just everyone who has participated in this weekend. So with that, I'm going to close out the program. Uhuru, and have a good evening. Uhuru.
We can meet our goal. Did we meet our goal?
Uhuru! Thank you.
Did we meet our goal?
Thank you, Lisa Watson. Thank you, Chairman.
Uhuru.
Uhuru!
2,500.
Can you say whether we had a goal of fundraising? What did we get it?
Uhuru, and thank you to everyone who donated. Thanks to you. Our goal today was $1,500, and we made that goal, and we actually exceeded it by $50. So we made $1,550. Uhuru.
Yeah.
Uhuru.
All right.
Excellent conference.
Black is back.
Black is back. Uhuru.
Black is back.
Fantastic conference, a wealth of information. Thank you to everyone. The Black is back.
Uhuru!